Ava, it's baffling how some people are born with a silver spoon while some of us are born with, well, nothing. Sometimes I try to analyze life, but it just does not make sense to me. How can some people have the whole world in their palms while some of us can't even afford a place to live? Okay, I'm not saying I can't afford a place to live, but you know what I mean. It's just crazy how life kisses some people on the cheek and pats their back while it slaps some of us hard on the face and slams us against a rough wall. Don't get me wrong, of course. I am grateful for the little I have. I mean, look at me, working as an executive administrative assistant at the prestigious LM firm, a job some people out there would kill to have. It's amazing, and I would like to say a very big thank you to Miss Luck for sending a job like this my way. But let's talk about the owner of this great firm. Let's talk about his only spoiled son, who never shows up at the company and is unwilling to help his old father. He's one of the many reasons I think some people don't deserve this wealthy life that's given to them on a platter of gold. Today marks my 3rd year working in this firm, and believe me when I tell you I have never set my eyes on Mr. Miller's son since I've been working here as his father's executive administrative assistant. I know it's rich people's business, and I might not understand it, but what type of son never shows up at his father's company? I asked Betty once before, and she told me it's not a topic she'd love to talk about. Pfft, that's Betty. She's one of the most taciturn people I've known in my entire life. She's so confidential, never wanting to talk about anything. No wonder she has worked as Mr. Miller's secretary for almost 40 years and still counting. Betty might be boring, but she's hard-working. Mr. Lawrence Miller hired me to help her with the overwhelming workload, and it has been great so far. However, I'm still very interested in knowing why his son isn't helping him when he needs it the most. Is he physically impaired? Or does he suffer from an illness that makes him unable to work? I also asked Joanna from the Research and Development Unit, and she also hasn't met the CEO's son. Joanna is talkative, and she always says what she knows, so I'm certain she truly doesn't know who Mr. Miller's son is. Nobody knows what type of man doesn't like to show his old and trying father some support. He should at least... Ava! Betty shouts my name, snapping her fingers in front of my face. Oh my God. I blink several times, raising my head to face Betty, who looks like she's been standing in front of my desk for 5 or 10 minutes. Oh God, I need to stop zoning out. Yeah? What's going on in that big mind? Betty questions sarcastically, folding her arms against her chest. Oh, nothing. Just thinking about my neighbor's dog that gave birth yesterday. I lie. Grandma Jane is the only neighbor I have, and she doesn't even have a dog, but Betty sure doesn't know that. Tsk, it's lunchtime, and you only have 15 minutes because you need to pick Lulu up from the vet clinic in... Betty pauses to check her wristwatch. In 30 minutes, so hurry up. There's no chit-chatting with Joanna today, she expresses, waving her warning finger in my face. I don't chit-chat with Joanna during lunch breaks, I smirk, pushing my chair back to stand up. You and I both know you do, Betty speaks as she walks back to her seat. She's right. I chit-chat with Joanna every lunch break because she's the only person in this company that knows all the company's business and the latest gossip. It's fun talking to her, unlike Betty. How about you? Aren't you going to get lunch? I ask her, wondering why she's sitting instead of preparing to head out. Should I? She raises her left brow. Would you sit here in case Mr. Miller needs anything while I go grab lunch? Oh, I shake my head in disagreement. I'll be back in 5 minutes. A sound intrudes on my speech, and I pause. What was that? I wonder, turning to face Betty. We pause to listen carefully, and the sound is coming from Mr. Miller's office. I quickly rush to pull his office door open. My eyes first hit some scattered files across the floor, then the disorganized desk. Mr. Miller, are you okay? I question, walking towards his desk to check why he placed his head on it. Mr. Miller? I tap him gently, but he doesn't respond. Mr. Miller? I call to him again, trying to lift his head gently, and that's when I realize he's unconscious. Oh my God! I scream in fear, and Betty rushes inside the office. Ava, what's going on? She implores as she hurries to meet me. Mr. Miller? Jesus, he's unconscious. Her eyes widen in fear. Wait here. I'll get my phone and call 911. Please hurry up, I plead, watching Betty as she hurries out to get her phone. I can't believe this is happening. Mr. Miller was all fine this morning. He even had a meeting with the shareholders earlier, and he looked fine. Why is this happening all of a sudden? Betty, Anthony, and Jake rush inside the office a few minutes later with concern drawn across their faces. My God, what happened? Anthony questions as he hurries towards Mr. Miller's desk. Have you called 911? I turn to face Betty. Yes, I have. The paramedics are here, Cecilia announces, leading 2 paramedics inside the office with her. He's over there, she points in our direction. The paramedics rush to lift Mr. Miller and gently place him on the gurney. Anthony and Jake run ahead of them as they push the stretcher to their ambulance, while Betty, Cecilia, and I follow them outside the building and watch as Mr. Miller is taken away by the ambulance. Anthony and Jake volunteer to follow the paramedics while we wait behind to cancel the rest of Mr. Miller's plans for the day. Oh my! Betty breaks down in tears as we watch the ambulance drive away. I hope he's okay. He'll be fine, I promise, I assure her, patting her back. But deep inside, I'm scared too. I am so scared. Let's go inside, Cecilia suggests, and we all walk back inside the company and straight back to the office. I can't believe the turn today is taking. I comb my fingers through my blonde hair roughly, trying to think. Betty is still crying, and Cecilia is trying to get her to stop while trying so hard not to break down as well. We should inform Mrs. Miller, I suggest, walking to pick up the office phone. Mr. Miller's wife was here yesterday morning. It feels weird that I have to call her now to tell her that her husband was just rushed to the hospital, but I have to. I dial her number and impatiently wait for her to answer the phone. She does not. Come on, answer. Answer, please. I redial her number, praying in my head that she answers, and this time she does. Hello? Her calm voice hits my ear from the other end of the phone. I let out a sharp sigh. Mr. Miller was just rushed to the hospital. He was unconscious and... What? Which hospital? She implores, and I can hear the fear in her voice. I'll text you the hospital's address. Please do, she responds before cutting the call. I sharply pull the phone away from my ear and decide to call Anthony to ask for the hospital's address. God, why are my hands shaking? Hey, Anthony, how's he doing? We just arrived at the hospital and are still waiting to hear anything. Please text me the hospital's address for Mrs. Miller. Okay, I will. Thank you. The phone beeps, and it's a message from Anthony. I quickly forward it to Mr. Miller's wife. I know how worried she must be. Honestly, Mr. Miller has been overworking himself lately. I'm sure the stress took a toll on his health. Throughout last week, he was up and everywhere, traveling from one state to another, all for the company's betterment. He's hard-working and diligent, and I think he needs a break from this stress. A long break. Well, if I'm asked to share my opinion, I'd suggest getting his spoiled son over here to help his father. From what I've heard, Mr. Miller's son is in his early 30s, so why can't he help his father run the company? Max, you want to know what sucks? Being 30 and being a billionaire's heir. I know some of you might say, oh, how does being a billionaire's heir suck? Yes, you can say that, but let me tell you something. It does suck, at least to me. It's annoying that children aren't allowed to choose the family they wish to be born into. I would have preferred a simple family where I can be myself, and not much would be expected of me. But this family? Not so much. My father is the owner of LM Multinational Retail Corporation. I am his only son, and I hate to talk about the weight of responsibilities that are resting on my shoulders. Honestly, I have thought about it so many times, thought about embracing those responsibilities and owning up to them, but I can't. It's not what I want for myself. I hate to be at the forefront, having my lifestyle on everybody's tongue. It's how rich people live their lives. Their daily activities become topics in magazines and blogs. I've realized I am not about that life. Call me weird if you want, but I don't even have a social media account, and I hate the camera. My mom told me she was worried about me when I was younger. I had no friends. I was just this smart boy in class that hated to associate with anyone. Well, I still am, just now. I've grown into a man. I still hate associating with people. It's hard to explain it, but I love my space. I don't see myself doing well as the CEO of my father's company, and I'm not even contemplating that idea. Working from home is easier and calmer for me. I like the peace it brings, and I don't think I'll get this peace being the acting CEO of my dad's company. I can't. The CEO life does not entice me, not even a little bit. I love what I do now as a freelance illustrator. No, it's not a super lucrative job, but does it give me the peace of mind I crave? Yes, it does. And that's why I chose to do this, instead of taking over my dad's position in the company. My parents hate that I chose to be a freelance illustrator when I could be sitting in a well-furnished office, commanding hundreds of people. I can't count how many times my mom has tried to talk me into changing and helping my father with the company. It's hard to explain it to her. It's like she just wouldn't get it. She doesn't understand it's little things like this that give me joy. Things like winning a project, sitting in front of my computer in this small, cozy office, drawing, sketching, painting, and getting creative. Switching on my computer, I decided to start working on the recent children's book project that I won. I've sketched out my plan for the book already, and I can't wait to get started. I crack my knuckles in preparation, but my phone rings as I attempt to start working. Damn it, I groan, wondering who's calling me. I pick my phone up from the desk and my face falls when I see the caller. It's my mom. I bet she's calling to rant about how I need to assist my dad. That's the only reason she calls me these days. She no longer calls to ask if I'm fine. It's always about the family's company. Breathe in, breathe out. I coach myself before deciding to answer the phone. Hey, Mom! Max! My mom halts her speech and a loud outburst of tears follows. Mom! What's wrong? I ask with concern in my tone. Your dad, oh God! He's sick, and we are at the hospital. The doctor said his condition is critical, but... She starts crying again. Mom, calm down, okay? Calm down, just text me the address of the hospital. I'll come there now. Okay, I'll text you the address, Max. Mom, it's going to be okay. Please try and calm down and text me the address. Okay, she says before ending the call. Fear draws across my face as I push my chair back and stand up to pick up my jacket. Dad, sick? I saw him this weekend, and he was fine. What happened? I rush out of my office and hurry inside my room to get my car fob. My phone beeps in my pocket, and I quickly pull it out to read the text message from my mum. After reading it, I dash out of my apartment to drive down there. A whiff of pungent smell hits my nose as I step inside the hospital's cardiac intensive care unit. I'm still wondering where to turn when I see my mom flagging me down with a wave. I hurry to meet her, and the first thing she says is, You, Max, are going to take over the company. You are the reason your father's laying in that bed. You have to... I sigh before holding her hands. Mom, calm down and talk to me. What exactly is going on? A doctor steps inside the waiting room before Mom can speak. My mom releases her hand from my grip and hurries to meet the doctor. Doctor, how is my husband doing? He had a heart attack and will need to undergo coronary bypass surgery, the doctor explains. Oh dear. Mom collapses in my arms, crying and hitting her hands against my chest simultaneously. You should have listened to me. You should have agreed to assist your father. I stand there in a daze, not knowing how to feel. How did this happen? Coronary bypass surgery. What will you do now? What will you do? Are you going to keep sitting in that little office of yours, drawing and painting irrelevant things while your old father works himself to death? Is that what you want? Mom panics, hitting her hands against my chest as she cries. Mom, calm down, please. I walk her to a chair and sit. Dad will be fine, I promise. Yes, He will be. And you are going to take over the company, she insists. I sigh, burying my face in my palms. I hope my dad survives this, or I'll never be able to forgive myself. Maybe my mom is right. Perhaps it's time I face my responsibilities. I'll have to sacrifice my interest for the family business, after all. Isn't that what billionaire heirs are born to do? I wanted to change the whole concept and thought I could be a billionaire heir living his dreams, but I guess not. 5 hours and some tension later, the doctor walks into the waiting room. The operation was successful, he announces. Oh, thank goodness. Mom heaves a sigh of relief, and I pull her into a tight hug. You may go in to see him now, the doctor says before walking away. We walk inside my dad's room, and what I see breaks my heart. Dad. I walk to the side of his bed, staring at his unconscious body as he lays there lifeless. There are tubes and wires hooked up everywhere. Machines line the one side of his bed. Oh, my dear Lawrence. Mom moves to sit on the chair next to Dad's bed, crying as she watches him. The doctor walks back inside the room. He will be fine, he starts. However, he will need a few weeks to rest before he can fully recover. Also, I noticed stress is the major factor that led to his heart attack. Once he recovers, he will have to stay away from any stressful activity to avoid this from reoccurring. Thank you, doctor. I nod before sighing. It's your fault, my mom rants again. Take a good look at your father because you are the reason he's laying here lifeless like this. She sniffs, wiping off the tears on her cheeks. If only you had listened to us. My mom is right, and I feel guilty too. I pull a chair over to sit beside her and take my dad's hand. Dad, I'm sorry for not listening to you. I sigh, shutting my eyes. I promise to be a better son from now on. Just wake up, please. Tears threaten to crawl out of my eyes, but I sniff them back. You heard what the doctor said. Your father cannot resume being the CEO of that company even after he recovers, Mom expresses. Yes, I did. I will start this afternoon and take over Dad's position as the CEO. The days of freelancing as an illustrator are over. I'm left with no other option than to step in as the CEO of LM Corporations. And I will. AVA. I still can't wrap my head around everything that's happening. It feels so surreal. Like, why do bad things happen to good people? Mr. Miller is one, if not the nicest person I've known in my entire life. He's calm, easy to work with, friendly, and has an amazing personality. He's the last person something like this should happen to. Well, isn't this what life is? A bitch. It gives people what they don't deserve. I just hope Mr. Miller wins life on this one and gets well soon. Betty has been pacing up and down the office, and I don't even know what to say to calm her down. I'm on the verge of losing my calm, too. We are waiting for Anthony and Jake to return and let us know what exactly is happening. Anthony and Jake are back, Cecilia announces. Are they? Betty and I hurry out of our office and straight down to the accounting department to confirm. Anthony stood in the middle of the room, Jake standing next to him. The expressions on their faces burned through my heart. It was nothing close to relief or everything will be fine. It was sadness and anxiety. Exhaling, I walked to meet Anthony. Hey, how is he doing? I ask, knowing I won't like his reply. He sighs, shaking his head from left to right. It seems serious. We didn't wait to hear what the doctor said. Mrs. Miller arrived and told us we should leave. He will be fine, right? Betty asks, and tears have gathered in her eyes again. Hopefully. Jake plugs in sadly. We can't say yet. I need to go out for some fresh air, Betty says, trying so hard not to cry as she rushes out of the department. Sighing, I walk back inside our office, and this time I can't help the tears from crawling out of my eyes. Why is this happening? As I sit, my mind returned to the day I came here for this job interview. It was a Monday morning 3 years ago. I didn't think I could get the job. In truth, there were people with better qualifications. I had nothing but decided to try my luck. That year, My life had hit rock bottom, and getting a job was the only way out. Not just any job, but a great one because I was drowning in piles of debt. I had applied to many jobs, and this one was the last. I was surprised when I got an email that I had been shortlisted. It was the best news I'd got that morning, and on the scheduled day, which was the next Monday, I dressed up and came here for the interview. I sat outside with other candidates who looked way better than I did. I remember rocking a thrift pencil skirt and a shirt I've had for a long time. There was no finesse to how I dressed compared to the other ladies I met here. I didn't even sleep the night before coming for the interview because I worked weekends at a bar and I couldn't miss a day. So, coming here on a Monday morning with no sleep the night before, I don't think I have to tell you what I looked like. Super exhausted. Unlike me, the other candidates I met here looked ready for the job, who looked desperate to get the job. I knew there was no way I'd get the job. All the candidates went in for their interview, and I was called in last. I stepped inside the room that morning with pessimism and the little luck people used to tell me I had. Mr. Lawrence Miller, Betty, and Mr. Alex Brown. You don't know him, but he works here too. He has a crush on me, but no, I don't like him. So, the three of them were in the room that morning, and seeing them, I thought, girl, there's no way you're getting this job. Good morning. Are you? Betty started, and she paused to read my name from the file she held. Ava Roberts? Yes, I am, I nodded. Please, have a seat, Mr. Miller told me calmly. I sat and the interview started. I was asked various questions. I can't remember what the questions were, but I remember I didn't answer any correctly. I wasn't even prepared for the interview. I didn't read anything before coming here, and I failed all the questions they asked me about the company. I just knew this job was not for me. The interview ended, and I went home knowing I had failed. When I got home, I struck this job off of my list and hoped that the other companies would reach out to me. 2 weeks later, no company had reached out to me. But a miracle happened. I got an email from LM Corporations. I couldn't believe the email when it mentioned that I had got the job. I saw the email late, on the morning of the day I was supposed to start the job. Well, that was because I stopped checking my emails, as it affected my mental health. I hurried out of bed, got dressed, and started work here. It felt like a miracle. After working here for a while, I decided to ask Betty why I was hired because I saw better candidates here on the interview day. Betty told me Mr. Lawrence Miller picked me for reasons she too couldn't wrap her head around. She told me her choice was the red-haired lady that sat next to me on the interview day. But Mr. Miller, he was my guardian angel, and that's why he has to survive whatever this is. I wiped the tears from my face and sniffed sharply. If there's anything I can do to help Mr. Miller, I'd be willing to do it. Good morning? A bass voice breaks in, causing me to raise my head. Is this... He pauses and reads something from his phone. Betty and Eva's office? Ava, yes, I respond, wondering who he is and why he's here. I'm sorry if you are here to meet with Mr. Miller. He's currently not in the office today, and... I halt my speech, and my eyes drop on his broad chest, then move to the defined arms. According to the stadiometer, in my eyes, the man is heavily built, and 6'5" or 6'6". He's casually dressed in jeans and a short-sleeved collarless pullover shirt, and he looks like someone that lives in the gym. Oh, wait. Are you Mr. Miller's physical therapist? Please sit over there and... I switch on my computer, remembering Mr. Miller talked about meeting with his physical therapist later today. I don't think I canceled that appointment. Instead of obeying, the burly man moves to walk inside Mr. Miller's office. I stand up and block him. Frowning, I say, I'm not in a great mood today, so please don't make me mad. When you are asked to sit, you sit. You don't just walk inside like you own this place, young man. I clear my throat sharply, rethinking the young man I just called him. Burly man, I correct myself, gesturing at the whole muscly look he's got going on. Ava? Betty calls as she steps inside the office. What's going on? This man just walks in here and won't listen to me. I size him up with my eyes, but that's just a return of how he's been looking at me. with a frown and inspective eyes. I could punch him, but I won't. "You must be Betty?" the man speaks, turning around and extending his hand in Betty's direction. Oh, wow. He can treat Betty with that type of courtesy, but he won't even answer my questions. How ridiculous. "Yes, I am." Betty accepts the handshake respectfully. "Welcome. Please go inside." She gestures towards Mr. Miller's office. My face breaks into confusion, and I stand in the way, frowning at Betty. I say, "Why are you allowing a stranger into Mr. Miller's office?" I turn my eyes in the burly, annoying man's direction. "Ava!" Betty calls me, casting me warning eyes. "Betty?" I question, not understanding what's happening right now. "I'm Max Miller, the CEO's son." I blink several times, and my shoulders drop. No, I don't believe it. "Say again?" The man sizes me up with his eyes again as I move out of the way, creating space for him to walk inside. I stand there, confused, and trying to think about what I'll do with my life when I get fired from this place. Wait, how can he be Mr. Miller's son? This man looks super healthy, and from what I saw, he's not handicapped in any form. "Betty, he's kidding, right?" I ask in a low tone, following Betty to her seat as she walks. "He's not Mr. Miller's son, is he?" "Yes, he is," Betty replies sharply. "Are you kidding me right now?" I pull a short, nervous laugh. "That man can't be—" I stop talking after observing the look on Betty's face. "No way. Oh my God." I throw my hand over my mouth, wondering what I had just done. "I need to see Joanna," I say, running my hand through my blonde hair. "Joanna? Why?" "She told me about a job vacancy last week. I want to ask her if it's still available," I respond. "Ava, is this the time to—" "The two of you should see me now." The man's voice breaks in as he peeks through Mr. Miller's office's door. "I know what this is. I've seen these things in movies. As I predicted, he's probably taking over. And guess who is getting fired? Ava." Betty and I walk inside the office, and it feels different knowing we're going inside to meet Mr. Miller's son. "Please sit," he speaks as we step inside, gesturing towards the chairs opposite the desk. We pull the chairs back and sit. Why do I feel scared? And why is he frowning? His father is a happy and always smiling man. I guess he's the opposite. He sighs before starting. "Firstly, I would like to thank you for all your hard work. I've heard about how helpful you've been." He looks up. "My father is currently undergoing treatment. We have nothing to worry about. He will be fine. However, he won't be returning as the CEO of this company even when he gets better. He's retiring, and I'm taking over," he announces. "I hope we can work well together." "Thank you," Betty responds. I know I should say something, but what? I'm not sure about working well together because he doesn't look friendly, and the first impression I gave off was bad and memorable, to say the least. "I would like to set up an arrangement to announce it to the others officially. It doesn't have to be today. I still need time to understand all of this." Mr. Burley gestures towards the files on the desk, and the look on his face. No, we won't work well together. I resist the urge to scoff. Why did he sound like he came here against his will? Everything was going fine until he gave that lazy, uninterested face. I'm not even going to pretend I like him because I don't. Some things are better left unsaid, but I still want to ask him why he let it come to this before deciding to help his father. "We will fill you in on everything," Betty responds politely. "Thank you, Betty." The CEO's son nods before turning his eyes to me as if expecting me to say something. Finally, I say, "I will forward the rest of Mr. Miller's schedule for the week to you and let them know Mr. Miller's son will be taking over. I don't want anyone except the people in the company to know about my father's condition. You don't have to explain anything to the shareholders or clients. Just tell them, my dad retired willingly, I took over, and I'll be meeting with them starting next week," he instructs. "I understand." "Okay, that will be all for now," Mr. Burley concludes. I stand up, but Betty doesn't, and I turn to face her, wondering why she's not standing. Aren't we meant to leave? I need to speak with him privately, Betty says. Oh, all right. I adjust my skirt and walk out of the office, wondering why Betty wants to see him privately. Knowing Mr. Miller will be fine is a relief, however. I still don't know how to feel about his retirement. I'm sure he needs it, but I'm not sure his son is the best fit to take over for him. Ugh! Groaning, I walk to my seat and throw my head back on the chair. I love working here because I worked for Mr. Miller. I hope in 2 months after working with Mr. Burley, I still feel the same way. Hey, babe! I look up when Joanna's voice joins in. Oh, just the person I want to see. I heave a sigh of relief. Joe, you talked about a job last week. Do you know if it's still open? She smirks. You told me you weren't interested. So I told my friend and she got the job already. Joanna moves to my desk. What happened to the whole, I can never trade this job for anything? I love working for Mr. Miller. She mimics me. I see she hasn't heard anything yet. Sighing, I tell her. Mr. Miller is retiring. What? When? Joanna's eyes widen in surprise. He was unconscious this afternoon and was rushed to the hospital. He's going to be fine, but he won't be returning here. Oh my God! Joanna throws her hands over her mouth and immediately tears gather in her eyes. I noticed the mood out there was a little off. She points towards the accounting unit. But I didn't want to ask them what was happening. What happened? I'm not sure, but it seems like a heart attack. I just hope he gets well soon. I exhale heavily, and sadness crawls up in my chest again. I hope so too, she sniffs. Is that why you want to leave? She questions, and her face breaks into a small frown. Not exactly. I comb my hand through my hair. Mr. Miller's son is taking over, and I have a feeling he will make working here difficult, I explain, trying not to sigh. And Joanna, you know my instinct is never wrong. Mr. Miller's son? Surprise forms on Joanna's face. How do you know that? He's here. He's in. Betty and Mr. Burley walk out of his office, interrupting my sentence. Joanna's eyes widen, and she turns to cast me a, no, that can't be Mr. Miller's son. Look. Miss Roberts, please see me in my office. He speaks before returning inside his office. I stand up to follow him, looking at Betty for a hint of what's happening, but I can't read anything on her face. Why does he want to see me? I wait for Mr. Burley to enter his office, and when he does, I rush back to meet Betty. I'm getting fired, right? No, you are not, she expresses. Joanna and I heave a sigh of relief. We'll talk later. I need to get back to work, she whispers. Okay, Joe. I nod, watching her as she leaves. I turn to face Betty. I'm not getting fired? You are not getting fired. She looks up and pulls a gentle smile. I'm retiring too. No, you can't. Not now. I clamp my lips together, and I feel the threat of tears in my eyes again. Today has succeeded in making itself the worst day I've had in years. Why? Why are you retiring? The new CEO needs you. He has you, she says while starting her computer. Besides, I'll stay a few weeks before leaving. Betty, I sit beside her. What can I do to make you stay? I hold her left hand. I'll do more work. I'll let you go on lunch breaks while I stay back and... That's enough. She removes her hand from my grip. Stop making promises you can't keep and go inside to meet Max. She smirks. If you retire, I'll resign too, I threaten, folding my arms against my chest. Don't even think of resigning. Then don't think of leaving me here either. Ava, I'm an old woman that needs rest too, she smiles. My children and grandchildren want me to retire, and I promised I would once Mr. Lawrence Miller retired, and he has. My work here is done. I'm passing the baton to you, dear. I exhale loudly. Betty's right. I think she has told me once before that she would retire when Mr. Miller retired. But how is that day today? Go in and see Max. When you return, I hope you can help this granny pick places she can go for vacation. My daughter sent me a list of options, but I can't pick. Will you help me? Betty, I pull her into a tight hug, and tears flow down from my eyes. I'll miss you. Oh dear, I'm not leaving tomorrow. I'll still be here for a while. It's just a heads up, and stop crying. I hate it. Betty sniffs too, trying to fight the tears. I hate to think you are leaving too. I break the hug, remove my glasses, and wipe the tears quickly. I should go in to see the new CEO. Yeah, you should. Betty pats my back gently. If anyone had told me this morning that this was how my day would go, I would have disagreed strongly. It's weird how a normal Wednesday became so traumatic and messy. Can I just go back to Tuesday and restart today? Because I still can't believe it. Max, responsibility is the hardest thing to run away from. And I've finally decided to embrace this one, and I believe all will go well. Although I'm not sure about that yet, I'm only hopeful. Everything looks and feels strange to me here. It's still hard to believe I'll spend the rest of my life sitting at this desk. Mom said I would get used to it with time. Maybe she's right, but it's just, I don't know. Sighing, I had decided to talk to my dad's secretaries first. I needed to let them understand what's happening and my reason for coming here. I'm not sure how these things are done, but I've seen a few movies, and the CEOs are usually strict, no-nonsense people. It's understandable because the only way to command respect is by adopting that method. Acting too friendly and doing a lot of smiling would only make your workers take you for granted, and I don't want that. Especially since I'm young, they could easily decide not to give me the respect I deserve, and that's one thing I have to avoid. So, we're starting with rule number 1. Always wear a serious face. Betty clears her throat. I am a bit embarrassed she caught me musing, but I mentally shake it off, and I turn my attention back to her. So, is there something else I need to know? Yes. I want to inform you that I will be retiring soon. She spills. I squeeze my forehead, trying to process what retiring means, and when I finally do, I frown. Betty, does this decision have anything to do with me? Because I can assure you working with me will be the same as working with my father. I almost choke on the lie, but luckily, I don't. Who am I deceiving? No matter how hard I try, I can never do as great a job as my father did. Don't get me wrong. I'm not putting myself down or anything. I'm just sincere. My father is a perfectionist, and he did this job with great enthusiasm. He is the hardest worker I know. And on the other hand, I'm not lazy, but I'm only hard-working when it comes to what I'm passionate about. But this? No, not at all. Betty shakes her head in disagreement. My decision has absolutely nothing to do with you. I should have retired a long time ago, but I was waiting for the right time. Oh, and you think this is the right time? I ask, trying to sound as polite as I can. Yes, for me, this is the right time. Betty, this is the time when the company needs you the most. There is a replacement for me, and she does even a better job than me, she responds, cutting me off mid-sentence. Who? Ava? Ava Roberts, yes. She is brilliant, and this was why she was hired. I have trained her, and she is skilled. Your mother knew you would eventually have to take this position one day. She doesn't think I'll be of much help to you, and I agree with that. Betty pauses to observe the look on my face. It's why we have the hardworking Ava. She will help you in incredible ways. You can trust her, she smiles. I still think I need your help, Betty, I continue, hoping she takes back her choice of retiring. Tell me, is there anything I can do to change your mind? No. I have made up my mind, Mr. Miller. Please call me Max, I say, waving her courtesy aside. I hope you understand, Max. I exhale lightly, wondering how else to convince her, and nothing is coming to mind. I'm not used to this. And this feels like a wrong way to start. The executive assistant deciding to retire the day I start. I don't know what else to expect from working here. What if the second secretary decides to quit too? How would I go about with all of this? I think it's time to pick up some of those how to run a company books that my mom dumps on my shelves. I do. I understand you, Betty. I finally agree to her decision before standing. Thank you so much. I extend my hand for a shake, and she accepts it as she stands too. As she turns to leave, I ask her to send in Ava. I need to make sure she's how Betty described her. It is a crucial time for the company, and everything must be in place for me to function well as the CEO. Wow, function well as the CEO. How did I make that up? Returning to my seat, I switch on the computer and pretend to understand any of the things I am seeing. I feel guilty about not listening to my mom before now, but all of these files remind me of why I thought I couldn't handle this. It's boring, and have I told you I'm bad with figures? I am very bad with figures, and this CEO position requires calculating 6 to 9-digit figures daily. Man, it would take more than just books to put me through all of this. It's why I need to talk to that lady. Resting my back on the chair, I wonder why she isn't here yet. And I hear a knock on the door as I attempt to pick up the office phone on the desk and check how it works. Yes, come in, I respond. And as she steps inside, I raise my head to look at her. She's gazing at me. Are you just going to stand there and keep staring at me? I implore. Oh, I'll sit. She pulls a chair back and takes her seat. I haven't had the time to look at her closely until now. I still haven't changed my mind that she should be working in a modeling company and not here. I mean, look at this woman. Even with the glasses and how she packed her hair into a bun, she's still successfully giving the Bella Hadid vibes. A heart-shaped face, decorated with striking almond-shaped emerald, green eyes, and a nose that looks like it was carved on one of God's favorite days. Her lips are full but small. I've not met many women, but her beauty is to die for, and she looks very young too. Is there a problem? She asks, turning to face me. How old are you? You can't ask me that. She responds carefully. My brows raise, and I lean back against the chair. She looks young, but she's a bit feisty too. My eyes scan her face again, more carefully this time, then drop to her chest. How is this young woman going to help me in doing this job properly? I don't see it. Or maybe what I don't see is how I'll work with her. I prefer someone like Betty to be my secretary. She's older, knowledgeable, and won't catch my eyes in inappropriate ways. I'm sure you know why I called you here. I start, trying to put aside the fact that she is drop-dead gorgeous, and the horny part of me is trying to imagine the things I could do to her. My father's company is at stake here, and I must remind myself that gorgeousness won't help me. Only competence will. Yes, I do, she replies, and it sounded more like a question. Do you think you can do this job? I ask her, and my face breaks into seriousness. Because things are about to change now, and what I need is someone that can do this job. Not just do it, but do it competently, I explain. And I'm serious about that. It will take me more than 3 months to get used to what this is about, and the help of a diligent secretary is the only thing that can help me. So, I have to be sure she can handle this, or if I need to find a more creative method to beg Betty to stay. Ava. He's only in his early 30s, so why is he acting like he's 50? I don't understand why he's trying to question my competence. Anyone in this company can attest to it. I do my job well. Why does he have doubts? If I hadn't accidentally heard Mr. Burley's age from Betty, I'd assume he's 50 or 60-something. He's even acting older than his father. Wait, have I said I don't like him? Because I don't. Who says being young implies that you can't do your work competently? In what book did he read that tidbit? I hate people that look down on others just because they are in a position that allows them to. He reminds me of all the bad things I don't like in a boss. He's questioning my competence and making me feel like the 3 years I've spent here were for nothing. I know I do many things under Betty's assistance, but that's because she usually likes to guide me. If left alone, I can do these things perfectly well. I have learned so much from her in the past 3 years, and I'm trying to explain it to Mr. Burley, but he doesn't get it. I understand he's new to all of this, and he needs strong help to put everything together. Okay, and I've promised him I'll do my best. It's hard to even talk to him because all he does is frown and glare. He's acting like he has a strong grudge against me. He should just get straight to it. There's no point going through the maze. I apologize for what happened earlier. How was I supposed to know he is the CEO's son when we've never met? I expect him to understand, and he has said this conversation has nothing to do with what happened earlier. However, I'm still confused. Why is he so angry? He can talk calmly and still pass his message, right? The tension in the room makes it hard for me to articulate my words well. So, tell me, do you think you can do the job or not? He asks again. I told you I could. But if you doubt my competence, then I should do what? He frowns. I'm sure you understand this is a very crucial time for the company. I don't want someone who's not sure what they can do. If you can't do the job, please let me know. You are expected to replace Betty, but I'm starting to doubt your competence. I don't know what you want me to say, I respond, entwining my left hand with the right one to control my emotions. I don't know what I want you to say either. I just don't think you can do this job, Mr. Burley concludes while searching through some files on his desk. I've worked here for 3 years. It's not about how long you've worked here, but how well we can work together since Betty is leaving. He raises his head to look at me. Don't you understand? Maybe it's... I try to speak, but words won't form. You just aren't good enough on your own, and that's it. I prefer to have... He continues speaking, but my mind has gone blurry. The only thing in my head is, you are not good enough, and I'm reminded of how many times I've heard that. People always think I'm not good enough, and he thinks so too. We just met today, and he can already tell that I am not good enough. That's just as good as saying you are fired. I saw it coming. Tears gather in my eyes and my hands start to shake. Please excuse me, I interrupt before standing up. I rush outside his office and head straight to the bathroom, ignoring Betty's questions as I find my way to the bathroom. Slamming the door behind me, I press my hand against my face and lean against the bathroom wall. I can't control the tears as they freely flow down from my eyes. I've not felt this way in a long time. First, it started with Mr. Miller. Then, Betty's retirement, and the CEO's son doesn't think he can work with me. Is today another one of those tragic days of my life? It is always this way. One minute I think things are going great for me. Then the next minute I'm reminded of how sad my life is. It's like nothing ever goes right for me, and I'm always worried when things are going great, something bad is waiting in the shadows. My life is not a bed of roses. It never has been. It was always cleaning up from one mess to another when I was younger. It's why I don't have much confidence in myself because, well, I don't. I'm always worried I'll make a mistake every day, and everything I have will change. That sense of not belonging anywhere creeps up in my head again, and I hate this feeling. Letting out a sharp breath, I wipe the tears off my face and move to the mirror. You are good enough. You are good enough, I profess to my reflection in the mirror. You, Ava, are good enough, and it's not your fault that these things happened to you. You don't get to choose your life. It chose you, I continue. It's what I do every time I feel like this. I look at myself in the mirror and remind the woman I see how great she is. Although it doesn't always work, sometimes the sadness gets the better part of me, and today feels like one of those days. Tears stream down my cheeks again. The technique is not working, and it seems my anxiety is winning. I fear not being good enough, and it didn't just start today. I've suffered from this phobia since I was younger. It started when people found fault in everything I did, and I was constantly told I was not good enough. No matter the amount of effort I put in, I'm never good enough. Growing up, I had no one to support me. I grew up in an orphanage and spent my life bouncing from one foster family to another. It's hard to believe, although I've never told anyone. I hate talking about how I grew up. It saddens me that people have biological parents, and I don't. I don't remember being in the arms of someone that loves me. It's strange, but the only part of my childhood I remember begins with the days I spent at the orphanage. I don't know who my parents are, and when I was younger, I used to think some of us didn't have parents, until I grew up and realized it's impossible for anyone to exist without having a mother and a father. So, where are mine? I don't know. I've lived like this ever since I can remember, having to deal with people bringing me down and telling me my parents weren't wrong to have left me the way they did. Unlike most children who grew up with genuine parental care and affection, I grew up trying to find a way for myself in this wicked world. I always put in twice the effort expected to achieve anything, and it's hard when there's no support. I'm always trying hard to impress people, show them what I'm capable of, and get their validation and acceptance. How Mr. Miller's son spoke to me today reminded me of how people have always treated me. It reminded me of the people in my past and all the bad things I've been through. His father was the first person that gave me a chance to prove myself. Every other person I've met always tells me I won't amount to anything. The doubt the CEO's son expressed today is the same one I get from everyone I meet. It makes me anxious, and I start to doubt my abilities. I start to think, maybe they are right, maybe I'm not good enough. I hold my head in my hands, trying to prevent the scary thoughts from taking over. It ends like this every time. Headache and unwanted thoughts. I've not felt this way in a long time. So, why did it pick today of all days? Ava, I have more sad memories than happy ones, and I can count the positive things that have happened to me in the 23 years I've spent on this planet. But I can't count the terrible ones. There's just too many. I lived in nearly 19 different foster homes, starting before the age of 3 and ending when I was 18. I can't say my experience was positive. My foster parents never showed me the care they showed their biological children. I lived with some who were only in it for the money, and it was hell. They took what the state paid and used it for their pleasure and enjoyment, while we lived with second-hand and the least of everything. It was very depressing. Every day was uncertain. When changes are made, they happen in a hurry, and you have no choice in the matter. Your things are gathered in a trash bag, and then loaded into a car and sent to the next location. I used to think one day I'd reunite with my biological parents, but it never happened. I was not a happy child, but I was hard-working because I knew that was the only way I could scale through life. The sense of, I don't belong here, was hard to undo. Sometimes, I'd stay up all night praying my parents would just show up. I didn't care who they were. I just wanted to go home. I had to grow up fast. Honestly, I went through a lot. It was tough, and I don't wish that type of life for any child. I got yelled at for any little mistake. I did more than necessary because of the fear they would hate me or get angry. It was where this all started, this fear of not being enough. I'm always scared for no reason. I always have this feeling that something bad will happen to me even when it hasn't happened yet. Well, because something always happens. I don't keep many memories of the foster homes I've lived in. However, the last one stayed in my memory because that place showed me another side of life. 8 years ago, the Scots home. I can never forget that place, try as I might. Although living there was not entirely bad compared to the houses where I lived before. The place was somewhat more home-like, except that I did most of the chores because I was 13 and the oldest of the 5 foster kids that lived there. Well, the place was home-like until one afternoon, and then everything changed. I was a brilliant kid in 7th grade. Well, that was the only thing I could be, a smart kid. Despite that, I still never got enough praise. I was still just a foster kid whose parents abandoned them. In school, I was one of the top students in my class, and a few teachers liked me, while the others hated me for no specific reason. They probably had a reason. Maybe it was because I wasn't one of those kids whose parents would come around and tip them with gifts and money or help them in the classroom. Since I had no parents, there was no one to tip my teachers with anything. My school's counselor called me one Tuesday morning to tell me about a college scholarship. She promised to do everything to help me get the scholarship. That day was one of the happiest days of my life. That afternoon, I got home feeling excited. I couldn't help imagining what the next phase of my life would look like. The scholarship was great news for me as I was eager to go to college and leave that house. Happily, I walked inside the kitchen to make some snacks for my foster siblings. My duty was to make them snacks every afternoon when I returned from school. It was tiring because school stressed me out, but I dared not complain. I had to do as I was told, and I endured it, knowing I'd leave the house soon. I leaned against the kitchen sink, trying to decide between making fruit pizza or crackers and cheese. Then I heard a short knock on the door. I waited to see if anyone would answer it, but no one did, so I decided to. I walked to pull the door open, and Mrs. Grace, one of the social workers, greeted me with a smile. She was the one that brought me to that house, so I recognized her. "Hey, Ava!" She walked inside the house with a boy that looked slightly older than I was. "Good afternoon," I greeted her, shutting the door behind her. Mrs. Scott walked inside the living room to join us, and I excused myself from there. It was clear that the boy was another foster kid joining us. I was slightly happy that he wasn't a kid. He looked 15 or 16, which made me relieved that he'd be able to look after himself at least. I walked back inside the kitchen to continue cooking, and I served the snacks to the other kids when they returned from school. I only made snacks for the 6 of us because I didn't know whether or not the new boy was staying. After I had served the other kids their snack, he walked to meet me and asked if he could get one too. I pitied him, so I gave him my snack. "My name is Marcus," he started while eating the fruit pizza. "I'm Ava," I told him. "Ava," he carefully sizes me up with his eyes. "You look as beautiful as your name," he said. "Thank you," I responded shyly. That was the first time someone called me beautiful. "How old are you?" Marcus continued. "I'm 13. What about you?" 16, he replied, and stretched his hand forward in an attempt to touch me. I moved my face gently. "No," I told him before standing up. "Why?" He tried to pull me back. "Don't you like me? I like you. Get off me." I released my hand from his grip and ran to my room. Later that night, I was writing my scholarship essay in my room. Then, my room's door creaked open, and Marcus walked inside my room. "What are you doing here?" I asked him, frowning. "Shut up!" he hissed, shutting the door behind him. Fear built up on my face as I begged him not to hurt me, but the look on his face made me even more scared. "I won't, sweetheart. I won't if you obey me." Marcus walked to meet me and caressed my face with his hand. "Everyone is asleep, so if you scream, no one will hear you," he started. "What do you want from me?" "It's simple," he spoke, and I watched him as he pulled his pants down. My eyes widened at the sight of his penis. "Put it in your mouth," he commanded. "No, I can't," I disagreed, and he hit me across the face. "Put it in your mouth!" He pulled my hair, and I struggled to get out of his grip. "Do it, and stop acting like you are too good for me. I know you have done this before. Stop pretending." That night was one of the most terrifying nights of my life. Till today, I still suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder caused by a culmination of bad experiences that occurred during my childhood. It is happening again, a panic attack. I haven't had one in a long time, but everything that's happened today reminded me of the bitter days in my past. My hands are shaking, and I'm freaking out. I don't have my medicines here. It's the first time I'm experiencing this in the 3 years I've worked here. "Stop. Please. Stop." I shut my eyes, crying as I collapse on the bathroom floor. My head hurts like crazy, and it feels like there's a weight on my chest. I can't breathe. I can't. I hear a continuous knock on the door. "Hey, Ava, are you okay?" Mr. Burley's voice penetrates through the door. I want to say something, but I can't. I feel like I'm dying. "I'm coming inside, okay?" he continues. No, I don't want him to come inside and see me like this, but I can't voice it out. My heart is pounding hard in my chest, and the last thing I see before passing out is the door flying open and Mr. Burley walking in. Today has successfully made itself another one of the worst days of my life. "Max, please excuse me," Ava speaks, cutting me off mid-sentence. She doesn't wait for a response. She just hurries out of the office, pressing her hands against her mouth as she dashes out. What was that? I look around the office as if searching for someone to explain what just happened. I didn't just mess that up, did I? Isn't this how CEOs talk to their workers? We were having a serious conversation because her contribution to this company would determine its future. I was trying to tell her I didn't intend to fire her, but I just want to make sure we are on the same page. So, where did I go wrong? Was I too harsh? Or is she sick? She doesn't look sick. So, what was that? I slam my hand against my forehead. You see why I think I'm not made for this. It's only my first day here, and the executive assistant told me she's retiring. I've just struck the nerve of her assistant too, and maybe she'll submit her resignation after this. The problem is with me. I'm not good with people. I don't have many friends, and my interactive skills are very low. I've heard it from many people, including the women I've dated. I haven't dated many women, but the few I have dated always complained about my interactive skills. It's like they find fault in the things I do, but I don't see it. I'm usually confused and blind to what they say I'm not doing correctly. The first woman I dated, Tiana, she'd always complained about how I suck at giving compliments. I didn't understand what she meant until I looked it up on the internet. I spent days reading up on the types of compliments women love to receive. I mastered it and began to shower her with more than enough compliments. And she complained again that the compliments sounded too automated and fake. That was how the relationship drifted apart. She left me for a man that could give better compliments. The second woman I dated complained also. Hers were even worse than Tiana's. Abby complained about every single thing I did. I didn't know how to do anything right for her. She said the only place I was good was in the bedroom. My quiet nature bothered her a lot, and sometimes she'd ask me how a man can look like this and have this type of nature. She left me too, but her reason was different. She wanted marriage so badly, and I told her I wasn't ready. After the third woman, Ruby, I decided I was done with relationships. Ruby was toxic, and yelling was her favorite thing. I hated it when she yelled, and I just kept calm. I don't know what issues Ruby had with me, but I knew they were many. Sometimes she'd say I wasn't romantic enough. Sometimes she'd say I didn't give her enough attention. I don't know a lot about all these things, but these women assumed I was an expert in relationships. It was probably because of my looks, I'm not really sure. I would have appreciated it if they had corrected me with love and shown me how to do these things they said I wasn't doing correctly. But they never did. They just expected me to figure it out myself. And when I did, they still complained it's not how it was done. I don't understand what people want. It's why I prefer to be on my own with the things that make me happy. And the only thing that makes me happy is getting creative. It's easier to sit by your desk at home, alone and work all day than this. I don't know how to behave around these people. What should I say? And what should I not say? I need someone I can trust to tell me how these things are done. Exhaling lightly, I pick up a file from the desk, not knowing what to do with it. I just flipped through it absent-mindedly while thinking about what was wrong with how I spoke to Ava. I tried my best not to be distracted by her beauty. I might not know anything about companies, but I know it's wrong to be attracted to any of your coworkers. I'm not saying I'm attracted to Ava. I'm just saying she's attractive. And I must be careful. Did I affect her with my awkwardness too? I sit back, trying to replay our conversation again. Was I too mean? Wait, maybe I shouldn't have said she isn't good enough. Why did I even say that? Shit. I comb my hand through my hair nervously. Believe me when I tell you the problem is always me. I need to fix many things about myself now that I'll be working with people. My manner of speech, manner of approach, and... I look down at the shirt and jeans that I wore, and I'm not allowed to dress like this. I didn't have time to go back home to change, as my mom just wanted me to come straight here to announce that I'd be the new acting CEO. Besides, I'm not sure I have any wearable suits in my closet. The ones I have are old, and I haven't worn them in a very long time, so I doubt they'd fit me anymore. There's another thing I need to change. My wardrobe. A short knock lands on my door, and I adjust my sitting posture before saying a quick, "Please come in." Betty steps inside, and my face breaks into a frown. I was hoping it was Ava. "I just wanted to ask if you told Ava she was getting fired," she starts. "No, I did not say I was firing her. Why would I?" I reply defensively. Betty pauses as if trying to analyze what happened. I'm sure she doesn't understand it either. Ava's face was red as she rushed out of my office, and it looked like she was going to cry. I didn't say anything about firing her. I'm sure I didn't. "Did you ask her about her family?" she implores further. Her family. My face breaks into confusion. I did not. I wonder what exactly is happening. So, what if I had asked about her family? None of this makes sense to me. Why should asking her about her family make her want to cry? What is this company? Betty sighs. "I've only seen her like that once, and it was the day I asked her about her family." Confused, I ask, "What's wrong with asking her about her family?" "I don't know. Ava never wants to talk about it. So please don't ask her about her family," she concludes. "Okay?" Sighing, Betty says, "I'll finish up with the work that's left and forward it to you once I'm done." "Thank you," I respond, and she nods before walking out of the office. Betty?" I call her back. "Yes?" She turns around gently. "What else do I have to know?" She squeezes her forehead. "I'm not sure I get the question." What else do I have to know about working with Ava? Overall, she's a great person. She just doesn't like talking about her personal life, she concludes, and walks out of my office. Rule number 2. Don't ask your secretary about anything related to her personal life. I register that at the back of my mind, but a part of me still wants to know why her personal life is a prohibited subject. And where is she? I stand up and walk out of my office, hoping to find Ava at her desk, but she isn't there. I turn to face Betty. "Where is Ava?" "She's in the restroom," Betty replies. I see." I contemplate what to do, and I think it's best to apologize. I probably said things I shouldn't have said, and I have to apologize. "Where's the restroom?" I ask Betty, and the look she gives me yells. A son who's never been to his father's company. What a shame. "Over there." She points to a closed door. "Thank you." I walk to the restroom and pause when I get to the door. What do I say to her? I don't want to mess things up more than they already are. Okay. I guess I'll just tell her I'm sorry for doubting her competence. Maybe I'll also beg her not to resign. I'll tell her how much this company needs her. I plan to knock on the door, but there's no response. "Ava!" I call her gently, and instead of her response, I hear a heavy thump from inside, and fear tightens in my chest. "Hey, Ava, are you okay?" I asked her again, waiting for a response, but I get none. "I'm coming inside, okay?" I express before pulling the door open. "Oh my God, Ava, are you okay?" I rush to meet her. She's curled up on the floor, struggling to breathe. "Ava!" I call to her. "Look at me," I speak, cupping her face in my hand. but the only thing she does is cry. Please, look at me. You're fine, okay? Everything is fine? She's sweating and shaking in my hands. What can I do? I press her head against my chest and rub her back gently. You're going to be fine, okay? You are good enough, and I know you will add much value to this company. Okay? So, breathe, Ava. Breathe. Her breathing pace slows, and her eyelids flip open gently. Her green eyes pierce mine, and I read many things inside those eyes, things I can't interpret. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. Oh my God. She slips out of my grip, embarrassed as she stands up. You don't have to apologize. I'm fine. It's fine. She presses her hands against her face. I stand up and walk to meet her. Are you sure you're okay? Do you need water or anything? I could bring you... No, I'm okay, thank you. I'll get back to work soon. Ava nods, wiping the tears from her face. Guilt overwhelms me as I walk out of the restroom. It's only my first day here, and I've succeeded in giving a wrong impression of myself. No, this is not how to behave. Honestly, I can't believe this. I can't believe I just made her cry. Oh God, Max, you are a jackass. Ava. The day finally ended, and I spent the whole time at my desk, avoiding Mr. Miller's son. I feel so angry at myself. I still don't know how to work here after what happened. He didn't have to come to the restroom, and the last thing I wanted was for him to see me like that. I know he already has his doubts, but this will make him doubt my competence even more. Life! Why do you always do this to me? Hey! Betty calls to me as she walks out of Mr. Miller's office. Do you want to take a day off tomorrow? She asks. No, I don't need a day off. I'm fine, I respond sharply. I'm totally fine. I just think with everything that happened today, a day or two off would be good for you. Her face breaks into a gentle smile. Oh, I'm fine. I think this is the best time to work hard and push through. The company needs all the help it can get since Mr. Miller is absent, I express. All right, honey. Take care. She pulls me into a small hug. Thank you. I finish packing my purse and pull out my phone to call Joanna. We usually go home together, and I enjoy her company. As I scroll through my phone, searching for Joe's contact, Mr. Burley steps out of his office, and fear runs through my body again. He doesn't say anything to me. He just faces Betty and engages her in a conversation. I sigh. I want him to at least say something, anything. Am I getting fired? I just need to hear his comment to know if my position here is still safe, or if I need to start searching for another job. Hi, Buttercup. Joanna greets me as she walks inside the office. Hey, I was about to call you. I raise my phone in her direction before tossing it in my bag. Really? Yup. I smile and walk out of the office after exchanging good nights with Betty. Dylan is here, Joanna expresses as she directs me to the parking lot. Oh, is he back? Yeah, he returned on Monday evening. Joanna's face lights up as she talks about her boyfriend. That's great. I smile. Hey, baby. She rushes to hug her boyfriend, who's standing patiently, waiting for her. Hi. I wave at Dylan when he's finished expressing how much he missed his girlfriend through kissing. Hey, Ava. He smiles before pulling his car's door open. Tiredly, I hop inside the car and watch Joanna as she moves to sit in the space next to the driver's seat. So, Ava, how's working with Mr. Miller's son? She starts. I can't tell yet. I lie because the truth is, I can already tell that it would be nothing less than awful. What's his name? She questions further. I think Mac or Max. I'm not sure. I don't know why, but I feel weird about him. You feel it too, right? Yes, I do. I just don't feel good about a son that waited for his dad to collapse before doing what is expected of him. Who collapsed? Dylan asks while driving. Your company's owner? Yeah, he collapsed this morning. It was a heart attack. I just hope he recovers soon. That man is amazing, Joanna sniffs. Really? How come we haven't seen or heard about it on any news platform? Dylan's journalistic interest grows. His son doesn't want anyone to know about his father's illness. So, he's not allowing any media to take the topic, I add. Oh, well, I wish him a quick recovery. Dylan nods. We stop talking, and a comfortable silence follows. I turn my head and look out through the car's window. The first thing that graces my sight is a family holding hands and taking pictures in front of a restaurant by the road. A sad smile forms on my face as I watch the daughter curl her arms around her dad's back. The scene reminds me of everything I don't have. Hey, let's stop to grab dinner, Joanna suggests, turning to face me. Sure, I agree. Dylan parks the car and we step out. He playfully pulls Joanna to him, and I start to feel like a third wheel. Sighing, I move my eyes away from them and fix them on the restaurant ahead. I admire how Joanna is happily in love and hope to find the one for me, too. Love is one feeling I have never experienced. I don't know how it feels to have someone that genuinely cares about you, someone that makes you happy. The only person I have is me. I've never had anyone give me the all will be fine reassurance. I'm the only one I have, and it's sad, honestly. A reluctant tear squeezes from my eye, but I quickly wipe it away with my palm as we step inside the restaurant. What should we get? Joanna directs the question to her boyfriend. Pizza? I love that. She turns to face me. Would you like pizza too? Sure. I nod. We finish buying and move to walk back outside to the car. A man bumps into me as I attempt to step out of the restaurant, and he mutters a quick, "Sorry," before hurrying away. I turn around and watch the man as he walks to place an order. Who wears that type of hoodie in this hot weather? I smirk before heading out to join Joanna and Dylan. I get back to the car and dip my hand in the side pocket of my jacket. I start to panic when I don't feel my phone in my pocket. Oh my God, I exclaim, still searching my pockets. What's wrong? Joanna turns to face me. I can't find my phone, I reply, pulling off my jacket to search all the pockets. What? Really? Where did you put it? Dylan asks, pausing his hand on the steering wheel. I'm sure I dropped it in my pocket. It was... I halt my speech. Damn it, that man! I express before combing my hands through my hair. What man? Joanna implores in a confused tone. The man that bumped into me at the restaurant's entrance. We can still get the phone back. He should still be inside the restaurant, Dylan suggests before pulling the car's door open. I do the same and follow Dylan, hoping the man is still inside the restaurant. We step inside and looked around carefully. Is he here? No, I respond, walking to the counter. Excuse me, we were here to buy pizza earlier, and a man bumped into me on my way out, and when I checked my pocket, I realized my phone was missing. Please, did he leave already? I ask. There have been plenty of men here ordering. Can you be more specific? Yes, he wore a black hoodie and... We didn't have what he wanted, so he left, the attendant replies, cutting me off mid-sentence. Okay, thanks, I say, exhaling as I walk away. What did she say? Dylan implores. He left already, I sigh. Joanna walks inside the restaurant and hurries to meet us. Did you find him? No, I shake my head. This is crazy, Dylan expresses angrily. It's fine. Let's just go before it gets dark, I suggest. We walk to the car, and the rest of the drive was sadly awkward, especially for me. I keep regretting that I agreed to the idea of grabbing dinner at that restaurant. I know it's wrong to think this way, but why was it my phone? Why do these bad things always choose me? I know what I went through before completely paying for that phone. It's the latest iPhone, and I just paid it off. Do you see what I mean when I say life is a bitch? Ava? Joanna calls me, and I look up to face her. Then outside the window, we're in front of my apartment. Oh, thanks. I pull the car door open before waving a bye at her and Dylan. I'll see you tomorrow. She waves at me as I walk towards my apartment, and I watch as Dylan drives off. Sighing, I unlock my door and pull it open. This is normally my favorite part of the day, coming back home to rest. "Oh God, my phone," I groan as I walk to switch on the light. Dropping the pizza box on my table, I look around the apartment, and confusion forms on my face. Why does it look like someone was here when I was away? I look around observantly. It looks like someone moved the couch. Did I do it? I wonder while adjusting the couch back to its position. It's been a long, sad day, so I guess it's taking a toll on my memory. Thank you, Wednesday, for messing up my week. I'll just take a cold bath, eat my pizza, and binge watch some Netflix. Then hopefully sleep will find me. Max, my first day as a CEO is officially over, and luckily I'm still sane. Mom said my mind would change positively after spending a day here. God, was she wrong? It was a crazy long day, and I'm glad it's finally over. It was hard not to fall asleep while going through those business-related files. I found myself unconsciously doodling on the edges of the files. The only way to explain it is, I'm not made for this. Sighing, I step outside the building and head to the parking lot. As I approach the lot, I see a man making a fuss near my car. Shit, I wasn't even paying attention when I parked. I hurry over, apologizing as I walk. Wait, are you the asshole that parked this way? The middle-aged man questions me, frowning as he turns to face me. Yes, sorry. I was in a hurry this morning and... What type of dickhead maneuver is this? How could you even park like this? He cuts me off mid-sentence. You were in a hurry? He pulls a short, dramatic laugh. I could be in a hurry and crush your car out of the way because what idiot parks like this? The man gestures towards my car. This parking job is inexcusable. He places his hand on his chest. Oh man, my blood pressure just increased by 10. Please take it easy, I express. Don't you tell me to take it easy. Get your jackwagon ass in that car and move it! He makes an aggressive sound with his tongue. I have to start making a list of the people I won't work with. This man is number 1. I think as I walk to my car. I step inside my car, ignoring the man's glare as I drive out of the parking lot. I wonder how many other aggressive workers I will have to deal with. Glancing at my wristwatch, I pray I don't get stuck in rush hour traffic today. I need to stop at the hospital before going home. Exhausted is an understatement to express how I currently feel, but I'll be fine. Various thoughts cross my mind as I drive, and they all have that young secretary in them. I told Betty to ask her if she would like to take the day off tomorrow, but she said her response was negative. Now I know I have to be careful when dealing with her. She seems sensitive. I still have things I'd like to ask Betty about her, but for now, I'll try not to engage her in anything so I won't trigger her sensitive side. I wrinkle my nose as I walk inside the hospital. I've only been here twice today, and I'm starting to hate the smell. I pause to figure out where I turned earlier when I came here. Okay, I think it's there. I nod. Turning left, I see a familiar figure walking in my direction, and my face breaks into a small frown. What is she doing here? Oh my God, Max, you're here. Catherine rushes to meet me. Yeah, I am, I reply, and want to ask why she's here too. And then it occurs to me that Mom probably called her parents to inform them about what happened, and also the good news of how I have decided to take over the position of CEO. My parents and Catherine's parents are great friends, and Catherine is the woman my mom thinks is best for me because she's hard-working, and her parents are a great help to our family's business. I'm not a fan of the connection my parents built with hers because I don't intend to marry Catherine, and I get slightly angry when I see her. She's everything I don't want in a woman. I tried loving her once before, but it was an epic failure. Oh my God! She throws herself on me, crying. How did it happen? I can't believe this is happening, she cries. I resist the urge to smack my hand across my face as I grudgingly pat her back. He'll be fine. The doctor assured us that he'd be fine. Right. She breaks the hug and wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. You should go in. She gestures towards the door. Yeah, I should. I nod and walk to the door. Shit! I curse under my breath as I look through the cracked open door. My aunt is here too, another one of the people I loathe. She's sitting next to my mom, and I can feel the hatred and anger radiating through her skin from where I stand. Bracing myself, I pull the door open and walk inside the room. They turn their heads in my direction as I enter, and the glare my aunt throws at me makes me wish I had gone home instead of coming here. "Max," Mum calls to me as I walk towards her. "How was work today?" "It was great. Oh, was it?" My aunt interferes, raising her brows. "I knew this was you and your mother's plan all along, for my brother to collapse or probably die, so both of you can take the company and everything he has worked for while he—" She points in my father's direction and sniffs tearfully. "While he lays here lifeless like that." She bursts into tears. We told him not to marry this woman, but did he listen?" A frown breaks on my face, and my mom mouths a low, "Don't say anything," at me as I attempt to speak. I inhale my anger and tuck my hands in my pockets. Aunt Beatrice has always been like this, always tyrannizing my mom and telling Dad he's wrong for marrying her. She and my uncle are the only family my dad has left, and neither of them are a fan of my mother and me. My dad never listens to them because he married my mom out of love, and he knows I'm not even interested in his company or his wealth. I have never wished for something miserable to happen to my father so that I can inherit his company or wealth, and neither has my mom. If anything, I want him to live long and healthy to run his company because I have no interest in it. "Did you see Catherine on your way here?" Mom asks. "Yes, I did," I nod. "You have to go to work early tomorrow. You should go home and rest," Mom expresses, placing a hand on my back. Sure," I nod, still frowning at my aunt as she observes my dad's face. "Oh, and I have something to discuss with you about Catherine." I turn to face her. "Catherine?" "Yes, she has agreed to help you with—" "Help me with what?" I frown. "Mom, I don't need any help from her. I pause when Aunt Beatrice turns to face me. "Okay," I say grudgingly. "I should go home to prepare for tomorrow's work." "Sure," Mom nods. "We'll talk later." Exhaling heavily, I walk out of the room and wonder why my mother wants to involve Catherine in our business. I was just starting to think I might actually be able to do the whole CEO thing, and now Catherine. Ugh! I slap my hand against my face before walking towards the entrance. I just know this fight is one I can't win. Nothing would change my mum's mind about accepting Catherine's offer to help me. Catherine is the assistant CEO in her dad's company. She's been working in that position for a long time. My mom always refers to her every time she chastises me for not helping my father. She's like a model of what my parents want me to be, and that's why they think we are meant for each other. Catherine and I dated for a few months when we were in college, and I realized she isn't my type. She is hardworking, ambitious, and I admire her for that, but she lacks in every other aspect. Catherine treated the relationship like a business. I tried to love her, but I couldn't. I was not the problem, she was. She was not romantic, and that relationship was one of my worst. Wait, did I say relationship? I shouldn't call it that. And don't even get me started on her bedroom skills. I just hope my parents understand that Catherine's volunteering to work for me will not change how I feel about her. Nothing can change how I feel about her. Ava. Honestly, I feel like I don't work here anymore. Everything has changed, and it's like the only thing I do here is sit at this desk the whole day doing nothing. It sucks. It's been 2 weeks since Mr. Burley took over his father's position, and since he saw me have a panic attack on the bathroom floor. He hasn't mentioned it, and I don't think he's ever going to because he doesn't even say anything more than good morning and good night. As usual, I'm sitting at my desk, waiting for him to need my help. Betty is currently not in her seat, so let's see who Mr. Burley will call when he needs something. He prefers to call Betty to assist him instead of me. It's like he's been avoiding me, and I know it's because of what happened that day. I wish he would address it, so I can explain it was nothing and I'm fine, instead of only speaking to Betty and making me feel invisible. Today is Betty's last day, and although it breaks my heart to know Betty won't be working here anymore, I still want to know what he will do when Betty is gone. Mr. Burley pulls his office door open, and I look up quickly. He looks around the office slowly, then his eyes stop at mine. "Do you need something?" I ask. No, I don't," he replies sharply. "Okay," I nod. "Thanks," he utters before attempting to walk outside the office. "Where are you going?" I ask, standing up. "Please sit. You don't have to worry about me." Max gestures towards my chair. "What are those files?" As I walk to meet him, I implore him, observing the files he holds. "Oh, these? I just want to make photocopies of the documents inside. I can do it." I attempt to take the files from him. "How many copies of each?" "Oh, no, don't bother. I'll do it myself." He stops me from taking the files from him. "It's fine," he smiles. "No, it's not. I'm your secretary." "I should help you with things like this. That is why I'm here." I try to explain, but it comes out like a cry for help. "Okay," he hands the file to me. 2 copies each. "All right." I collect the files from him, combing my fingers through my hair as I walk outside the department. "Why would you choose to photocopy the documents when you have a secretary?" "Oh, because you have sworn not to say anything to her. I don't know how to get his trust back and let him understand he doesn't have to treat me with kid gloves." "Hey, Queen!" I roll my eyes when Mr. Brown's voice hits my ears. "Good morning," I greet, turning around to face him. "How are you?" He walks to meet me and quietly says, "I heard you don't like working for Mr. Miller's son." Oh my God, who said, "Geez, Joanna." I slap my right hand over my face. "I like working for him. I need to go." I smirk, trying to avoid a conversation. "No, Queen." Mr. Brown pulls me back. "It's okay. Nobody likes him. I mean, what's there to like? He parks his car like an idiot. He's excessively quiet. Frowns. Doesn't even know how to behave." He badmouths Mr. Burley. "I understand if you don't like working for him. How about I help you become my secretary? You deserve to work with someone that values you, and I do, Queen. I will. I've got work to do." I snort, pulling my hand out of his grip. "I'll give you time to think about it, okay?" He shouts in my direction. "I'll be waiting for your response." Shaking my head, I walk inside the research and development department to use the copy machine and check if Joanna is around. "Hey, Pumpkin," Joanna greets me as I walk inside. "Joe, why did you tell Mr. Brown that I hate working for Mr. Miller's son?" I whisper the question as I pull her with me to the copy machine. "I didn't say anything to him, but he overheard me telling Lillian. That sneaky man." She smirks. "Why? Did he say something about it?" "Yeah. He said he wants me to be his secretary." I laugh as I fix the papers in the copy machine. "I'd rather resign than work as his secretary." "Haha. So, how's it going with Max?" she asks. "Wait, is he naturally quiet, or is he just pretending to be quiet?" She squints her eyes. "Because it's weird. Like, why are you so reticent?" "It's suspicious. Honestly, I don't know anything about that man except that he's hot." I pick up the first 2 photocopies and insert more. "I told you he hasn't spoken to me for weeks. Just good morning, good night. And that's all he does. Betty is the only person he speaks to, and I've never seen him actually having a conversation with anyone. He's weird. I think he's hiding something." "I think so too. Even during meetings, he barely says anything, just listens, observes, and gazes at you." Joanna wiggles her brows. "God, Joe, you're crazy. You know why he gazes at me? I told you I had a panic attack on the bathroom floor, and he saw everything. He probably wonders, why is this crazy girl still here, and is probably still contemplating firing me." "Joanna, my days here are numbered." I sigh. "Oh, don't say that. I'm serious. He was going to copy these files himself instead of asking me to assist him. He's trying to show me good reasons why he doesn't need me, and that things would go well even if I'm not around," I complain. "I don't know what to do because I need this job. Calm down, Ava. It's your overthinking spirit that's doing the talking. He won't fire you, and since he hasn't said a word about it, he's probably forgotten it even happened. I mean, it's been 2 weeks already, Joanna shrugs. He's the awkward one here, not you, and he probably doesn't know what a secretary is supposed to do for him. But he knows how to ask for Betty's assistance, just not mine. I tilt my head sideways. Joanna, that man is intentional about the treatment he's giving me. I still don't see him firing you. We'll protest if he does, she expresses, lifting an imaginary placard to demonstrate a protest. Joe, you're hilarious, I giggle, picking up the last copy of the papers and arranging them in the file. I should go before he fires me for spending too much time photocopying these. Stop saying that! He won't fire you! Joanna hits my arm playfully. I know, but I still have to be very careful. Okay, love. See you later. Bye. I walk out of RD and back to my office, thinking as I walk, who exactly is this man? It isn't easy to know what's going on in his mind. His face carries no readable emotions, and I'm scared to initiate a conversation with him. I don't want him to bring up what happened 2 weeks ago, but I don't like how he makes me feel alienated. I enter the office, and Betty is back. A smile forms on my face as I walk to meet her. It's still hard to believe that today is her last day here. Hey, Ava, she smiles. I still can't believe you're leaving, I sigh. Well, I'll visit you from time to time, I conclude, pulling her into a small hug. Sure. I need to give this to Mr. Burrell. Max, I quickly correct myself. I'll be back. I walk towards Mr. Burley's office. Exhaling, I knock on the door and he voices a low, "Please come in." I pull the door open and step inside his office. Here I have the copies for you. Thank you, he responds as he collects the files from me. Thank you very much. I appreciate this, he continues. I'm only doing my job, I express, wondering why he keeps thanking me. Do you need anything else? No. Please tell Betty to come into my office, he instructs, looking up to face me. Thank you. If you need anything, you can let me... No, I don't need anything, he smiles. Okay. I nod before walking out of his office. It's always, please tell Betty to come into my office. Never please help me with this. So, why am I still here? Today's Betty's last day here, and we will be throwing her a retirement party tonight. I wonder who he'll ask me to call when Betty is no longer here. I've asked Betty to help me plead with me, and she said he has nothing against me. He may have nothing against me, but he prefers to speak with her, and not me. I informed Betty that Mr. Burley would like to see her and walk to my desk to resume sitting, looking, doing nothing, and waiting for 5 so that I can go to the party. For the past 2 weeks, my routine has been nothing but sit, do nothing, and go home. Oh God, I'm starting to hate it here. Max. Friday night. I'm supposed to be in my room, sleeping, reading a book, watching a TV show, or just being the homebody that I am. But instead, I'm here, in a hall, partying. If I continue this way, I don't see myself living beyond 40, because these things are breaking my spirit. The hall is a potpourri of excited people dressed in fancy attires, and I recognize a few of them. But I haven't seen her. Ava. It's Betty's retirement party, and according to my mom, I should not miss it. I'm here now, and I can't wait to go home. Being here is worse than sitting at that office desk, reviewing boring documents, and analyzing more than 6 figures. At least, I have my space to myself when I sit at the desk. Here, it's nothing like that. People keep invading my peace and privacy. I have to fake a smile and pretend I like everyone here, and they just won't stop trying to engage me in a conversation, like, can you just leave me the fuck alone? Hey, Max. The annoying man I've come to know as the production manager Alex Brown walks to meet me. I just realized I've not properly welcomed you to the company. He sizes me up with his eyes before stretching his hand for a handshake. It's nice to officially meet you and keep up the great work. I politely accept his handshake offer. Thank you, I express and frown when he starts to get aggressive with the shake. Ah, I break the handshake. And, what the hell was that for? Look spreads across my face. Ahem. He clears his throat awkwardly. So, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. I've meant to, but we've both been busy. And now that we're both here and free, I think it's best to, discuss it. Oh, what's that? Great. It's about your secretary. Betty? No, Queen, she... Who is Queen? Confusion draws across my face. Oh, Ava. You probably know her as Ava, but her middle name is Queeneth, so I call her Queen. And... He halts his speech when he realizes he's babbling nonsense. That's not the point. What I'm saying is, I think she should work as my secretary while you take Catherine as yours. The confusion on my face breaks into a frown. I squint my eyes, wondering what this man is going on about. I haven't told anyone about Catherine. How did you know about Catherine? Ah, your mother told me about her. She said she'd be starting on Monday and helping you here for a while. He smiles. So, I thought about it, and I think it is best you... Catherine is here to assist the company, not me, and she won't be working as my secretary. I try to sound calm, but I fail. Ha ha. He chuckles slightly. Now, that's different from what I heard. Your mom told me she'd be coming here to assist you. He emphasizes the you. Look, it's not a problem. You don't need Queen, but you need Catherine, so all you have to do is send Queen to work at the production unit. I don't know what you mean when you say I don't need her. And can you stop calling her Queen? I frown. What I call her is none of your business. Alex's face breaks into a sarcastic smile as he dusts an imaginary speck of dust away from my suit. So, I'm sure you'll decide on Monday. I should let you enjoy the party. He picks a glass of wine from a bartender's tray and sips it annoyingly. Enjoy the night, Max. I fume in anger as I watch him walk away. It's annoying because I can't fire him. The only reason Alex Brown is still here is because he's my dad's friend and one of the shareholders in this company. I know replacing him would trigger my mom's anger and add to my nightmare. He's a company pillar and I'm not ready to add his burden with mine. How annoying, and what is his deal with Ava? Who says I don't need her? Frowning, I walk away from the spot and survey the hall, searching for one person. There's no way she's not here. It is Betty's retirement party. Sinking in utter apathy for everything happening in the hall, I turn to head out to sit in my car or something, then I see her. In the periphery of my vision, she shimmers like gold, and I blink twice to make sure it's not a trick of the light. When I turn my head to look again, there she stands, looking like an angel. My jaw drops as I watch her. She hasn't changed her clothes from work, but her long blonde hair is out of her classic bun and is falling along her shoulders. She's not wearing her glasses, and this is my first time seeing Ava without her glasses. The structure of her face is classical perfection. Her beauty is so striking that it catches my eyes from a distance. As I stared, fantasizing about the things I'd like to do to her, she looks up as though she can read my thoughts across the noise and celebration. She gazes straight into my eyes, and my heart melts in my chest as those emerald green eyes send me messages. I should talk to her. Then I remember what happened the last time I did. I don't want to make her cry ever again. It's the reason I've kept my distance away from her in the office. I don't want to make her angry or sad. I just want her to be happy and comfortable. However, I should talk to her. I should tell her how beautiful she looks because she looks gorgeous. She shifts her eyes away from mine, and as I attempt to walk to meet her, Alex walks to stand with her, taking her right hand and kissing the back. Somewhere deep inside me, anger rages. I watch him as he tells Ava what I intended to say to her. I curl my hand into a fist, trying to think of ways to convince my mom firing that man is a good idea. I fucking hate him. Max? I turn around when a feminine voice calls me. Oh, hello, I greet, hoping she will see the expression on my face and leave me alone. I'm right, it's you, she smiles, walking towards me. I'm Patricia Newman, head of the accounting and finance department. She stretches her hand out for a handshake. Ah, nice to meet you. I accept the handshake. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Yes, so I've wanted to ask how you find the whole working... I zone out of her conversation, and my eyes move back to search for Ava. I want to make sure I don't lose track of her. I have to talk to her tonight. I need to. When I finally find her, she is standing with another lady, and if I don't talk to her now, I might not be able to. Alicia, we should have this conversation later. Please stop by my office one of these days. We really should talk, but not now. I cut her speech and hurriedly attempt to walk away. Oh, sure, I will, she nods. And it's Patricia, not Alicia, she voices in my direction. We have an Alicia in the production unit, but it's not. I push my way through the crowd gently, the beat of the music pounding through my veins as I do. I track her through the crowd, and when she is within reaching distance, I wrap my fingers around her arm to stop her from walking away. It feels like stroking a newborn's cheek. Her skin is so soft, and I want to tighten my hands around her, pull her to me, and claim her with my lips. Ava swings to face me, causing desire to surge through my fingertips and land straight in my groin. She looks like a perfect work of art, and beautiful is not enough to qualify her. My gaze drifts over her high cheekbones, her lush lips painted in red lipstick, her wide and trusting emerald green eyes. I've met women, but Ava is the prettiest creature I've seen in my entire life. She's divine. I want to wrap her in a hug, make myself a part of her, and never let her go. Ava Joanna flags me down with a wave as I walk back to the hall after handing Betty her gift. I wipe my eyes with the back of my hands. It's hard to think I won't be seeing Betty at her desk anymore. I still don't know how to work with Mr. Burley when Betty isn't around. You know, I thought it was great that Betty was leaving. I'd have more space to do my job. But thinking of it now, she was the intermediary between that man and me. I'll miss her so much. Hey, Joe. Girl, Max is gazing at you. Joanna whispers in my right ear gently. Don't look. He'll suspect I just told you he's looking. Yeah, I noticed he's staring too, I express, rolling my eyes. He looks like he has something to say to me. He looks steamy hot. Joanna wiggles her brows. If I didn't have Dylan, I'd kill to get in bed with him. God, Joanna. Yo, what a nasty thing to say. Remember, office romance is prohibited here. I hit her arm playfully. Oh, please. Alicia is sleeping with Mr. King's, and no one is saying anything about it, she snorts. Prohibited my foot. Seriously, Joe, you can't be for real right now. I throw my hand over my mouth. Alicia is dating Mr. King's, I quietly ask. I don't know if they're actually dating, but I know he's sleeping with... She halts her speech. Wow, I think Max is walking towards you. I should give you two some privacy. She winks, hurrying away. Hey, where do you think you're going? As I attempt to follow Joanna, I feel a masculine brush of fingertips against my bare upper arm, causing me to stop dead at the spot. Is that Max? Turning to confirm, I realize it's him. The touch is so gentle, innocent, and yet it was so sensual that it sends pleasure skimming over the surface of my skin. It washes over my entirety and sends the most secret places of my body screaming. I look straight into his blue eyes, and who says it's okay for a man to look this great? Chiseled jaw, bright blue eyes, and he smells so sexily amazing. God, I have something for men that smell nice. His athlete's build drapes in a perfectly cut suit as he towers over me. His dark brown hair is artfully tousled, a casualness that contradicts the intensity of his gaze. And once again, I feel it in the middle of my legs. I feel passion, need, and desire to have this man in me. It's weird because I have never felt this way for any masculine creature, but I lose all caution with him. God, Ava, you know who this man is. You really shouldn't. You just can't. Hey, I speak, breaking the sexual tension that was starting to fill the air. Hi. He clears his throat and removes his hand from my arm. You look gorgeous, he utters softly. Thank you, I reply, trying hard to stop my cheeks from turning 70 shades of pink. Did Mr. Burley just say I look gorgeous? So was he staring because he thinks I look gorgeous? Yeah. He halts his speech, but I pray he keeps talking to me, and he does. It's hard to believe Betty is leaving, he continues. Yeah, we'll all miss her. She's a great woman, I express, turning my head in Betty's direction. She's speaking with Mr. Tim Garner. Everyone will miss her, but we can't stop her from retiring. She earned it. She is, Mr. Burley nods. So, how are you enjoying the party? I turn to face him. Huh? The party? Yeah, it's good, although slightly annoying because everyone keeps trying to talk to me, he complains. Haha, I guess they're all just trying to get on your good side. It's expected. Everyone's just trying to get acquainted with you, I explain. It's tiring. I chuckle lightly. You'll get used to it, I say, observing his face and wondering if he has truly forgotten what he saw in the bathroom the other day. He called me gorgeous. Does that mean he has forgotten? Why are you staring at me like that? He questions. I mean, I don't mind, but it makes it hard for me to articulate my words. I'm sorry. I quickly look away from him. No, it's fine. There's no need to apologize. He cups my face in his hands. You can stare. It's just His eyes drift to my lips slowly. The intensity of his gaze sends a shiver through me, and I force myself to breathe slowly, calming my wild heartbeat. No, this doesn't feel right. I shrug my face out of his grip. I should take some pictures with Betty, I express quickly. I'll see you on Monday. Oh, sure, yes you should. See you on Monday. He nods, creating space for me to pass as he moves out of the way. What was that? I think as I walk to join Betty. Why did he look at me with those eyes? The beating of my heart was so intense. Did he hear it? His eyes carried the weight of emotions that I could not decipher. Something sparked in his ocean blue eyes, but I don't know what. With trembling legs, I hurry to join Betty to take pictures together. Joanna casts me a look that shows she saw everything that happened. When we are done taking these pictures, I'll need her to help me analyze what that was. Or is it my overthinking spirit that's working again? No. I'm sure I saw something in his eyes. Betty, Joanna and I pull her into a big hug. We will miss you, we express. And that's the 100th time I'm telling her that today. I will miss you too. She tightens her arms around us. I will miss you so much. She breaks the hug gently. Ladies, I need to speak with Max before I leave, Betty expresses, and we nod. Max, my heart does another flip in my chest at the sound of his name. I watch Betty as she walks away, and when she's out of sight, I pull Joanna to a quiet corner. Jo, you saw it too, right? Yes, I did. She does a dramatic dance. I thought he was going to kiss you, like those scenes in romance novels. Oh my God, Jo, what are you saying? I hit her arm playfully. Why would he kiss me? He said, Joanna, he said... I clear my throat to mimic Mr. Burley's voice. Why are you staring at me? I mean, it's okay, but it makes it hard for me to articulate my words. I throw my hand over my mouth. He said that to me. Really? Did he? Joanna takes my hands and entwines them in hers. She does that when she's excited about something. Was that how he said it? Yes, Jo. What do you think it means? Why would your looking make it hard for him to articulate his words? She rubs her chin thoughtfully. Is he naturally shy, or does he like you? I don't know, but I don't see why he should like me. I mean, what can he like about me? Other women could... Joanna spanks my arm. I told you to stop saying that about yourself. Why do you always say there's nothing to like about you? I think you should talk to the man that won't stop calling you Queen. She smirks. You! Mr. Brown is a weirdo. I can't count how many times I've asked that man to stop calling me by my middle name. He just never listens. What I'm saying is, I don't understand why Max would like me. He doesn't even talk to me. Joanna, you know this man. He doesn't like me. I shake my head from left to right. Hello, beautiful ladies. Speaking of the devil, Joanna expresses when Mr. Brown walks to join us. Queen! He turns to face me, smiling. I spoke to Max? What? Joanna and I exclaim simultaneously. What did you tell him? I ask. Well, I told him I'd like you to work as my secretary because... Why would you tell him that? Joanna and I ask uniformly again. Why would you tell him to send me to the production unit? Calm down, ladies. Mr. Brown looks from me to Joanna. Queen, I did it for you. His mom is sending someone to assist him, and he might decide to lay you off if he realizes he no longer needs you. It's why I suggested it to him. I can't let him lay you off. I turn to face Joanna, casting her a... I said it. I said that man is planning to fire me. Look, I sigh. So that's what all of this is about? He probably feels guilty about what he's going to do. What are you saying? Who is Mrs. Miller sending? Joanna challenges Mr. Brown. I've not heard anything about it. Are you sure you aren't making this up? Haha. You'll meet her when she arrives on Monday. He laughs sarcastically before walking away. Have a great night, ladies. I hate that man. Joanna snorts before turning to face me. Don't mind him, I'm sure he's making it up. You know how he is? Joe, what if he isn't making it up? I ask, and the happiness on my face drains. Mr. Brown just confirmed my thoughts, just when I thought Mr. Burley and I might finally get along. And then this. Like it's just difficult to get comfortable. Something always happens. And who is his mom sending to the company to assist him? Ava. Monday morning, I peek into the research and development department, and there she stands, the lady Mr. Brown spoke about on Friday. She looks expensive, closing in on 6 feet with the suede ruby heels she's wearing. Anyone would call her stunning, and she's got an attitude. I've been here for a while, listening to her address the RD team. Her voice is low, classy, and no-nonsense-ish. Everyone pays attention as she addresses them. And although I can't hear her clearly, I've been able to pick up that she will not be working as Mr. Burley's secretary from the little I heard. I'm sure Joanna will tell me the rest of it. I just hope she doesn't make the department hell for them, because she sounds like she's here to make them uncomfortable. Sighing, I walk back to my desk, a bit relieved that I no longer have to worry about losing my job. It's crazy how I stayed up all night thinking about it and browsing the net searching for job vacancies. There are no jobs out there, and the only thing I learned from my search is that I need to keep this good-paying job with everything I have. I walk inside my office, and Mr. Burley stands there, flipping through a book. I stare at him, controlling my racing heart and the tingling between my legs before walking inside the office. Do you need anything? I ask politely. No, well, maybe coffee. He smiles. Sure, I'll go get it now. I reply happily and step out in the same manner, glad he's finally letting me do my job. With a smile on my face, I walk and bump into a figure as I step outside. Oh my gosh! I look up sharply, and it's Miss... I don't know her name, but the woman Mrs. Miller sent to assist her son. Oh, good morning, I greet, adjusting my shirt. Good morning, she replies, sizing me up with her eyes. Are you Max's secretary? She asks, disgust visible on her face. Yes, I'm Ava Roberts, I say, stretching my hand for a shake. Catherine Gray, she replies, without accepting the shake. Nice to meet you. She sizes me up again before walking away. I take my hand back and turn to watch her as she walks to Max's office. I don't like her, I smirk, before walking to the office kitchen to get the coffee. Some ladies are gathered here, and they quietly gossip about Catherine. I listen in on their conversation as I walk to the brewing machine. I don't like her. I used to work at her father's company, but I quit a few months ago. She's difficult to please. I'm glad I no longer work in research and development. The 3 months she'll be spending there will be hell for the staff. Some people will want to resign. That's how crazy she is. One of the ladies expresses in a low tone. Why is she even here? The second lady questions. I don't understand what's happening in this company anymore. The third lady plugs in. I just want to go back to when Mr. Miller was still the CEO. She frowns. Him. I clear my throat sharply, attempting to join their discussion. I just experienced some of her bitchiness. You did? The 3 ladies walk to meet me. Yeah. I start the brewing machine. She just treated me in a crappy manner. You're right about her. I face the lady who called her difficult to please. I knew it. She slaps her hands together. We have to be very careful, the second lady advises. Look, I won't kiss her ass, and that's that, the third lady expresses with a frown. She's here to help, not stress us out. I think she... We stop talking when we hear footsteps approaching. The other ladies pick up their cups of coffee and hurry back to their departments while I brew the coffee and head back to mine. Catherine is still inside Mr. Burley's office when I get there. I ignore her and just walk in to hand the coffee to him. I feel her eyes all over me as I walk to the CEO's desk, and I wonder why she's staring. Your secretary seems hard-working, she comments, and I can still feel her eyes roaming across my body. Oh, she is. Mr. Burley nods as he takes the coffee from me. Thank you, he utters, and I smile in response. Catherine stops me with a question as I turn around to leave. So, how long have you worked here? 3 years, I respond, wondering why she's trying to question me like she owns the place. Is this what assisting the company means? Questioning each staffer on when and why they started working here? God, those ladies were not wrong about her. She's horrible, and one thing I'm sure of is that I really don't like her. Oh, I see. Catherine nods before proceeding to ask. What do your parents do? I'm sorry, what? My face breaks into confusion as I turn my head in her direction. What do your parents do? She repeats her question, and I stand there, staring at her while I try to think of an answer. I've worked here in all this time, and no one has ever asked me about my parents. Oh, Betty asked me once before, but not in this way. What do my parents do? Catherine, please. She has to attend to other work. Mr. Burley comes to my rescue, even though there is no other work I have to attend to. He hasn't assigned anything to me. Ava, please go over my schedule and reschedule my 3 to 5 meetings for today because I'll be leaving early, he continues. Okay, I get right on that, I respond, hurrying out of the office before Catherine can say anything else. As I step out of the office, I place my hand on my chest, wondering what I would have done had Max not interfered the way he did. I can't tell her I don't even know who my parents are. I can't tell anyone that. It would change how they view and treat me. What would people think if I told them I grew up in foster homes? It's my secret and weakness. I can't tell anyone about it. Exhaling, I adjust my glasses and hurry to my desk. Why are my hands shaking? I clamp my hands together, but can still feel the tension running through my body. I pull my purse open and bring out my anti-anxiety pills. Twisting the container open, I take 2 pills, and Catherine walks out of the CEO's office as I attempt to throw them in my mouth. I quickly throw the pill bottle back in my purse to hide it from sight. We should chat later, she expresses as she walks to my desk, feigning a friendly smile. Sure, I smile back. I watch her as she walks away and throw the pills in my mouth when she's out of sight. I pick up a bottle of water, screw the cap open, and gulp the water anxiously. Oh, God, I think I'm going to be sick. What does she want to chat about? Chat? What does that even mean? The office phone rings, intruding my thoughts. I stand up hurriedly to answer it. "Hello, this is LM. Hey, Ava, it's Max. Are you okay?" he asks with care in his tone. "Oh, yes, I'm fine." I clear my throat sharply before asking, "Do you need anything?" "No, I don't. I wanted to tell you not to reschedule my meetings from 3 to 5. I'll be attending everything important today, thank you," he expresses before cutting off the call. I pull the phone away from my ear, wondering what just happened. Did he say that to save me from answering Catherine's question? Why would he do that? My eyes move to his door, and a part of me wants to go inside and pull him into a big hug. Tears gather in my eyes, but I sniff them back. Get yourself together, Ava. There's no getting emotional today, and no falling for the CEO's son. Max. It's my 3rd week here, and it's safe to say I'm not doing a terrible job so far. Everything's been going, well, not so great. But I'm getting used to sitting at this desk and all the other boring stuff. It wasn't hard to figure things out quickly as an intelligent person. I'm doing fine with everything else except this woman. I've only known her for a while, but it's surprising how I feel like I've known her forever. It's been just 3 weeks, but it feels like I've known her for 3 years. Her smile, her laugh, her voice is the sweetest thing I've heard, and those eyes that carry so much innocence and secrets. They hit me in the heart. She said she has something to tell me, and here she is, sitting opposite me, talking. But am I listening? No. I'm only watching her luscious lips as they move and enjoying how she adjusts her glasses each time she tries to make a point. "Why are you smiling?" she questions, clamping her lips together. "It's just a suggestion, and feel free to tell me what you think." Oh, was I smiling? Throwing a retirement party for my father when he gets better. I think it's a great idea. I nod, summarizing her point. "Yes, he was a great boss, and we would all love to do that for him," she continues. "Okay, I glance at my wristwatch. "I need to attend a meeting now. Can we talk about this later? Could we plan something together this evening?" "Oh, sure. So, my home or yours?" I ask as I pack my briefcase and prepare to stand up. "Where should we meet?" "Your home is fine," Ava responds shyly. "Okay, I'll text you the address." I adjust my suit, watching her as she stands. "I know where you live," she says sharply as we both walk out of my office. "I have the address, I mean." "Really? You do?" I turn to face her, trying hard not to stare at her lips. "How?" "Well, it's one of the things secretaries are supposed to have, I guess." She shrugs. "I didn't know that." "For emergencies or something, I don't know why either." She rolls her eyes. "I know the addresses of every important staff member in this company." "Wow!" I exclaim as we walk to the parking lot, and I realize the driver isn't here. "Where's Tim?" "Oh, he's under the weather, so he took the day off." "I'll be driving you today," she volunteers, smiling. "No, you won't." I shake my head, walking to the driver's seat. "Get in." "Wait, what?" She walks to stop me by holding my hand. "No, you can't drive. I'm your secretary, I should drive." "It's okay. I'll drive," I insist. "No, you can't. It's my job. What if someone sees you driving?" "So?" I remove my hand from her grip carefully and step inside the car. "Unless you don't want to come along, but I think I'll need your help when we get there." "Okay." She grudgingly steps inside the car. "You know you shouldn't be driving. I still think it's inappropriate." I don't say anything in response. I just smile as I start the car. She gives up, trying to convince me, and looks out through the window. My eyes drop to her thighs, and my hand is tempted to give it a light squeeze and whisper, "Everything will be fine," in her ear. I don't know why each time I look at her, I sense she's going through a lot that she doesn't share with anyone. I want to know more about her, want to be the medicine to her pain, and comfort her when she's sad. The restroom scene won't leave my head, try as I might. Every time I look at her, I'm reminded of that day. I haven't asked her about it, and I'm never going to because I can't bear hearing her tell me my words made her cry. It's safe not to say anything, and do everything to ensure it never happens again. Max? Ava breaks the silence as she turns to face me. I know it's none of my business, but I'm just super curious and She halts her speech and shakes her head. No, never mind. It's okay. What are you curious about? I flash her a glance. It's fine. Ask away. I've worked in the company for a long time, but I've never seen you, not even once. So, I'm just curious. Sometimes I look at you, and I wonder why. Honestly, I used to think you were probably handicapped or, just sick and not able to work. Ava chuckles slightly. I know that's crazy, but you showed up one afternoon and you look like this. She scans my body with her eyes. Are you truly Mr. Miller's son, or are you just pretending to be him? I throw my head back and laugh. I know people in the company must have this thought too. So, you think I'm not my father's son? I ask, still laughing. I didn't mean it like that, it's just... She clamps her lips together. You just seem a little different than what I thought. Actually, not a little different. A lot different. Well, I am my father's son, but I just don't like the office life, I respond, hoping she will ask me what I do like and why I don't like the office life. But she doesn't. She just nods and continues staring out through the window. I heave a low sigh, wondering why she isn't asking further questions. I'm not a fan of telling people about my personal life, but for some reason I want to tell her. I want to tell her everything about how I love sitting at my desk at home, painting and illustrating. I want to tell her about how stressful being a billionaire's heir is for me. I want to tell her everything she doesn't know about me and ask her to tell me what I don't know about her. However, since she doesn't care to know more about me, I can't. Oh, we're here, finally! Ava exclaims as I pull into the parking lot. That was a long ride. She turns to face me. I should drive us back to the company. I don't reply. I just step out of the car, and she does too, following behind me closely as we walk towards the building. We reach a door, and she attempts to pull it open for me, but I stop her. You don't have to. I pull the door open and hold it for her to step in before me. Oh no, I should hold it for you. I'm your secretary. Please go in first. She gestures towards the door. Go inside, I instruct her. Taking her hand, I lead her inside before she can open her mouth to start another I'm superior, she's inferior argument. I don't understand the concept behind all this. I'm a gentleman, and the only thing I see in her is a beautiful lady who deserves to be treated as one. I don't care about the whole boss-secretary bullshit. I'm not going to let this woman do these things. I'm human, and she's human too. Maybe if I didn't like her, I'd probably not care about whatever she does, but I like her. I really like her. So, I won't play boss while she plays secretary, or whatever this is. Screw the whole CEO thing. The only thing I want is to treat this woman like mine. You shouldn't do that. People will get the wrong impression if they see you doing the things I'm supposed to do for you, she laments. Why do you care what people would think? I reply, walking inside the conference room. Men and women have gathered in the room, sitting and patiently waiting for me to arrive. It's the most stressful part of it all, addressing these old folks and trying to get them to agree with me on business-related issues. I do a mental groan before sitting. Lord, I hope I don't go crazy today because honestly, these old folks rub me in many wrong ways. Ava, I don't know why I impatiently wait for the day to end. Who am I kidding? I know why. I'm visiting Mr. Burley in his apartment to discuss his father's retirement party. And boy, am I anxious. I don't know how I'll behave when I'm in the same closed space as him. I mean, just him, me, and nobody else, under the same roof in his apartment. It's not a big deal, right? Like I shouldn't even be bothered. We are just going to talk. And if he's gentleman enough, which I have noticed he is, he'll drive me home after the meeting. So, girl, calm your nerves. You might call me crazy if I tell you this, but I'll say it anyway. I just finished shaving, and now I'm searching my closet for what to wear. Okay, I'm crazy. Girl, you are visiting your CEO's son, who is, if I'll define it correctly, the current CEO of where you work, to have a conversation with him. So, why did I shave? And why am I finding it hard to pick what to wear? My mind is all like, wear something easy to peel off. Like, bitch, wait, why? I shove all the sexual thoughts in my head away and focus on why I'm going there. I don't even understand where these sexual thoughts are coming from. It is so unlike me. Maybe because this is the first time I'm going to a man's apartment. My virgin ass is nervous trying to create the sexual scenarios in my head, like the ones I watch and read. Jeez, I hate my dirty mind. Snap out of it, girl. I call my mind out of whatever gutter it has decided to set up residence. I'm just going to wear this, I conclude, picking a casual white top and some of my favorite brown shorts. After slipping them on, I pick up my handbag and swing it over my shoulder. I hurry outside my room to put my sandals. Okay, I'm good to go. I dash out of my apartment, not bothering to untie my hair from the slightly rough bun it's tied in. I'm too lazy to do anything about this hair. That's one of the problems that comes with having and keeping long hair. Some people have long hair, but don't choose to keep it that way. Maybe I should cut mine too. Well, since this is not an official meeting, I don't see why Mr. Burley would care about my hair. 20-something minutes later, I stand in front of Mr. Burley's place, waiting for him to answer the door. Does he live here alone? I wonder as I look around the exterior of the condo. It's architecturally unique. You can tell the residents love diversity. The condos are screaming hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the design looks like a work of art more than condos. Rich people sure have money to spend. I can't relate. When Mr. Burley opens the door, he starts by roaming his eyes across my body before saying, "Hey, please come inside." "Thanks," I reply politely and professionally, while trying to stop my disobedient eyes from noticing how hot this man looks in a casual top and classic blue shorts. Ava, just imagine running your hands across that chest and sinking your long fingers in his back while he... Here, Mr. Burley gestures towards his couch, interrupting my thoughts. And God, I'm glad he did, because what was that thought? I smile while walking to take a seat. I was so engrossed in analyzing the condo's owner that I forgot to notice how artistically stunning the condo's interior is. First, I'd like to praise the architect that designed this place. It's probably because I haven't been to many condos, but I find this one intriguing. Everything is where it's supposed to be. Large hallways, wide staircases, arched windows, illuminating sweet toffee brown wooden floors, and 18-foot ceilings. The condo's structure speaks many things about the homeowner, too, like when something looks serenely expensive. It's classy, but calm as well. It feels like a home that's soothed right to the soul. Would you like anything? Mr. Burley courteously asks. Yes, you. Nope, I'm fine, I respond as I zip my bag open to bring out my tablet. I went ahead and outlined some plans here. I show him the tablet. I would like you to check them out and see if you think your father will approve. Mr. Burley stands and walks to sit next to me. It seems you have something for event planning, he comments, taking the tablet from me to see what I have there. Yeah, I love event planning. When I was younger, my dream was to become an event planner, but, well, then I grew up, I say, not wanting to go into more personal details to prevent him from asking further questions. He moves closer, meeting my body with his. I resist the urge to move a little away from him. It sounds awkward, but I don't trust myself around him. He makes me feel something different. I only have sexual thoughts around him. I've been around many men, and I swear I'm not always like this. But it's a different story when I'm around this man. My vagina always connects to my brain, controlling it, making my mind have thoughts that involve the two of us naked. I'm yet to understand why it happens this way, too. Like, how can a man ooze so much sex appeal? I love what I see here, he nods, still reading through the list on the tablet. Okay. Who will be giving the opening speech? Me or maybe Mr. Brown? He is my dad's very good friend, too. Oh, I think you should give the opening speech. I'm not sure. But I just think it will be better with you doing it, I suggest, fixing my gaze on him. Ava, why do you look me directly in the eyes like that when you talk? He squeezes his forehead. It's like... Mr. Burley sweeps his fingers through his hair. I don't know how to explain it, he expresses, biting his lower lip. I quickly lift my eyes away from him. I'm sorry. It's not intentional. I tend to look at people like that when I'm not wearing my glasses. It might not make sense to you, but if I don't do that, it's always harder for me to hear properly. I'll try to remember not to do it anymore. I'm not angry. He reaches his hand forward to touch my face. It's okay. It's just quite distracting. His fingers move across my face in a skillful yet sensual manner. You know, the way you gaze directly into my eyes. Is it? I ask, trying so hard to ignore the trail of his finger. Why is he doing this to me? I'm trying so hard to keep my cool. This isn't helping me. At all. Your eyes are beautiful, he spills, still stroking my face with his finger. You are beautiful, he repeats. I don't know which one hit harder, the sincerity in his voice or the look drawn across his face. Leaning in closer, Mr. Burley cups my face in his big hands, and before I can process what's happening, he closes the space between us and brushes his mouth over mine, softly, experimentally. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is this really happening right now? Am I having my first romantic kiss? No, not with my boss. Not with my boss. Geez, is he going to fuck me? Will I experience a mind-blowing orgasm today? Ava, calm down, calm the fuck down, and don't mess up the kiss. As I'm about to wrap my hand around his neck, Max nudges my mouth open and swirls his tongue with mine. His hand slides across my back and stops at my bra's hook. I can't describe how his lips feel with words. It's like heaven, like something I've never experienced in my life. It's so passionate, sensual, and although it's wrong, it feels so right, so good. I don't want it to end. I hate that I'm enjoying it this much, but I can't help it. Max moves his eyes to look at me when we finally pull apart. Undiluted need burning through them. Then, he examines my face as if searching for an answer. If he wants a go-ahead, then he doesn't even have to ask because my answer is fucking yes. Ava, this isn't right. He rakes his fingers through his hair. Once I start, I'll never be able to stop. Max shuts his eyes, gathering all the energy he has left to stop himself from going further. The thing is, he doesn't have to stop. I want him badly. Sure, it's wrong. Will I regret it later? Probably. However, we can worry about the consequences later. For now, I just want him to fuck me like there's no tomorrow. I move my hand to his thigh, scared to move it any higher. Max, I want you to make me come, I brazenly speak. Shit, Ava, stop! You're driving me crazy! He smacks his right palm against his face, and when I look down, I notice the bulge in his pants. I want to touch and feel it in my hands, but I'm scared of how he will react. Can I touch you, please? I plead. Do you want to? Yes, very much. In response, he rests his back against the couch, and I move my hand to his crotch. Holy shit. I almost scream when I hold his hard cock in my hand. It's thick, strong, and moving. It's growing harder as I rub my hand across it through the fabric of his pants. Max reaches for the hem of my top. He pulls it up gently, and I help him pull it over my head. I move my hand from his crotch to unhook my bra, and my perky boobs tumble out happily. Max sweeps his eyes across my bare upper body with utter admiration. Show me more, he orders, smiling as he pronounces each word. I stand up and undo the button of my shorts. Slowly, I step out of them and sexily lace my fingers on the sides of my thong. Smiling, I pull it down slowly and drop it with the rest of my clothes. You are... Max pauses, his eyes reading every inch of my skin like a detailed story. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Your turn, I speak, pulling him up to join me. I want to see you now. He smiles, then raises his hands. Do it. I'm all yours. I move to pull his shirt off first. And damn, look at his defined, toned chest, plus the abdominal V that leads to even more desirable places. My hands start to shake as I move to take off his shorts. Slowly and carefully pulling them down, his erection welcomes me, and I almost jump. I wasn't expecting it to spring up like this, but oh, here it is. Max steps out of his pants while I kneel and start to caress his hard cock, cupping his balls with one hand while the other grips the base. It's my first time doing this willingly, but I feel like an expert. His big, hard cock makes me feel like I'll get the best out of this. I feel welcomed, and will use the opportunity the best way I can. I shove away the regret that I know I'll surely feel after this night. Right now, I want to enjoy him, and have him enjoy me too. Max. I could already tell right from when she walked inside my apartment. I could tell I wouldn't be able to keep my hands away from her. The way she tied her hair into a messy bun, her eyes, skin, lips, everything called to me in a manner I could never resist. I feel strong affection towards her, affection that is more than normal. It's like I can't control it. It's just there, controlling me. A groan escapes from my lips when Ava gives my balls a light squeeze. I reach for her hair and untie it. It brushes my thighs while I feel the heat of her breath against my cock's tip. God, I feel like I might die. She's so fucking amazing. How does it feel? I decide to break the silence, tugging her long hair behind her left ear to stop it from getting in the way. I enjoy stroking your hard dick, Ava replies, sexily wetting her hand with saliva to support the friction. I can feel it growing harder, and I want you to come on my tits. She slaps my cock against her breast, rubbing my tip around her nipples. My balls are throbbing, and I like how she grabs them, massaging them gently with her idle left hand. Ava tilts her sparkling eyes up to look at me, but I'm too horny to process the message on her face. She has a daring smile. It looks like she's about to take another courageous step. I don't mind. I want to give myself to her before claiming her. Euphoria melts through my body when she moves her mouth to my dick and flattens her tongue across the tip. Damn. I feel like I'm in heaven. I haven't been this intimate with a woman in a long time. Most of the orgasms I've had lately were self-induced, Vaseline-supported, and severe handjob stimulated. They were nothing like this. Nothing like the feel of her wet and warm mouth. Ava rhythmically bobs her head. Up, down, and God, I never want her to stop. Her tongue finds the super-sensitive spot that's just behind my dick cap's base, underneath, and slightly to the left. When she sucks on it, I go nuts, losing control. A sharp groan slips out of my lips. After a while, my body can't take it any longer, and I feel my orgasm building. No. I mentally slap myself and move my hands to pull her into a kiss. I can't come yet, and with the way butterflies are welling up in my stomach, plus the tingles up and down my spine, I know I won't succeed in holding back my orgasm much longer. I can't. Not when it's with this woman. I lead Ava to the couch gently before sitting to continue kissing her. I will never get tired of doing this. It's like my heart will crack my chest open. It feels like my soul is meeting hers. The thought of how these luscious lips wrapped around me and the wonders they did turned me on even more. Every molecule on my lips fire sensations to my heart and brain. Shifting my hand further down, I cup her soft breasts, giving her nipple a slight squeeze as I do. A satisfactory moan slips from her lips, and I move my hand to give her left nipple another gentle squeeze. I enjoy how it grows harder in my hand with my simple touch, and I want to do more to them. Kissing my way down, I stop at her neck, taking my time to plant kisses there before moving down to these perky nipples. I start by rubbing the left one and sucking on the right one. Slowly and sensually, I work my mouth across her breasts, loving the moans I get in response. I circle my tongue around her erect left nipple, and it grows even harder in my mouth. Her breathing deepens in pleasure, a sign she's enjoying this as much as I am. I softly bite her nipple, hooking it between teeth while my tongue runs across her areola. My fingers are carefully massaging the right one too. Ava runs her hand through my hair, and God, that small act drives me crazy. Slowly moving my hand down, my mouth still glued to her breasts. I reach between her thighs, spreading them apart gently to find her pussy. Shit, she's dripping wet, just the way I want her. I start by rubbing her pussy lips slowly. Oh my God, Max. Yes, right there, she whimpers, throwing her head back as I carefully run my fingers along her clit. My fingers are itching to slip inside her, but I want to enjoy the softness of her pussy lips first. I slide my finger inside her pussy a few minutes later, opening her slowly. She lets out a sharp moan. Her pussy squeezes against my finger, and I haven't felt anything like this before. Damn. I think I'll come just from how tight her pussy feels around my finger. How's that feel? I ask as I slowly fuck her wet pussy with my middle finger. Ava shuts her eyes, throwing her head back in pleasure. Max, don't stop, she finally responds, taking my idle hand and placing it on her left breast. Play with my nipple too, please. A small smile forms across my face. A lady that loves nipple play and a man that's addicted to soft, perky boobs. Isn't this amazing? I roll her nipple in between my thumb and my index finger, with my finger still inside her. Deciding to switch the game up, I pull out of her and try to insert 2 fingers. But something stops me. She's so fucking tight, and I don't want to force it. As much as I'm dying to fuck her and watch her come so hard, I still must take it slowly to avoid hurting her. So, I slide down from the couch, hold her thighs apart with my hands, and move to bury my face in between her legs. Oh, fuck. She tastes just how I imagined. Like heaven. My lips glisten as I delicately guide them down her folds. I explore the hard little nub of her clit, and she lets out sexy moans that contain my name as she digs her hands in my hair gently. I could do this forever if she'd let me. I plunge my tongue inside her, gently licking and stroking her G-spot continuously with my fingers still caressing her clit. Max. Oh my God, I'm going to come. Ava screams, pressing her thighs against my cheeks, her legs shaking like crazy. I don't stop. I continue rubbing her clit and move another hand up to give her nipple a slight squeeze. Unmitigated moans fill the air as she convulses against me, and I love the taste of her juice on my tongue. I admire every bit of her. My fully engorged cock projects forth like a thick pole when I move back to the couch. It's a long, swollen mass of urgent need to be fulfilled. It's so hard that it aches. The only place it yearns to be now is inside her warm pussy. I move to the table to pick up my wallet, certain I have an emergency condom there. Searching impatiently, I find the condom, quickly rip it open and slip it on in the same manner. God, I want Ava more than I've ever wanted anything in my entire life. Her legs are still shaking like crazy, so I help her lay on the couch comfortably. Taking her lips in a deep kiss, I guide my hard cock inside her wet pussy, and the tightness stops my cock from going further. I continue kissing her and rubbing her tits with my chest while she whimpers in my mouth. Her pussy should be fully ready for me. I mean, she's just had an orgasm, which tells me she's full. I walk out of the department, wondering if I should have told Joanna about what happened on Friday night. No, I don't think it's right to tell her, even if I want to. Not in this manner. I'll probably tell her later. But is there even any point? It's never going to happen again, and no one will ever need to find out. So, I guess I'll just take it to my grave. A strong, unfamiliar cologne welcomes me as I step inside my office, and I breathe shallowly through my mouth to avoid smelling it. It smells like thousands of dollars, and that's a sign someone was here. I look around before walking to Max's door, and I pause when a low argument hits my ears. I press my left ear against the door. I'm right. He's arguing with somebody. It's difficult to hear what they're arguing about, but it sounds quite intense. I know it isn't Catherine. She smells like roses and arrogance, and this scent definitely isn't hers. I'm not a creep, but I know how almost everyone in the company smells, and this one is strange. Sighing, I walk back to my seat to check what else is on Max's calendar for the day. There's nothing about anyone visiting him. So, who is he arguing with, and why? His office door flies open, cutting me off mid-thought. I look up, my eyes meeting a woman's angry ones. "Good morning," I manage to greet. "And you are?" The woman sizes me up with her eyes as she walks towards me. "I'm Ava Roberts, Max's secretary." I stretch my hand for a handshake. "Are you sleeping with him?" the woman asks bluntly. Confusion forms across my face, and I doubt my ears for a split second. Did she just... "Excuse me?" I take my hand back and cast her a look that screams, "You've got to be kidding me, because who the fuck are you to ask me that?" She looks old enough to give birth to me, so I can't even say she's one of Max's exes. "Well, you heard me. I asked if you're sleeping with him because you look like one of those type secretaries." She scans me with her eyes again. My jaw drops open as I watch her. It's probably the mask of makeup I'm wearing, because why would this woman talk to me like this? "I'm sorry, and you are?" I question, trying to keep my calm. "Go in there and ask him. I won't stand here introducing myself to gold-digging slut like you." She adjusts her purse. "I see you losing your job soon," the woman Max's mouth stays on my clit while he penetrates me with his fingers, sucking and fucking simultaneously. My whole body is on fire and pulled taut. My legs start to tremble. "Max, stop, please," I beg him, trying to free myself from his tongue. "Please. Come for me, babe. I need you to," he whispers. As if that's what my body has been waiting for, my eyes roll back, and soft whimpers of his name drop from my lips, and my pussy contracts and spasms around his fingers as I come. Max smiles after lapping the juices from my slit. He stands up to search for his pants. When he finds them, he pulls out a condom and tears it open. "Can I put it on you?" I implore, horniness visible in my tone. "Sure, whatever you want, sweetheart. I'm yours, all yours." He passes the condom to me. My hands are shaky as I try to roll the condom over his hard cock. I start by caressing his cock, swiping my finger across the tip to wipe the drops of pre-cum that settled on it. He's so turned on, and I can't wait for him to fill me up and fuck me senseless. "Come here, babe." Max lifts me from the table, and I wrap my legs around his waist, placing my feet on the couch to help support the lift. "Are you ready for me?" he asks, planting a sweet kiss on my lips. "Yes!" Slowly, he thrusts inside me, driving his hard cock in and out while the pleasure pushes out moans from my lips. We continue in that position for minutes until Max gets to the edge, then he decides to switch positions to prevent climaxing. He sits on the couch, and I sit astride him, riding his cock while he gently slaps my ass to distract himself as I ride his hard dick. A few minutes later, we're both on edge, gasping for air. There's no holding back as we both give in to the orgasmic buildup and reach our climax simultaneously. Max has succeeded in creating another unforgettable memory with me, and again, I'm reminded of why letting him go would be hard. "Max," we lay on the couch, trying to catch our breath and listening to each other's heartbeat. If Ava pays close attention to the sound of mine, she'd hear how in love with her I am. Every moment we spend together just reminds me of why I can never let her go. She means a lot to me, and I want to make her mine, and mine forever. I can't stand not being close to her or staying away from her, even for a moment. The past few weeks have been so busy for me, and it was worse because Ava stopped talking to me. She intentionally avoided me and anything that would strike a personal conversation between us. It was crazy, and I can't believe I tried convincing myself to give her space since it's what she wanted. This morning, I sat in my apartment, and the only thing I could think of was her. I miss her to the point it hurts. I need to convince her to give me a chance. I pull her closer to me and wrap my hands around her. "Ava," I call while stroking my fingers along her long blonde hair. "Max," she smiles. "Were you mad at me?" No, I wasn't. Why would I be? "You stopped talking to me, and you frown whenever I try to talk about this, about us," I continue, curious and wanting to understand why she acted so cold towards me in the past few weeks. "I don't know. It's just, I think you deserve better." When she says that, I lean forward and tilt her head up to face me. "Look at me, Ava," I reply, gazing directly into her eyes. "You are the best woman I've met in my entire life, and by far the most beautiful." "Really? I am?" "Yes, you are, sweetheart." I run my fingers across her cheek. "You make me happy." I smile, realizing my dick is starting to get hard again. It's her effect on me. Just thinking about her sends a surge of emotion across my body. It's beyond my control. I can't turn it off. She owns me, every single part of me. Sighing, she gets down from the couch. "I'm hungry. Want to go out for lunch?" "Put on your clothes first," she says shyly before tossing my pants in my direction. "Why would you want me to put on my clothes first?" I tease. "Don't ask. Just do." She hurls my shirt in my direction too. "Let's talk with our clothes on." Ugh. I pretend not to like the idea while putting my clothes on. So, do you want to go out for lunch? No, I'm scared. What if someone from the company sees us together? Ava disagrees. So what? I ask, folding my arms against my chest. So, what if they see us together? Max, she sighs. You know this is inappropriate. What is? A man in love with a woman? The words have already dropped from my lips before I realize what I just said. The look on Ava's face carries so much weight that I immediately feel the need to take back what I just said. I mean, I comb my fingers through my hair roughly. It's the truth anyway. I am in love with her. But I don't want to rush her into accepting me or anything like that. I don't think we should go out to lunch. What about my place? I'll cook you something nice, I offer. I don't know, it's just... She shakes her head. Ava, I stand up and hug her from behind. You can trust me, okay? I won't do anything to hurt you. I sincerely assure her because I can tell that she's scared to trust or open her heart to me from her behavior. Okay, we can go to your condo for lunch, but I'm coming back to my apartment after, okay? Deal. I plant a small kiss in her hair. Can you walk to the car, or do you want me to carry you? Stop! She spanks my arm playfully. I can walk. Are you sure? I continue teasing her. I think maybe I should carry you. Her face breaks into a peal of laughter. You are so beautiful when you laugh, I comment, noticing I haven't seen her laugh like this a lot. I always want to see you laugh. Okay? She smiles before turning around. Okay. I seal her lips with a kiss before carrying her bridle-like. Let's go. We walk out of her apartment, and I drop her in my car gently before getting in to drive. I'm so excited that she agreed to go with me. I just hope I'll be able to convince her to stay with me longer than lunch. Unlock my door, and we walk inside. At this point, this place is probably starting to feel like a second home to her because she's been here so many times. Honestly, I wouldn't mind her living here with me. I want to go to sleep and wake up with her by my side. I smell paint, she says, squinting her eyes gently. Is that paint? Ah, yeah. The smell is coming from... I point towards my home office. There. Oh, do you paint? Yeah, I love painting and drawing. I'm an illustrator and a visual curator. That's my passion. Really? Yes, I respond as we both walk inside the kitchen. It's what I did before I had to take over my dad's position in the company. It's my passion and where my heart lies. Oh, that's amazing. I'd love to see some of your works, she says happily. It's an amazing interest. I don't know many people that love, art. But I do think it's exciting and unique. I pause, my eyes on her, taking in the genuine interest that shows across her face. Ava is the first to tell me my line of interest is amazing. Most of the ladies, even men, and my parents would say it's trashy and poor, and I need to do better with my life. She is the only person that's shown interest in my passion like this. It melts my heart and gives me another thrill of joy. Leaning forward, I plant a long, passionate kiss on her lips before confessing. I love you. Stop saying that, Ava shyly responds while tugging her hair behind her ear. I'm sorry, I apologize, trying to avoid making her feel uncomfortable. It's not what I'm going for. So, what about you? What do you love doing? Event planning, she replies quietly. And dancing, I guess. Can you dance? I question her, smiling. I don't know. I think I can. But don't ask me to show you. Ava slaps my arm playfully before placing her hand over her mouth as she laughs. That's unfair. Let's make a deal. I'll show you my artwork, and you'll dance for me. No. She buries her head in my chest, still laughing. I get shy when I dance. You don't have to be shy around me. It's me, remember? Exactly. That's why I'll be shy, because it's you, she says, and my brain immediately attaches a deeper meaning to what she just said. Does that mean I'm special to her? Or why else would she feel shy around me? Okay then, I reply, feigning sadness. It's fine if you don't want to dance. Okay, I'll dance. She changes her mind. I'll dance, but I'll only be dancing once and won't entertain any form of do it again, agreed? I'm afraid I'd want you to dance over and over and over again. So, don't start what you won't finish, I smirk. I'm not dancing then. I'm not showing you my artworks then, I mock, and she moves to intertwine her small arms around mine. What? Show me your artworks, she pouts. Please? Dance for me, please? Okay, she reluctantly agrees. And God, this woman is the prettiest thing I've seen in my entire life. I feel lucky that I met her because I can't imagine not having her in my life. I start cooking, and she watches me closely, assisting me and asking questions about how I can cook so well. When I was younger, I'd always sit with the chefs and learn from them since I had no friends and my parents were always busy. For me, the only escape from boredom was watching the chefs cook and drawing when I was free. I finish cooking, and we both eat the nice lunch I made. But while we eat, I try to think up how I can get her to stay here and agree to have her apartment renovated. Ava, there's no denying that Max is an amazing man. He's the ideal boyfriend every woman would pray for. He's kind, has a good heart, and I still think he's too good for me. Blame it on my inferiority complex, but I think he deserves a better woman. I can't deny that I like him, but I also can't deny that we can't be together. After eating and doing the dishes together, Max takes my hand and leads me inside his workspace. So, here we are, he announces, smiling as we walk inside his home office. Wow, it's beautiful, I exclaim, looking around to take in the coziness of this place. It's painted white, and it looks more artistic than sophisticated. I wouldn't have guessed you were so artsy. I turn to face him. Really? Why? He squeezes his forehead, a small smile playing on his lips. I don't know. You don't exactly give off that vibe. Well, he pulls a paintbrush from a paint bottle and rubs it across his face. Do I give it off now? He asks jokingly. I throw my hands over my mouth, laughing. Not really. I think you should try harder, I say, and he pulls me to him and rubs the blue paintbrush across my face. Max! I struggle out of his grip playfully. You look prettier with that on your face, he teases, pointing at my face. Come here. I pull another paintbrush from a paint bottle and swipe it across his face. Red may be your color, I comment while rubbing the paintbrush across his face. Okay, bring it on. He picks up another paintbrush, and we continue making art on each other's faces and bodies until we get tired. Then he pulls me into his arms. Ava, he calls, his chin in my hair. Can you spend the night with me, please? I turn around gently and gaze directly into his eyes. Max, you know we shouldn't be doing this. Why? He asks, like the reason isn't so clear. Why shouldn't we be doing this? I'm your secretary, and we both know we can't be together. I shrug my body out of his grip, but he pulls me back and places my hand on his chest. It's beyond my control, he says. We can make our relationship work. I remove my hand from his chest and comb it through my hair. It's not about him. It's me. We should wash the paint off. I change the topic, walking out of his reach. Max doesn't say anything as we walk to the bathroom to wash the paint off. You still haven't shown me your artwork. I break the uncomfortable silence. I want to see them. Sure, he smiles. Your clothes are stained too. You should change, he suggests. It's fine, I tell him. It's not so bad. Besides, I think it looks nice. He sighs before saying, You are so stubborn. I ignore his comment as we walk out of the bathroom and return to his workspace. I walk to check out some of the artwork that hangs on the wall. Did you draw these? Yeah, I did. He nods. Wow, you are talented. Thanks. We check out a few more artworks, and Max is quieter as we do, like he doesn't know what else to say to me. I feel bad because if he places his hand on my chest, he'd realize he's not the only one that's in love. I am too, but I have to protect my heart and my job. I know what my life is like. One minute I'm excited, and it seems nothing can ever go wrong. Then something happens and changes everything. I could stay the night if you want, and we can work on your dad's retirement party, I suggest, smiling as I take his hand and intertwine it with mine. Max exhales lightly, rubbing the back of my hands with his. You know, I'm bad at a lot of things, and there are many things about myself that I'm still working on. I promised myself not to get involved with any woman until I was mentally ready. Then, everything changed. I met you, and you struck that part of my heart. I don't know how, but it happened. He tightens his hand around mine. I just want you to know what I feel for you is real, and nothing can change it. I will do everything I can to make this work. Just give me a chance, please. Max, you don't even know anything about me. I'm just your secretary, and that's all I want to know. I want to know everything about you if you'll let me. He cuts me off. I open my mouth to reply, but words fail to form, so I just pull him into a hug. Maybe I'll tell him more about me when I meet my parents. I have feelings for him too, but I'm scared to face them. So, do you want to talk about the retirement party now? He asks as we break the hug. Yeah, but I don't have my tablet. I scratch my brows. So, what do we do? Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't want to talk about company-related topics either. Max continues. Let's talk about us. He walks me to sit down, and he sits beside me. So, tell me about you. Well, there's not much to say about me. I laugh nervously. Do you have any siblings? What do your parents do? Where did you grow up? He smiles. I want to know those things because I'm curious. My breath catches in my chest, and I swallow hard to prevent my anxiety from winning. It's easy since I'm meeting my parents soon. I just have to make something up. I don't have any siblings, and my parents are into business. They travel a lot, so, growing up, I was usually here and there. I lie. I hope to meet them someday, he replies, moving his hand forward to stroke my cheek gently. Max, what do you like most about me? I ask thoughtlessly. Everything. I like the way you make my heart feel, how excited I get when I'm around you, how beautiful you look. His index finger stops on my lips. Do you want me to continue? I lean forward and kiss his lips. You are amazing. You more so. Max pulls me back to him and continues the kiss from where I stopped. I wrap my hands around his neck as he lifts me to sit astride him. We continue making out for minutes, exchanging love through kisses. As Max slips his hand under my skirt, the doorbell rings downstairs. He doesn't stop until I shift slightly. Hey, I giggle. I think there's someone at the door. I don't care. He pulls me back to him and continues kissing me, sliding his hands under my skirt. Max, there's someone at the door, I tell him again. You should check to see who it is. We can continue this later. No, we can't. He takes my hand and places it on his erection. Look how hard I am. I want you now. The person at the door can leave and... He halts his speech when the sound of the door unlocking hits our ears. Is that my mom? She's the only one that has my... Max! A familiar voice shouts from outside. Max! I know you're in there. I called your mom, and she said you told her you'd be home today. I let myself in, so, yeah. My eyes widen as I hop down from Max's laps. It's Catherine, I say, biting my lower lip in fear. What do we do? Wait here. I'll tell her to leave, he tells me before attempting to walk outside, but I pull him back. You? I point at his erection. Do you want to go meet her like that? He sighs before mumbling. I won't forgive my mom for telling her my door's passcode. I'm going to have to change it. I think your mom wants you and Catherine together, I spill. I mean, it's understandable. She seems like a great woman. Max turns to face me, and anger mixed with sadness is visible on his face. Ava, so what if my mom wants her for me? Does that mean I should settle for a woman I don't love? You don't love her, I implore, and Max's face breaks into disappointment as he moves to pull the door open. He walks out of the room, and I run my hand through my hair. My inferiority complex is getting the best of me because I can't stop thinking I'm not worthy of a man like Max. I've lived a loveless life for so long that it's so hard for me to believe I'm worthy of love. It's not my fault. It's just I keep feeling like I'm setting my heart up to be broken if I accept my feelings for Max. Max. The weekend did not go how I thought, courtesy of my mom giving Catherine my door's passcode without thinking it was only right for her to ask me first. I've changed my passcode, and I won't forget to tell my mom that she's not going to have the new one. Ava didn't spend the weekend with me because Catherine acted stubbornly, and it took more time than expected to get her to leave. And when I finally got her to leave, Ava changed her mind and said it was best she returned to her apartment. I agreed, because I had exhausted all of my energy, and I didn't see how to convince her to stay. When Ava left, I started to regret not trying harder to get her to stay. Look, love is a very powerful thing, and it can get a little overwhelming sometimes. I spent the rest of the weekend thinking about her, so much that it made me angry. I wanted to stop for a few hours and just focus on getting productive and creative, but she'd pop into my head every other second, and I ended up missing her. I called her, and we talked for a long time, but it wasn't enough. The only thing I wanted was to hold her in my arms and kiss her. I don't even know what's happening to me. I mean, I've been in love before, so why does this feel like the first? I spent the rest of the weekend thinking since I couldn't do anything productive. I thought about how I could get her to agree with renovating her apartment because she's so adamant on not living with me. Then I had an idea, a work trip. We will go on a 3-day work trip. It would mean I would get to be around her for 3 whole days, and the contractor can work on renovating her apartment while she's away. It would be great for Ava and me. The best part is, she can't disagree with this because it's about the company, not her. A knock sounds on my door, snapping me out of my thoughts. Come in! Catherine steps inside my office, and the recognizable smell of arrogance fills the air. Good morning, she greets as she walks to take her seat. Yes, morning. So, I heard you are organizing a work trip, she starts. It's great, but kind of sudden. Okay? I raise my brow, wanting her to get straight to it so I can see her point because I can't see it yet. I think it will help build your leadership experience, she says with a nod. Thank you. She stands up to walk out of my office, but she turns around. I'm visiting your dad this evening. Do you want to come with me? No? I visited him a few days ago, and will do so later, but not this evening, I tell her bluntly. I think we should find time to visit him together, she suggests. Why? Max. She chuckles slightly. We both know our parents want us together and... Catherine, please leave. I have work to attend to. I cut her off. Well, let me know if you change your mind, she finalizes before walking out of my office, and I watch her wondering why she acts the way she does. I have clarified that nothing can ever happen between us, and I have told my parents. We have tried this once before and it failed. I'm unwilling to try it again, and there's no point thinking about it. My heart has chosen who it loves, and nothing can change that, not even my parents. Another knock breaks the silence, and I reply sharply, Come in. Ava steps inside, and my heart skips in my chest. Hi, she greets, smiling. Hello, I smile back, watching her as she sits. Are you free tonight? Max, we're at work, she cautions me, and pulls out her tablet instead. I want you to look over your schedule. She passes the tablet to me. I want to take you out to dinner, I tell her, collecting the tablet from her. Can we talk about this after work? Will you come over then? I ask her, raising my brows. Please. Okay, I will. So, back to work. She points at the tablet. Did I get everything? Yes, you did. I nod, smiling as I look up and my eyes drop to her lips. I can't deny that I'm obsessed with her. Ava, can you come here? I tap my lap. No, I need to work. She smirks before standing. Please, just 2 minutes? 2 minutes, she repeats before walking to sit on my lap. I missed you. She places her hand on my cheek. I missed you more. I stroke her left thigh with my index finger. I wanted to spend the weekend with you. There are many more weekends we can spend together, she says before planting a small kiss on my lips. I want to spend every day with you. I pull her to me and kiss her. It's like I can't satiate my need to kiss her. Even after this moment, I'd still want more. I just can't get enough of her lips, of everything Ava. Hey. Ava breaks the kiss gently when my lips start to trail down to her neck and find their way further down. You have a meeting in... She lifts her wrist to check her watch. 5 minutes. Just 2 minutes more. I move her lips back to mine, but she stops me. Ugh. Okay, I sigh in defeat. Tonight, she says before standing. Now, back to work. Okay, sweetheart, I smile, and she gives me a look that contains seriously, but I ignore it and just watch her with admiration as she walks out of my office. I love how the day started, and I know I'll spend the rest of it hoping that it ends soon. The day went by so slowly, but I'm glad it's finally over. Ava texted earlier to tell me she's on her way here, and I'm heading downstairs to get the door. The thought of seeing her soon makes my heart race. The doorbell rings when I step inside the living room and hurry to the door, knowing it's Ava. Hey, I greet, pulling the door open. Hi! Ava steps inside, and we both walk to sit on the couch. You don't go out with your friends and all that fun stuff? She asks, and I wonder where that came from. Go out with my friends? Yeah. She turns to face me. I noticed you are either home or at work. Well, I don't have many friends, and I'm not a huge fan of going out. I quote the last 2 words with my fingers. Plus, who needs to go out when I can spend my free time with this beautiful lady? I run my fingers through her long hair. You are too sweet, she says, a smile building on her face. I love spending time with you too. I love how she's reciprocating what I feel for her. It's what I want for the rest of my life. To have her close to me like this and never let her go. Ava, last night was amazing. Even though I didn't sleep at Max's, he wanted me to, but I told him I couldn't. Max makes me feel safe and comfortable, and I've decided to face what I feel for him after deciding it was better to have my heart broken by him than any other man. At least it'll be worth it, and I'd be able to say I've experienced love from a great man. And this job? I've found my parents anyway, so I can find another job and move on with my life. However, on the optimistic side, our love can last for a long, long time. Smiling at the thought, I step outside the building and walk to the car lot. Max asked me to come to meet him there. Standing, I look around searching for Max's car, and when I find it, I walk to join him. Hey, I greet, pulling the car's door open to step inside. Where are we going? I'm visiting my dad, and I want us to go together, he responds before starting the car. Oh, I sigh before fixing my seatbelt. We still haven't planned his retirement party. We'll work on it after the trip. He flashes me a glance. What do you think? Sounds good. I nod. The drive continues quietly, and I dreamily stare outside through the window until Max reaches for my left thigh and squeezes it gently. I turn to face him, smiling, and he turns to cast a small smile my way before fixing his eyes back on the road. Are you worried about something? He questions. Nope, I answer, but it's not true. I was thinking about my parents, wondering what type of people they are. I've not been able to stop thinking about them ever since what Mr. Barry told me. I want to meet them even if it's just once. But I'm scared. Part of me thinks it's best not to meet them. But the better part of me wants to meet them badly. I want to hear their part of the story. Why they dumped their 2-year-old daughter. I've tried thinking up a reason, but I just can't seem to understand. Hearing Mr. Barry tell me they are rich and happy broke my heart even more. How can that be? If they are truly wealthy and happy, why did I have to live like this? So, when will I meet your parents? Max breaks the silence. Soon, I reply without thinking. Where do they live? He asks, flashing me a glance. I pause and take my time to think. Dubai? That's far. Yeah, pretty far. I nod, hoping he stops asking about them. So, what were you like in high school? Just simple. A simple girl that wears glasses. And I was smart too. How about you? I ask. I was pretty simple too. Introverted and hated making friends. I laugh. Seriously? Yeah, you don't believe me. It's so hard. You look like the typical bad boy prom king, and the one who would sleep with all the hot girls in the class. Seriously, how? He throws his head back in laughter. How? I scoff. Have you seen you? That's what you look like. Well, you're way off base. His lips spread into a smile. I was pretty reserved, still am, and I love simplicity. It's nice, I smile. The drive got quiet again, and I tried to think about everything else that wasn't my parents, but I failed. We finally make it to the hospital. Max finds an empty parking spot, drives inside the parking space, and after turning the engine off, we step out of the car. He leads the way, and I follow him. I'm not a fan of hospitals because they carry many bad memories. The smell, view, everything messes with my head. When I was younger, I practically lived in the hospital. It was always one sickness or the other, and I frequented hospitals often. Sometimes I'd be admitted and no one would come around to check up on me for days. I'd worry that I might not make it out of the hospital alive. I disliked those thoughts, and most times they got the best of me, making me dread the thought of coming to the hospital. Those days were crazy moments of my life, but my immune system got better as I grew up. However, hospitals still freak me out. In here, Max pulls a VIP ward's door open, and we both step inside. I exhale through my mouth, trying to calm my elevated heart rate and praying I don't have a panic attack. I thought I had overcome my fear of hospitals since I hadn't been in one for a long time. But I guess I was wrong. Dad? Max walks to sit on a chair by his dad's bedside. How are you feeling today? He takes his dad's hand in his. Mr. Miller looks better than he looked in the last picture of him I saw. There are fewer tubes connected to his nose and mouth. He looks better. I walk to the side of his bed. He has opened his eyes, and he moves his eyes slowly to meet mine. Mr. Miller, Ava, how are you doing? He manages to speak, moving his hand as if he wants me to hold it. I'm fine. Feeling any better? I hold his hand. I do, he replies with a smile before turning to face his son. How have you found working with Ava so far? Oh, she's great. Max nods. Amazing. I knew it, Mr. Miller continues before coughing. I knew she. He coughs again. Please rest, sir, I tell him. Yes, you should rest, Dad, Max tells his dad, and he squeezes his hand gently. I watch them, admiring the father and son love that they exhibit. The ward's door creaks open, and Mrs. Miller steps inside. Hello, I greet. Oh, Ava. She smiles as she walks to join us. Max, you didn't tell me you would be coming by. Well, I didn't think I had to tell you. Max turns to face his mom. I'm glad you're here. Would you join us for dinner tonight? Mom, if this is about the Grays, then I'm sorry. You... I realize I shouldn't be there. The conversation is getting personal, and it would be better to wait outside. So, I walk outside and search around for a seat. I finally find one, and a middle-aged woman is sitting there too, looking tense. I don't say anything to her as I sit and bring out my phone and earbuds to listen to music while I wait. Plugging my earpiece in my ears, I notice the woman's eyes sitting next to me are fixed on me, but I ignore her. "What's your name?" she asks. I pull the earpiece out of my ears and turn to cast her an excuse me look. "What is your name?" She repeats her question. "Ava," I respond, confused and wondering why she's asking. "How did you get that?" She points at the side of my neck. "What?" I place my hand on my neck. "The scar?" "Yes, the scar." "Home accident." I shrug, wondering why she's talking to me. "And the scar on my neck? I've had it ever since I can remember. I don't know how it got there, and no one has ever asked me." "Oh," Max asked once before, and I lied that I got it when I was younger while playing with my friends. "The scar has just always been there. It's not this woman's business, so I'll tell her whatever I want to tell her." "I see," she nods. "Why are you here?" she continues. "Visiting?" I reply, giving her a look that contains, "Can you stop questioning me?" "Family?" "Yes," I lie, because, again, it's none of her business. "Okay." She finally ends the conversation. I plug my earpieces back in my ears and notice the woman is still staring at my neck. Okay, she's weird. I stand up and walk back to the ward to check if Max is ready to leave. "Hey, where did you go? I've been looking for you." "I was over there." I point towards where I sat. Then I see the weird woman walking towards us. "Oh, Mrs. Gray." Max's face breaks into a smile. I turn around to see who he's greeting, and it's the woman that loves asking questions. Do they know each other? "Max, I didn't know you were here. Keith has an ulcer, so I brought him here to see a doctor. I plan to visit your dad before leaving. Hope he feels better soon." "We were just about to leave," Max continues, a friendly smile still playing on his lips. "I guess they know each other." The woman turns to face me, and I lift my eyes away from hers. "You two know each other?" "Oh, do you know her?" Max asks. "We met a few minutes ago," the woman replies. "Ava, right?" "Yeah, Ava." I feign a smile, not knowing how else to behave. "Oh, she's my secretary," Max explains. "Ava, meet Mrs. Gray. She's Catherine's mom." "Ah," I stretch my hand out for a shake. "Nice to meet you. You have a great daughter." I smile. Mrs. Gray accepts the handshake offer. "Thank you," she nods. "If you will excuse us, we've got work to attend to," Max politely tells her. "Oh, sure." We step out of the hospital and walk back to the car. "I'm hungry. We should stop at a restaurant to grab some lunch," Max suggests. "Yeah, sounds good." 15 minutes later, Max parks the car in front of an expensive restaurant, and we both walk inside to grab lunch. Marcus flashes in my head again as we step inside the restaurant, and fear forms in my heart. I reach for Max's hand, not caring that anyone might see us, and he smiles before giving my hand a light squeeze. I feel safer and secure when I'm around him, and I have a peaceful feeling that Marcus won't be able to harm me with Max around. Max. After a long, hectic day, punctuated by an annoying dinner with my mom and Catherine's family, I settle in to drive to Ava's apartment because I can really use her company right now. My mom is so hard to turn down, so I had to accept her request to join her and the Grays for dinner. It went as I expected it to go. Anything that has Catherine in it is always annoying. Well, I didn't forget to ask her when she would be leaving the company. The plan was that she would only assist for a few weeks, and now it's already months. So, I need to know what was happening and how a few weeks turned into months. Max, don't you appreciate Catherine's efforts? I don't think you should be worried about when she's leaving, my mom said. After all, Catherine is a great help to the company. Yes, and I think she's done enough. She has a job that needs her back. Max, you don't have to worry about me. I love working with you. So it's fine, Catherine smiled, placing her hand on mine. I shrugged her hand away, hating that I was stuck with working with her for life. I knew this was the plan from the start. My parents think bringing Catherine to work with me will change my mind about marrying her. But they're wrong. Very wrong. Parking my car, I step out and head inside the building. Somehow, I think my legs are now used to climbing these stairs. However, it doesn't change my mind about this place. I still think it needs to be renovated since Ava doesn't want to move in with me. I finally reach the 4th floor and walk to knock on Ava's door. I didn't tell her I was coming, so I guess she'll be surprised to see me in front of her door this late at night. The door creaks open as I raise my hand to knock again. "Hey," I smile. "Hey." She pulls the door open, and I step inside. "What happened? It's so late." "I know, but I missed you." I pull my coat off and hang it on the hook. "What are you watching?" I ask when I see her laptop on the couch. "Netflix." She walks to join me. "How did the dinner go? You had a long day. Shouldn't you be resting?" "Yes, I should. And that's what I'm doing." I sprawl on the couch, placing my head on her lap. "Max, you left the comfort of your home to spend the night here?" She curls my hair around her finger. "Why would you do that?" "The only place where I find comfort is with you," I reply before adjusting my head on her lap. "Ava, I want to suggest something. Okay? I spoke to a contractor concerning renovations to your apartment, and they agreed to start on Wednesday," I explain. "Since the work trip will last for 3 days, they will renovate the apartment during that time." "Really? You did?" "Yes, I did, and please don't turn down my help. I'm doing this because I love you so much, and it will give me peace of mind to know you are safe. The work trip starts on Wednesday and ends on Saturday. The work would be done before you return," I explain, and she moves her fingers down to my lips, stroking them gently, and just as it always happens, my cock twitches in my pants. "Okay, thank you so much," she says, her fingers still running along the seams of my lips. "I like the idea." "I'm glad you do." I take her fingers before sitting up. "You know, today I spoke with my mom, and yeah, she still thinks Catherine is the right woman for me. But I told her I don't feel anything for Catherine and nothing will change that. Then she asked me if I had anyone that I did like. So, what did you tell her?" "I told her I do. I have a woman I love," I answer before pulling her to me to kiss her like I'm starving for her lips and tongue. Ava is so beautiful. So beautiful. The graceful curve of her neck, the way she pouts her lips when she's concentrating on something, her sparkling eyes when she laughs, and these lips, the ones I'm addicted to. Her eyes run over my strong arms and broad chest, then down my thighs and back up to my already hard cock. My whole body soaks with desire as I slip my tongue deep inside her mouth, cherishing the closeness as our bodies press against each other delicately. I want more with her. I always do. Ava gets me. She understands my body, and I understand hers. There's no other way to explain it. I know we were made for each other. She raises her hand, and I pull off her satin pajamas, revealing just her naked body. Her hands find the buttons of my shirt, and in no time, we are both naked and overwhelmed with sexual desire. My hands move over Ava's full breasts, squeezing them gently, relishing the soft flesh, and her nipples stiffens against my palms. I break the kiss because my mouth wants to be in more intimate places. Moving down, I take one of her breasts in my mouth, and Ava arches her back in pleasure, her gaze fixed on me as I fill my mouth with her. A moan escapes her lips as we resume kissing. My body pulses with need. Our lips move together effortlessly. My hand moves over her, sliding over her breast, down her body to her mound, then back up again, cupping her breast so I can feast on it again. My heart melts in red flame passion, the one I experience every time we get close, naked, with our mouths against each other. I move down from the couch, spread her thighs, and bury my head between her legs. Her pussy is so moist. I could do this all day without feeling tired. Ava's hand is in my hair, her fingers twisting and tugging me to her, watching me as I flick my tongue against her cleanly shaved pussy. The thought makes my cock grow harder, and I lap deeply at her sweet, musky essence. She tastes so good, and waves of bliss break over my body as Ava smooths her palm over my head, stroking it as she writhes against my mouth. She's moaning, and when I glance up, I see her rubbing her breast, pulling at her nipple, teasing herself while my tongue works on her wetness. I go in even deeper, every inch of my tongue fully inside her, probing and swirling, my eyes still fixed on her because I want to see all the bliss she feels. Her eyes are closed, her lips parted, and soft moans escaping from her parted lips. Watching her enthrall makes my cock even thicker. Wanting to give her more pleasure, I slide 2 fingers inside her gently, rotating them in her dripping hole. My tongue flicks and dances teasingly over her clit, finger fucking her faster and faster. She moans delightfully, throwing her head back in ecstasy. "Max, I need you inside me," Ava says as I move back up to continue kissing her. "I want you now." "I don't have a condom," I tell her. "I do, in my bedroom." "Let's go then." I carry her bridle-like, and we walk to her room. "Where is it?" I ask, and she points towards her drawer. Dropping her on the bed gently, I walk to the drawer to get the condom, rip it open, and roll it over my hard dick. Ava's legs are spread wide for me, her eyes aflame with desire. I throw her left leg over my shoulder and slide my cock inside her warm, wet hole. She grips my shaft snugly, welcoming me home. I thrust inside her slowly and insistently. Every moan that escapes her lips makes me harder and more determined to give her every inch of me. I lay against her, our mouths locked together again, and the kiss is so sweet, loving as I thrust inside her quicker and harder, the bed creaking beneath us as we make love without restraint. Our sex is tethered and held by love. I cherish her and what we have, the wave of love that's strongly between us. Her pussy walls squeeze against my cock, causing the pleasure to build up even more. I slow down to find her neck and mouth, luxuriating in her kisses. I don't want the moment to end, but my cock has other ideas, and I have no option but to go with it. Ava convulses against me, tightening her arms around me as she reaches her climax. I'm so close, but when I slide out of her, she pushes me to lay flat on my back, pulls the condom off my cock, and tosses it in the trash can before taking my thick cock in her hand. Leaning forward, she closes her wet mouth around me, her free hand stroking my chest, and I'm sure she can feel how hard my heart is pounding for her. The sound of her lips smacking as she sucks me pushes me further and further to the point of no return. Ava's tongue slides across my cock from balls to tip, moaning deliriously and swirling the tip of her dripping tongue over my glistening glands. I gather all my strength not to come, and she notices. She releases my cock from her grip, and it falls stiff against my belly. Smiling, Ava mounts me, gasping as my length fills her up. I hold her hips, caressing and squeezing her butt. I want to keep her with me forever. She rides me, sliding up and down my shaft and moistening me with her juices. I can never get enough of this moment. The smell of our sex, the sounds she makes, the sight of her on top of me, and the feeling of her pussy as she rides my cock to sexual oblivion. Ava throws her head back, arching in the pleasure of my cock. My legs are shaking, and I know I've reached my limit. Our bodies have become a sensual bond of love and desire, and she has reached her peak too. She moans loudly, her body stretching as wave after wave of pleasure consumes her. I can't hold back either. Watching Ava cry out in frenzied joy pushes me to the edge too, and we hold each other tightly as we orgasm. Breathing heavily, Ava collapses against me, and I wrap her in a tight hug as we both try to catch our breath. "I'm never going to let you go," I murmur inside her ear huskily. Smiling, she plants a long kiss on my mouth before resting her head on my chest. Promise. Always. Ava. Finally, it's Wednesday, the day we leave for our work trip. We're at the park, waiting for the bus to arrive so we can leave. I didn't pack much, but staring at Joanna's bag, I'm starting to think I should have packed a little more. "Hey girl, what's in your bag?" Joanna asks, eyeing the small bag I'm carrying. "Not much, just some clothes and toiletries," I respond, wondering what else is supposed to be there. "Are you sure you packed enough clothes and shoes?" She moves towards me, assessing the bag with her fingers now. "Girl, it's a work trip, not a vacation with my boyfriend," I smirk. "Speaking of boyfriends, how's it going with you and Max?" she asks. "Hey, keep your voice down." I throw my hands over her mouth, looking around to make sure no one heard her. "When are you going to make it official?" She wiggles her brows dramatically. "I don't know," I reply shyly, tugging my hair behind my ear. "We haven't defined it yet. It's just feelings and... sex? Joanna!" I throw my hands over her mouth again. "Keep your voice down." "Why? People have sex all the time. I had sex last night too, so..." She rolls her eyes. I don't want to think about that." "Well, I want to know, so... is this all it's about? Nothing serious?" "I don't know. I'm new to all this. But yes, I like him. I like him a lot, and... he hasn't asked you out." I'm not sure I'm ready for the big question either. I don't know what I'll say if Max asks me. Plus, I don't know what all these feelings are yet. "It's love, you silly girl, LOVE. "Girl, stop." I hit her arm playfully. Somehow, I love how she's telling me about the feeling I'm afraid to admit. "You have to make it official soon." She wiggles her brows again, a smile playing on her lips. "Joanna, do you think Max and I can be together?" "Oh, girl, there you go again." She groans. "Have you seen you? If I were a man, I'd compete with Max to make you mine. You, girl, are capable of getting any man you want." She spanks my left arm. "I don't even blame Max for falling so hard, because who wouldn't?" "Jo, stop flattering me," I elbow her gently. "I'm not. Just stating the pure facts, and it's..." "Hey, girls." Catherine's voice joins us, and we quickly shove the topic away. "Oh, girl, this bag." She gestures towards Joanna's bag. "Yeah, I'm a heavy packer," she smirks at her. "So hold the comments." "Whatever." Catherine slips on her sunglasses. "I don't understand why we have to take the same bus. I would have rather taken my car," she complains. "The bus is here," Anthony announces. Oh, thank God. I was getting sick of spending another minute around Catherine. We all walk to the bus. There are about 10 of us. I look around in search of Max. But he's not here. I guess he'll probably take his car. Why do I even want him to be here? "Hey!" Joanna elbows me and tilts her head as if trying to point something out. "What?" My eyes follow the direction of her head, and my heart somersaults in my chest when I see Max already seated. "Joanna, stop!" "Stop what?" She pulls my hand away from her as we walk past Max. "Ava, I think you should sit here in case I need anything," Max requests. And I freeze. "You heard him," Joanna tells me, pushing me to take the seat beside him as she mouths a low. "That man is head over heels in love with you." "Shut up," I mouth back before walking to sit next to Max. "Hey," I greet. "You look pretty," he comments in a low tone and attempts to touch my hair, but I push his hand away. "Max, stop. Look, there are people here," I caution him. "I'm sorry," he apologizes, but his face says otherwise as a snarky smile spreads across his face, and it looks like he's going to do it again. "Can I sit here?" Mr. Brown asks, pointing at the extra seat in the row where we're sitting. "Well, I will, even if you say no." He smiles, and I shift so he can take the middle seat. "Good day," he greets, turning to face Max. "Good day," Max responds coldly, not hiding the annoyance in his tone. "Hey, Queen." Mr. Brown turns his head to face me. "Stop calling me Queen." "Stop calling her Queen!" Max and I reply simultaneously, and we turn to look at each other. Mr. Brown lets out a throaty laugh. I get it if she doesn't want me to call her queen, but why do you care, sir? He directs his question at Max. It's disturbing, Max replies, ignoring my eye signals that suggest he doesn't have to reply to Mr. Brown. Disturbing? Mr. Brown scoffs. How? She's just your secretary. You don't own her. Max swallows his words, and I'm glad he does. I think you should find somewhere else to sit, Alex. Oh, this place is comfortable, thanks. He snorts. The rest of the drive is crazy, and I spend the whole time counting and hoping we arrive at our destination soon. I stand up first and hurry to meet Joanna when we finally stop. Gosh, Brown is such a downer. What does he even want from you? Honestly, I don't know. I groan. That was so uncomfortable. I know, right? Joanna sighs before pulling me to her. Hey, girls. Catherine's voice stops us as we walk. Can someone take my picture, please? She stretches her iPhone towards us. Anybody? Joanna, you do it. You love taking pictures. I collect the phone and pass it to Joanna. Ugh, Catherine, you are a pain in the eyes, Joanna groans as she grudgingly collects the phone from me. Is that even a thing? Pain in the eyes? Catherine smirks, shaking her head. Are you going to pose? She does, and I watch as Joanna takes her pictures. As expected, she's one of those people that complains and has high picture standards. She made Joanna retake pictures until she got angry and handed her phone back to her. Do some editing on them, and I'm sure you'll get what you're looking for. It's what you Instagram beauty queens do nowadays anyway. Joanna turns towards me. Hey, should we take some pictures too? No, I'm not a huge fan of pictures, but I could take some pictures for you. Now that's what I love to hear. She brings out her iPhone 11 and scrolls to the camera. Say cheese. Cheese. I smile as Joanna takes a shot. Looks good. Yeah, it is. You nailed that picture, little Miss Gorgeous. She smiles. You should take one too. Where is your phone? Here. I dig my hand in my pocket and hand it to her. Pose? I strike a pose, and the camera click sound hits my ears. Was that okay? No, another one. Change your style. I do, and Joanna smiles from ear to ear as she takes the pictures. Girl, you're gorgeous, super gorgeous. Thank you. I walk to check the pictures she took. Wow, they look so nice. Oh, of course they do. Catherine is frustrating. She rolls her eyes. She is. Wait, where'd she go? I look around and find her next to Max, while Max has his eyes fixed on me, a small smile playing on his lips. Girl, I know when a man is deeply in love, and he is. Joanna, that's enough. I tap her arm, my cheeks turning 50 shades of pink. And you are too. Ugh. I wave her observation off. Stop talking about him, I tell her as we walk inside the hotel. We've only gone on a work trip 3 times in the years I've worked for LM, but it's usually fun, a lot of fun. It's supposed to be for learning and developing our skills, but it's more like taking a break from work, a necessary break. The last work trip was in Beijing, China, but this one is in Philadelphia. We've never been here, but I know LM has another one of its branches here too, while the headquarters is the one in NYC where we work. Wow, this place is everything and more, Joanna exclaims as we step inside the lobby. I heard it belongs to the Millers. Girl, how do you know that? We just stepped inside here. I pull a dry laugh, wondering how Joanna seems to know everything. Cecilia and Jake talked about it on the bus. And look. She points at a plaque with Mr. Miller's name boldly encrypted in front of the main hall. Oh, wow, you're right. I nod. I always am, duh. She rolls her eyes. Hey, let's join them over there. We walked to meet the others where they had gathered, listening to Max as he addresses them. So we can all pick a room each, he says, holding up a key. I have number 1. Number 2, Catherine quickly picks the second key. Number 3, Mr. Alex picks a key too. Number 4, Max picks the 4th key and hands it to me before Cecilia can pick it. Joanna clears her throat behind me, and I cast Max a look that suggests that he should not have done that, but he doesn't care. Number 5, Cecilia picks the next key. 6, Joanna picks hers, and we watch the rest as they pick theirs too. Okay, then we should all get settled before the first meeting, Max utters. Joanna entwines my hand in hers as we both find our way to our rooms. Everyone is soon going to know that he's sleeping with you. Joe. I remove my hand from hers. How can you say that? You know what that means? Look at how he's acting. It's so clear that he's head over heels in love with you. Joanna turns to face me. Number 4, she mimics Max, stretching an imaginary key at me. God, I'm done being friends with you. I laugh, pushing her aside before walking ahead. Hey, M's girlfriend, you better wait up. Joe, I'm going to kill you. I turn around and throw my key at her. No, you won't, she laughs before picking the key up. You know you won't. I smirk as she walks up to meet me and intertwines her arm in mine again. As silly as it is, I kind of love her jokes about Max and me. It feels awkward and nice at the same time, but I don't want the part where everyone will find out I'm sleeping with my boss. It's safer to announce it to them than for them to find out. I hate that rumor phase. I just don't want to experience that. Ava, the last meeting ended a few hours ago, and we were all assigned our schedules for the trip. Mine is clear, and it only involves helping Max. It's late, and I've just had my bath. Now, I am laying on my bed waiting for sleep to come because tomorrow will be a long and maybe stressful day. I pick up my phone from the nightstand and find an unread message notification on the screen. I click it open, and it's from Max. I'll be in your room in 5 minutes. There's the heart eyes emoji at the end. I check the time he sent the text. 5 minutes ago? I want to text him back that he shouldn't come here because someone might see him. But a soft knock sounds on my door, and I know that's him. I walk to the door, and Max steps inside immediately when I pull the door open. Hey, this is not right. Someone might see you. So, what? He pulls me to me and presses my body against his. Max? I place my hand on his chest before sighing. It's late. They're all asleep, and I miss you so much, he groans. I miss you too, but we shouldn't do this here. It's easy for you, but it's hard for me. I can't stop thinking about you. It's so much, and I think I might die if I spend one more minute away from you. I laugh before hitting his chest playfully. Max, stop. I'm not kidding. He takes his hand to the edge of my shirt, pulls it off slowly, and my breasts tumble out, my nipples already so hard from the hug. He bends forward and plants soft kisses on them. Max? I move away from him gently and walk to my vanity table. We can't do this. We're only a wall apart from the others, and this place is not soundproof. Shh. He flips me around gently, picks a scarf from the table, and ties it over my mouth. Better now? He shifts my shorts and sticks his cock inside my wet pussy. I throw my head back and shut my eyes as he thrusts in and out of me, his hands squeezing my nipples lightly. I whimper softly, pressing him against me as he fucks me. I tilt my ass and grind it against him, his cock hitting all the right places inside me. I've missed him so much, missed feeling him inside me like this. He grabs my hips and takes charge again, thrusting his cock in and out of me. Then a knock sounds on my door. Max doesn't stop. He increases his pace, and I love it. I don't want him to stop. I don't care about who's at the door. The knock increases and heightens our horniness as we fuck. We ignore the person at the door and just focus on us. Max gives my breasts a tight squeeze, and I convulse against him. He's shaking too as we both reach our orgasm. Damn! He exclaims, untying the scarf from my lips. He turns me around to face him, so he can kiss me. I love you so much, he says in between kisses. That was... I break the kiss and run my hand across his chin. Great, I smile. It was, he smiles. Can I spend the night here? No, and you can't even go out yet. Someone knocked. Right, we laugh, wondering how we both didn't care about the knock and just got deeper into the sex. It's probably Joanna, I say, tilting my head sideways to observe Max's face. God, he's so hot. What? He laughs, and I notice the slight pinkness on his cheeks. Don't look at me like that. He turns his face away from me. Why? I turn his head back to face me. Look at me. Ava, we're going to end up on that bed, and it would take more than 3 minutes to make this one go away. I look down and realize his cock is starting to stiffen again. Okay, good night. Tomorrow will be a busy day, and if we spend the night together, we won't get any sleep. Who needs any sleep? He cups my face in his hands and tries to kiss me, but I stop him. I think you're addicted to me, I comment, laughing. Good night, babe. I pull the door open and push him outside gently, slamming the door. I lean against the door, placing my hand on my chest. There's no going back at this point. I'm head over heels in love with that man, and there's no denying it. I jump out of my thoughts when my phone beeps on my bed. I rush to pick it up and click the first message open. It's from Max. Can I come back, just to properly kiss you goodnight? And he adds a crying and love emoji at the end of the message. I laugh before texting. No, go to bed. And I add a wink emoji at the end. Please, just to kiss you goodnight? No. Someone might see you this time. And I know you won't leave after kissing me goodnight. I promise I'll leave. No, here is a good night kiss. I add 3 kiss emojis and hit send. Ugh, okay, fine. Good night, sweetheart. He adds 5 kiss emojis at the end of his text. Smiling, I place the phone on my chest, contemplating asking him to come and kiss me goodnight. But will I be able to let him go? He's not the only one who's obsessed. I am too. So, it's best to sleep. I toss my phone on my nightstand, but it beeps again, and I hurry to pick it up, hoping it's Max. But it's not. It's nosy Joanna. I click on the message. Girl, I know you are not asleep. There's the eyes emoji at the end. Joe, you are creepy. I text and add a smirk because I'm currently smirking. Said it. You are not asleep. I read the text and see that she's still typing. So, what were you doing? She adds the eyes emoji again. Don't be so nosy. Go to bed, young lady. I add the eye roll. Tell me, and I'll tell you what I saw. Having sex with, I end the text with the shy emoji. Oh my God, girl, you two had sex when you know we are only walls apart from you? I'm not surprised by you two, but guess what? You aren't the only ones that had sex. Girl, what? Cecilia and Jake wouldn't let me sleep. They kept going and going. God, now, I'm so horny I need to call Dylan. She adds the crying emoji at the end of the text. Sorry, girl, but no, not Jake and Cecilia. I add the surprised emoji. Girl, I'm getting my $100 tomorrow. Told you they are dating. You lost the bet. No. Yes. I want to text a reply, but I wait since she's typing. I need to sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. Good nighty. Night. I close the chat box and go to drop my phone back on the table. Then it beeps again. Girl, just go to bed. I check my phone and notice it's a message from Max, not Joanna. My heart skips in my chest as I click it open. Are you asleep? And he's still typing. I can't sleep. I keep thinking about you. I smile after reading the text. I think you should come and kiss me goodnight. Whoop! He adds the running emoji at the end of the text, and I can't keep the laughter from falling from my lips. I roll off the bed and rush to the door. I check carefully to make sure no one is watching. Hey, hurry inside. I pull Max inside with me and shut the door quickly. I'm spending the night here, he says as he walks to the bed. I knew it. I laugh and walk to join him on the bed, placing my head on his chest. If this will help you sleep, then okay. Will it? He takes my hand and places it on his already hard cock. Why does that always happen? I throw my hands over my mouth. Because I'm in love with you, he answers. I can't control it. It's just the effect you have on me. Plus, he gestures at how my breasts are plastered against his hard chest. I laugh before tying my hair up and licking my lower lip. I move down to his pants and pull them down off. His half-hard cock springs out. Happy it's free from the fabric of the pants. I smile before bending forward to take it into my mouth. My hair knot loosens, and it falls forward. Max's hands sweep it across my face gently. I should really cut this hair, I complain before attempting to tie it back up. No, don't. I love it. He smiles. I will leave it long for you. I tug my hair behind my ears and bend forward to continue working my mouth on his engorged cock. There's going to be no sleeping tonight. That is for certain. Ava. I rub my eyes open and look at the digital clock on the table. The red numbers indicate... Shit! I panic, and my eyes completely fly open. How is it 8 already? I feel the weight of Max's head on my stomach as I try to roll out of bed. Hey, Max. Hey. I tap his arms in an attempt to wake him. Hey, wake up. Hey. He groans sleepily and adjusts his posture, still not opening his eyes. Max, wake up. I try to lift him away from me. You need to get back to your room. Why? I love it here, he responds, his voice heavy with sleep. Max, I'm serious. I finally succeed in moving him away from me. Shit. I panic as I reach for my phone. 13 missed calls? I turn around to face Max. Hey, you need to wake up. It's 8. I knew not getting any sleep was a bad idea. I shake him, running my hands through his rough hair. I'm up. He tries to pull me to him again, but I stop him. Did you hear what I said? We're in... I halt my speech when I hear a knock on the door. Ava! Joanna's voice pierces through the door. Are you in there? Shit. I face Max, who still looks like he could use another 3 hours of sleep. What do we do? My phone rings in my hand and I swipe right. Hey, Joe. Morning, girlie. It's 8 and everyone's out here worried. What's going on? Who exactly is out there with you? I don't know. Tyler, Luciana, and Catherine. Why? Well, Catherine is worried about Max. She pauses. Wait a minute, girl, is he... Yes, he is, and he has to. Max mouths a low, who is that? At me, but I ignore him. He has to leave now, and I want to make sure no one is outside when he leaves my room. Girl... Okay, give me 5 minutes. I'll lead these people away and call you once the coast is clear. Thanks, girl. Love you so much. I sigh, before ending the call. Who was that? Max folds his hands against his chest, feigning anger. It's Joanna. I roll my eyes before slipping into my pajamas. Here. I toss his pants and shirt at him. She knows about us? He asks as he pulls his clothes on. She does, and she's helping us now. You can leave in 5 minutes. She's clearing the hall for us. Oh. My phone rings, and I rush to pick it up. Hey. Catherine is annoying, but yeah, he can leave now. Okay, thanks, boo. I end the call and turn to face Max. You ready? Yes, I am. He combs his fingers through his rough hair. Can I leave now? Yeah, hurry. I lead him to the door and he plants a small kiss on my lips before pulling the door open to walk out. Wow, that was risky. I dial Joanna's contact. Hey, thanks, he's out now. Lovebirds, she sings from the other end of the phone. Stop, I'm hanging up. I need to shower and prepare for the day. Okies. I end the call and hurry inside the bathroom to shower and get dressed. One awkward part of this trip is how we all have to eat together at one table. I hate it. We didn't talk during dinner last night because everyone was tired, but it's different this morning. I think we should do our work in pairs, Catherine suggests as we eat. Since we have 12, I think it's more fun if we paired up. It's unnecessary. I think everyone can handle their tasks, Max counters her. I like the idea of pairing up, Jake seconds Catherine, his eyes fixed on Cecilia. I turn to give Joanna a look that carries various messages, and she gets it. Jake's wants the pairing idea because of Cecilia. I like it too, Cecilia agrees. Okay, maybe we should take a vote. Catherine sets her fork on her plate. If you want us to team up, raise your hand. She raises her hands first, and 8 others join. Oh, see? We should team up. Catherine smiles, turning to face Max. Okay, pick your team members, Ava. You are with me. No, you can't pick your secretary as your team member, Catherine objects. Why not? You won't need much of her help. Let's work together. She moves her hand to touch Max's, but he moves his hand away from her touch and glares at her. Yes, I think Max and Catherine should team up. Mr. Brown claps as he speaks. You two will make a great team. Queen, team up with me. Nope, I'm teaming up with Joanna. I hold Joanna's hand, and Max casts me a look that screams, Really? Yep, we are a team, Joanna agrees with a smile. I'll team up with Jake, Cecilia says. Girl, my $100, Joanna whispers in my left ear as we both watch Jake and Cecilia. The rest pick their team members, we finish eating and decide to get on with our various tasks. So, what do we have to do? I think we're visiting our branch here and interviewing their staff. That sounds stressful. I should have teamed up with Max. He has a simpler task. I complain. Well, it's not too late. You can still go back to your boyfriend, Joanna speaks, raising her brows. Ugh, you're incorrigible. Wait, why didn't you pick him? She questions as we walk. Why should I? So everyone can suspect we're having an affair? Well, he looks like he hates the idea of being around Catherine. He'll deal with it, I shrug. So about last night, did you... Don't even start. Oh, I helped you this morning, and this is how you'll pay me back. She crosses her arms over her chest dramatically. What exactly do you want to know, Nosy? I ask shyly, but I really want to talk about it. So, you two spent the night together? Teaming up with Joanna was fun, but I kept thinking about Max. I miss him so much. I contemplated calling him, but he's around Catherine, and I know how sneaky Catherine can be. So I held off. It's after 9 now, and since Joanna and I already ate, we didn't bother joining the rest for dinner. We just stayed in her room, and I watch her apply her skincare. Not all of us have clear skin. She turns to face me. Some of us have to do this, Lucky. She smirks. I'm sorry. I laugh. It's fine. You have a great gene. I envy you. Your parents have clear skin too, right? Mine don't. My mom especially. She's so acne-prone. I hate that I have her skin. Oh, I don't say anything else because I don't know what to say. You never talk about your parents. Why? What's there to talk about? I roll off of her bed. I should go back to my room. I need to sleep. You can sleep here, she glances at me. Or are you expecting another visitor? She wiggles her brows nastily. Joanna, you need Jesus. I laugh, throwing a pillow at her. Good night. Night. Make sure you get some sleep tonight because we have to be out by 8 tomorrow, partner. Noted, I say before walking out of her room. Max. Today was stressful, and it was made more so because I missed Ava. I spent the whole day thinking about her. It just feels like my life has changed, and a part of me exists solely for her. It's crazy, I know, but I can't help it. I don't want to either. It makes me happy. Thinking about her makes me happy. I've been in love a few times, but I swear this one is different. It's like our souls are connected in an unexplainable way, and we just always have to be together. I imagine spending the rest of my life taking care of her. Even right now, as we have dinner, I'm thinking about her. She's not here, and I notice her friend isn't here either. It's weird how everything feels empty when she's not around. I don't even have the appetite to eat. I just want to see her. Catherine, that's your third glass, Alicia speaks, watching Catherine as she pours another glass of wine. So what? I sigh before pushing my chair back to stand up. The only place I want to be right now is with Ava. Are you leaving? Catherine tugs at my shirt as I make a move to walk away. You didn't even touch your food. I frown before responding. I'm not hungry and I'm tired. I remove my shirt from her grip and turn to head upstairs. As I walk to my room, I see Ava walking out of one of the rooms, and my heart does a happy dance in my chest. Hey, she greets. Hi, I respond, feigning anger. Night. Good night, she answers and turns around to walk to her room, but I pull her back. What? Really? You think I'm going to let you leave like that? How could you team up with someone else? Well, Joanna is my friend, she shrugs. You really don't understand what spending a minute away from you does to me. I pin her against the wall, and my lips crave to take her right on the spot. Hey, Max, we're in the hallway. We shouldn't... No one can see us. They're all downstairs, having dinner and drinks. I came upstairs because I miss you. I cup her chin with my hand, tilting her face up to look at me. I bend forward to kiss her, but she stops me again. They can... Her speech is cut short when Mr. Brown appears at the end of the hallway. Ava quickly pushes me away from her, but it's clear that Mr. Brown saw us already. And you know what? I don't care. In fact, I'm glad he did, so he can know his place and delete whatever he has for my woman. Queen, why didn't you join us for dinner? He asks, pretending not to notice anything. Oh, I had an early dinner, Ava responds sharply. Good night. We watch her as she hurries to her room, and anger immediately overwhelms me. Mr. Brown is annoying as hell, and I'm firing him once I get the go-ahead. I'm just waiting for my dad to see that the company doesn't need him anymore, and once he does, I swear Mr. Brown is leaving, although I doubt my dad will ever see it. They are friends, and his judgment about him is partial. I size him up with my eyes before walking to my room. I don't like him, and he knows it. He doesn't like me much either. Are you sleeping with your secretary? He implores bluntly, and I stop in my tracks. Turning around, I say, who I'm sleeping with is none of your damn business. Well, I doubt your dad will be happy about that, and after saying that, he walks away. Ugh, I smirk, admiring how he made sure to have the last word. But who the fuck does he think he is to tell me what my dad will or won't like? Just because he's my dad's friend doesn't mean he has any right to tell me what to do. Frowning, I walk inside my room and head for the bathroom to get a cold shower. Still resenting Alex for ruining everything, it was an amazing moment, and I wanted to kiss Ava so badly, but he just had to appear at that moment. It still pisses me off to think he likes her. He's 40-something, for crying out loud. Okay, I know it happens, but it can never be him and Ava. Never. After showering, I walk back into my room, and a knock sounds on my door as I wrap the towel around my waist. My face breaks into a smile because I know it can only be one person. The love of my life. Ava. I was just about to text her. I walk to pull the door open. Hey, you. The smile fades from my face when I see Catherine standing there. Oh, looks like you were expecting someone, she says, her eyes trailing across my body, from my wet hair to my legs. What are you doing here? I ask, frowning. At least let me in. I move back and she finds her way inside my room. Were you expecting someone? No, I wasn't, and why are you here? My frown breaks into a scowl. If you have nothing important to talk about other than to ask who I was expecting, please leave. I need to rest. Max. She turns around to face me, then proceeds to let her hair down. You can't deny you don't feel this connection between us. She walks to place her hand on my chest. Okay, Catherine, you have had too much wine. You need to leave. I pull her away from me. No, I know what I'm doing. She pulls a short, half-drunk laugh. I know what I'm doing. And the next thing she does is untie her robe and drop it on the floor. God, Catherine, I mutter, running my hands through my wet hair as I glance away from her naked body. You have gone crazy. No, Max, I want you to fuck me. I miss how you make me come. I hate to admit it, but no man has made me feel the way you do. I miss you. Please fuck me. Her red, manicured finger inches up to my chest. I need you, Max. I need you. Sure, she's hot, but the only thing I feel is anger and disgust. No spark, nothing. I just want her to get the hell out of my room with her drama. I pick her robe off the floor. Look, Catherine, I don't know what has come over you, but you will regret this. No, I won't. I know what I want, and it's you, Max, you. I want you inside me. She reaches forward to touch my cock, and my room's door creaks open slowly. Catherine and I look toward the door simultaneously, and Ava stands there. Her jaw drops open. For a split second, we all freeze until Ava storms out of my room, slamming the door behind her. Holy shit! I throw Catherine's robe at her, push her away, and move to run after Ava, but she grabs my hand. Wait a minute! Her face clears up a bit as she slips her robe back on. Are you sleeping with your secretary? For fuck's sake, Catherine. I yank my hand out of her grip and caution myself from throwing it across her face. Shut the fuck up and get the hell out of my room, I tell her, anger visible in my voice. No, not until you answer my question, she raises her brows. What was that about? Are you sleeping with her? It is none of your fucking business. Now get out of my room. Oh, wow. And here I was, thinking you had a better personal preference, she snorts before walking out of my room. Oh, God damn it. I grab a shirt and shorts, hurriedly slip into them and dash out of my room in the same manner. When I step out, I see some of the staff gathered in front of the room next to Ava's. They are chit-chatting, and I can't rush to my secretary's room when they're standing there. Clearing my throat, I walk to meet them. Tomorrow will be another long day, I start, and they all turn to face me. I would suggest that everyone return to their various rooms to get some rest and prepare for tomorrow. They nod before walking to their rooms. After watching them enter their rooms, I rush to Ava's door to knock, getting no response. I twist it open. Ava? Hey, I can explain. I swear it's not what you think. I look around the room, but Ava isn't inside, and her phone is on the vanity table. Fuck! I run my fingers through my hair, droplets of sweat settling on my forehead despite how cold the weather is. The thought of Ava being angry at me is driving me crazy. And Catherine, I'm not never going to forgive her. But first, I need to find Ava. AVA, hurrying out of Max's room, I contemplate going back to my room but decide against it and rush to Joanna's room instead. I shouldn't have gone to Max's room. I knock on Joanna's door, tears streaming from my eyes. I can't believe it. How could Max do that to me? He said I was enough for him, so what changed? Hey! Joanna pulls the door open, and surprise breaks on her face when she sees me. What's wrong? I walk inside her room, still in tears. Joanna, why are bad things always happening to me? What happened? She shuts the door and moves to sit beside me on her bed's edge. I went to Max's room, and Catherine was there, naked, and Max was only in a towel. He was... I break into tears again as the memories of what I saw in Max's room fill my head again. I think he was going to have sex with her. Come here. Joanna pulls me into a big hug. Are you sure you saw it right? Joanna. I look up to face her. I'm sure I saw the two of them, and they looked shocked when I walked inside. I can't believe it. Joanna's jaw drops in disbelief. I mean, he loves you. So, why would he do that? I don't know. Maybe he doesn't love me anymore, I sniff. What do you think I should do? I think you should forget about it for now and let's get some sleep. She pats my back. Maybe try talking to him in the morning. Okay, I agree before moving to lie on the bed, and Joanna lies next to me. I shut my eyes, still wondering why Max did that. Or could it be that it isn't what I think it is? No, no way. I clearly saw him holding her robe. She was naked, and Max stood there in just a towel, right in front of her. "Are you still thinking about Max?" Joanna asks, breaking the silence. "No," I lie. "Don't, okay? Just go to sleep." She pulls me into a hug. "Thanks, Joe." I close my eyes and hope sleep takes me away. I force my eyes open slowly when Joanna's hand gently pats my back. "Wake up, sleepyhead," she says as she continuously taps me. I'm awake, I groan, sweeping my hand over my eyes to clear the sleepiness. "Then get up if you are awake. It's almost 8. I roll out of bed before complaining. "The day broke so fast," I complain, before turning to face Joanna. "I don't know how to face Max," I sigh. "He's probably thinking the same thing," she tells me. "You've done nothing wrong. This is on him to fix." "But what if he doesn't want to?" I mutter, slipping in my slides. "I just want this whole trip to be over so I can go home." "Me too. I miss Dylan," she adds. "Oh, lover girl." I smile at her. "I'm going to go get ready." "See you in a bit." I walk to the door, pull it open, and the first person I see is Catherine as I step outside. I mentally groan, wondering why it has to be her. I don't want to talk to her, so I don't, but she walks to block me. "What have you done to him?" she asks before folding her arms against her chest. "Why is he so obsessed with you?" "I don't know what you're talking about," I reply, moving to walk away from her, but she pulls me back. "Don't play dumb. Don't even try and play dumb," she continues. "I see how he looks at you and the way he behaves around you." "Who are you talking about?" I continue playing dumb. "You know who I'm talking about," she snorts. "What did you do to him? I know how picky Max is. He's not the type to fall for a mere secretary. Who are you? What do your parents do?" "Catherine, I'm not talking to you about this." I move away from the spot. "How did you get him to fall in love with you?" she yells the question, and I pause in my track. "How did you do it?" "You were the one naked in his bedroom last night." I turn to face her, raising my brows. "Ah," she scoffs. "Yeah, I was drunk and I wanted to fuck, but he turned me down. No man has ever turned me down. And to think he turned me down because of you," she tuts, running her hand across her hair angrily. "It's driving me crazy, and I need to know what you did." I pause to process what she just said. So does that mean Max wasn't going to sleep with her? I guess I misinterpreted what I saw. Catherine is such a sneaky bitch. "Talk! Say something, anything!" she yells again and walks to hold my shoulders. "Tell me, what did you do to him?" she asks, her voice shaking as she grips my shoulder tighter, causing her long nails to pierce into my skin. "Catherine, you—" As I try to speak, Max walks to the scene, pulls me out of her grip, and pulls me closer to him. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he yells at Catherine. "Can't you see this woman has charmed you?" Catherine yells back. "She's a mere gold digger. How can you not see that?" "Watch how you talk to her," Max booms, tightening his hand around me. "Do you think your parents will approve of her? Max, we both know she does not deserve you. She's just a gold-digging bitch, and you know it too." Max's face turns red with rage. This situation is only escalating, and I just want to get out of the hall before everyone starts coming out of their rooms to see what all the shouting is about. I take his hand in mine. "Let's go," I tell him as I tighten my grip around his wrist and walk us to my room. I shut the door behind me as we enter, releasing Max's hand from my grip. I open my mouth to say something, but he cups my face in his hands and takes my lips in a passionate kiss. I kiss him back with the same affection because I missed him so much. His hands stroll to my butt and he gives it a light squeeze while pulling my body closer to his. I feel his erection against my thigh, and it sends waves of affection across every inch of my body. We continue making out for minutes that seem like hours before I finally break the kiss. We both gasp for air, our foreheads pressed against each other. Ava, I want you to know I would never do anything to hurt you. I love you so much, and it doesn't matter what anyone else says. Max speaks, breaking the silence. I love you too. I lift my hands and stroke his face gently. I love you so much. I'm yours. He smiles, pressing his palm against my hands. Forever. I smile back. We are going to be late, I remind him after planting a kiss on his lips. Team up with me today, he offers. Please. I'm not sure I can. I've structured how today would go with my friend Joanna, I explain. I can't work with that conniving bitch again today, he groans. I'm sorry, I giggle softly. I don't like you teaming up with Catherine either. I'm not going to, he frowns. You're the boss, babe. I remove my hands from his face and pull away gently. I need to get ready for the day. Me too, he says before planting a small kiss on my forehead. I'll see you later. All right. I pull my room's door open, and Max leans in closer to steal another kiss. A small smile forms across my face as I wave him goodbye and shut the door when he's out of sight. I place my hand on my chest, attempting to calm my racing heart, but it doesn't work. I'm too deeply attracted to him, and although my heart is new to all this, being cherished and loved by someone, it feels like some unexplainable force connects Max and me. He makes me feel so happy, and I want to live with this feeling forever. I hope I can. Snapping out of my thoughts, I hurry inside the bathroom to shower and dress before Joanna starts to call. I know today will be another long day, but I'm glad it's the last. Max, NYC's heir, welcomes us as we step down from the bus, glad to be finally home. I watch Ava walk with her friend, both chatting and laughing. I smirk, jealous that she's smiling with someone else and not me. I miss her already. I know you're still mad at me, but you know everything I said was the truth. Catherine's voice joins me. I don't say anything in response. I just walk away from her. She has no right to interfere in my personal life, and who I love is none of her damn business. I don't even care what my parents think. No one can control my heart or stop me from loving the woman I love. As I walk, I meet Mr. Brown too, and I increase my walking pace before he can initiate a conversation. He's been giving me the hairy eyeball ever since he saw Ava and me together. I know he has something for her, but I don't understand it. What does he want from her? He can go to hell for all I care. My phone rings in my pocket, and I pull it out to check who the caller is. Hello, Tim. Have you arrived? Yes, sir. I think I see you. He speaks from the other end of the phone. You do? I look around to see if my car is within the vicinity. Yeah, I see you now. I end the call and wait for Tim as he drives to meet me. Good afternoon, sir. He greets with a smile. I look ahead and notice Ava and her friend have ordered an Uber. She should at least say goodbye before leaving, I complain, before stepping inside my car. Excuse me, sir? Tim asks. Oh, it's nothing. Okay. He nods before turning on the radio. I sit there, my mind still nurturing thoughts about Ava. I hate that our relationship is still a secret. It feels like torture, not being able to hold her hand in public, kiss her, and we don't even speak to each other the way we should when around others. Ugh, it's driving me crazy, but I have to respect her decisions. She's told me that she doesn't want to deal with human resources, so we can't make it public yet. Do you want me to stop anywhere, or should I just drive you home? Tim asks as he drives. No, just drive me home, I reply. Sounds good. 15 minutes later, I arrive at my condo and thank Tim before dismissing him for the day. I step inside my condo, feeling tired, and my phone rings as I walk to the bedroom to rest up. A smile breaks on my face when I check the screen and see the caller is Ava. Hey, love. Hi, I just got home and I realize the renovation is still happening. I don't know what to do. Really? They promised it would be done by today. I think they lied to get the job. I don't think they can finish this renovation in a week. Shit. I'm sorry. Can I come over? Ava asks, and my heart skips a beat in my chest. You don't even have to ask. I'll come to get you. No, I can take an Uber. I don't want to wait out here. I'll be there in 5 minutes, I tell her while walking outside to the car lot. Don't hang up. Let's keep talking until I get there. McKay, I won't. I drive across town at around 4:15 and pull up at Ava's place. She flags me down with a wave and hops inside the car immediately after parking. Hi, I greet, smiling as I help her to tug her hair behind her ear. Thanks for coming to get me, she smiles back. I can't believe they lied, she utters, gazing at the building in front of us. I think it's because they're renovating the whole building, I comment before starting the car. What? Ava questions, her eyes widening in surprise. I thought it was just my apartment. Nah, the whole building. That's a lot of work. She sighs. I only nod in response, and the drive goes silent. It's a comfortable silence. Ava brings out her phone and scrolls through it. Who's your favorite music artist? She asks, turning to face me. That's so hard, because I have a lot. I give a small laugh. Same. I have so many of them. I'll say Bruno Mars, but I have several others. Yeah, I like Bruno Mars too, but he's like my... She pauses to think. Top 5 or 6? Really? You have a list for them? I do, she giggles. It changes every week, though. Mine too. I laugh. Well, maybe not weekly, but I have some artists that stay on top of my favorite chart all the time. Same here. We chat a bit more about musicians and the types of music we like before I finally pull up at my home's parking lot. I feel like I didn't pack enough, she says, observing her bag. I don't know how long I'll be here. The thought of her living with me for a long time sends sparks of excitement across my body. Should we go shopping? I suggest. Nah, I'm broke, she answers before attempting to pull the door open. I stop her and smirk. That wasn't what I was asked. It's settled. I'm taking my girlfriend shopping. You do the buying, and I will do the spending. A wide grin breaks across my face. Absolutely not, Max. You don't have to... Shh. I place my index finger on her lips. Don't say anything, and don't break my heart by turning down my offer, I tell her before reversing the car. Thank you. She casts an appreciative smile. It's my pleasure, sweetheart. Pulling up at the women's clothing store, we both step out of the car, and I take Ava's hand as we walk inside the store. Her face lit up in response to the gesture, and it made me happy too. Yes, I want everyone to know this beautiful woman is mine. This place is expensive, she whispers after seeing the price tag on one of the dresses. Buy as much as you want. You deserve it, I tell her, pecking her left cheek. She truly deserves it for everything she's done. Ranging from how she helped me overcome all my work fears and how she makes my heart feel. She makes me so happy, and I would give her the whole world if I could. She selects a few dresses and tries them on and asks me for approval as she does. Watching her try on different dresses makes me fall in love with her all over again. She's the most beautiful figure I've seen. Everything looks nice on her because she has a perfect figure and those straight legs. Oh, so breathtaking. I imagine running my tongue across them, and I have to shake the thought off to avoid having a boner right there. She's so hot. God, I can't take my eyes off her. There's one more thing I want to shop for. She takes my hand and leads me to the lingerie section. Nice. I press my lips together, excited to delve into a different world of her sexier side. I'm not trying these on. I'll try them on when we get home. She winks at me before proceeding to choose the lingerie. We finish shopping, and I pay the bill. I'm glad Ava shopped to her satisfaction. Her happiness is my happiness. I enjoyed watching her shop, the way her face lit up at the sight of a beautiful dress, How she tried each of them on and looked amazing. How we both laughed at the dresses that showed too much skin for the office. God, I want to watch her like this every day. It wasn't boring, and I can't wait for another moment like this. We walk back to the car, and I pull the door open for her to enter before dropping the bags in the back seat. I walk over and pull the door open and hop in the driver's seat. I had fun, thanks. Ava leans in and plants a kiss on my cheek. Welcome, love, I smile. I'm hungry. Should we stop at a restaurant to have dinner? Sure, she agrees with a smile. All right, honey. I take her left hand and kiss the back. I really love being around you, I confess. I love being around you too. She places her hand on my thigh and rubs it sensually. My cock twitches in my pants again, and I shift in my seat. Although I know having an erection will be inevitable if Ava continues rubbing my thigh like that. And do I want her to stop? Hell no. Ava. The drive back from the restaurant is excruciating in the best kind of way. I tease Max continuously, enjoying the effect my touch has on him. He's so hard, and it amazes me that I do this to him. You are such a tease, he comments as he drives, but doesn't ask me to stop because he's enjoying it. And you are so big and hard, I tease further, giggling as I move my fingers slowly across his hard cock. Ugh, groaning, he throws his head back. Ava, I'm driving, and it's making my cock really hard knowing I can't do anything about it. You think this is teasing? I ask, raising my brows. Hell yes, it is. No, it's not, I smirk. This is nothing. Nothing? He asks, a glint of curiosity searing over his eyes. Nope, I reply. You really want to be teased? I'll show you what being teased is, I tell him naughtily. My mind goes wild, and I've always imagined how it would be to take control. Especially with Max. He's big, masculine, powerful, and I know I can't dominate him unless he allows me. I want to. I want to control the sex and see how it feels. It's been my biggest sexual fantasy ever since I was younger, having a man at my mercy and controlling when and how he came. I'd love to see a teasing that's more than this, he succumbs, pointing to his hard cock. I smile to myself, glad he agrees. I'll show you when we get home. I can't wait, he smiles. When we get to Max's condo, I take a bath after I instruct him to wait for me in his room in nothing but his boxers. The thought of what I'll do to him has my pussy dampening and my nipples poking at the lace of the red lingerie I wear. After checking myself out in the mirror one last time, I walk out of the room. As I walk to Max's room, my stomach rolls with longing, and I inhale and exhale to calm myself, because I need to take my time, have fun, as well as get a lot of orgasms. I'm sure Max will also enjoy every single moment of it too. Reaching for his door, I twist the handle to push it open and step inside. Max turns around and his eyes widen when he sees me. Ava, he calls, his voice husky with lust as he takes every inch of me in. Shh. I hold my index finger to my mouth and shake my head. No talking, not unless I tell you to. Max presses his lips together and nods to confirm he understands me. I scan his body carefully as I slowly walk to meet him. He's so tall and broad, his muscles and thighs call to me in manners that are more than sensual. I'm no match for him physically, but I'll still play the game. He has to submit to me and let me run this erotic show. Every inch of his skin makes my mouth water, and heat forms between my legs. I want to jump on him, spread my legs, and have him fuck me in his usual frantic, passionate way. But nope. Today is about something different. He has to follow my instructions and do as he's told. Sit, I say, gesturing towards the bed. Max climbs on the bed and sits with his back to the headboard, then sets his attention on me as I saunter to him, giving extra sway to my hips. His gaze slips down the length of my body, stopping at my legs. He licks his lips. Ava, don't speak without permission, or you won't get any of this, I scold him. Again, he struggles to keep his words in, his lips flattening. Nice, I say. Now keep quiet and keep still. I have plans for you, I tell him, slowly and sensually pulling off my lingerie. He stays still, watching me, his eyes burning with passion. After undressing, I crawl up the bed between Max's legs. He tries to kiss me, but I move my mouth away from his reach. Straddling him, I reach for a roll of black tape that I stashed beneath his pillow when he was in the bathroom. He looks surprised, but doesn't say anything as I apply a thick strip over his mouth. Cupping his face, I kiss him over the tape, then teasingly take his hand and clutch it to my breasts. Soon he won't be free to do this, so I let him have his moment. His big palm feels warm as it cups my breast, but I won't get lost in the feeling. I can't. I relish his touch for a few more minutes before pushing his arms over his head in a quick movement. Shh! Don't try to talk, I warn him, when he attempts to beg that his hand remain on my breast. Holding his arms spread eagle, I reach for the tape again and wrap each of his wrists against the headboard. I bend forward and rub my breasts over his face sensually. You can't kiss me. You can't touch me. But I can do what I want with you, I tease, moving to roll my hips on his groin. My heart rate quickens when I feel his erection against my body. I turn between Max's legs and stick my ass in the air, hollowing my spine to give him a full-on view of my ass. He groans. A smile grows on my face while lust coils in my belly. Do you want to touch me? I ask, rolling my hips as I jut toward him and then away. I don't need an answer because the look on his face says it all. He wants to touch, kiss, and fuck me. I catch his erection with my pussy as I move, massaging it through his underwear. He's so hard. What do you want me to do with you? I turn to face him, flicking my long blonde hair over my shoulder. Oh, I forgot. You can't tell me. A deep, primitive sound escapes from his lips. Running my hand down his chest, I catch his skin with my fingernails and do the same to his calves, then stop at his swollen cock. I look up to face him. His face has turned red, and I can tell he's battling not to break free and fuck me. Knowing he's wielding that control and fighting to maintain it gives me a satisfying thrill that makes my pussy wetter for him. I make my way down his body, licking, kissing, and finally reach his cock. I stroke it sensually. Look how hard I've made you. His nostrils flare as he drags in a ragged breath. His erection is burning hot against his boxers, begging to be freed. Slowly and teasingly, I use my teeth to pull down the waistband, revealing his thick length. God, I love his cock. I love it so much. Giving in to my impatience, I drag swiftly at his boxers, and he groans when I release his hard cock from the fabric of his boxers. My gaze is still locked on his face as I stroke his cock from base to tip with my fingertips, then my tongue. Max's breathing increases, and he raises his neck so he can watch me. Do you want me to suck your cock? I ask, knowing what the answer is. He nods, his breath still coming hard, and impatience plasters across his face. He wants to fuck me. I want it too, but first, I want to suck his cock. With my butt in the air, I curl my tongue around his glands, sinking onto him and filling my mouth, cheeks, and throat. Using a few drops of saliva, I take him in my hand and work his length sensually, giving it a slight twist at the base. Max's belly tenses. A tremble runs over his thighs and his legs begin to shake. I suck on him again, not gently, but in a way that has his balls tightening, his self-control greatly tested. His eyes shut tight, and he throws his head back, giving in to the overwhelming pleasure. You like that? Are you ready for this hard cock to thrust into my dripping pussy? I giggle, throwing in some more dirty talk and enjoying how his cock reacts to it by growing even harder in my mouth. I'm so aroused, too. I just want to feel his cock deep inside me, but not yet. I take him deeper in my mouth, working his cock noisily and greedily until a slick of pre-cum coats my tongue, and I hum my appreciation around him. Pulling back, I calm myself because the fun will be over if Max reaches the finish line before me. "I'll give you what you want," I say, and he screws up his eyes. I slide up to sit astride his chest, giving his cock a few minutes to rest. Leaning back, I take my fingers to my wet pussy. "You want it, don't you?" I teasingly rub my fingers over my wet folds and rub them over the tape on his mouth. Max nods and groans a plea as he watches me play with myself. The desperation to feel his shaft pulsing against my wet pussy becomes too strong to ignore, so I slide down his body, straddling his saliva-coated cock. I use my hand to angle him at the entrance of my pussy. He tenses as I slowly slip the head of his cock into my opening, his fingers curling into his palms. A tremble of delight taps up my spine. Seeing Max reign in his sexual power is such a treat. It makes me even hornier. "I know how much you love to fuck me," I say, smiling as he stretches me. He groans, his breaths coming out in huffs as he attempts to thrust his hips up to fuck me deeper. Slowly, I sit upright and take the rest of his cock inside my pussy. "Your cock feels so good," I moan, my eyelids fluttering closed while his cock stretches me. He arches his spine and raises his hips to meet me, his length sinking deeper and deeper inside me. "Oh yeah, fuck me hard," I cry, lowering fully onto him. "Can you feel how wet I am for you?" He nods, and I lean forward to cup his jaw in my hands as we both near our peak. I increase my pace, riding him hard, my moans filling the room. Max stares up at me as if seeing me for the first time, emotions running across his face. I'm nearing my orgasm, and I'm sure he can feel it too. The pressure is building hard as my clit rolls over his groin. "Max, I'm going to come so hard," I gasp, rotating my hips while his cock strikes my pleasure spots. "Oh, yeah, right there." I throw my hands over my breasts, taking each nipple in between my fingers and squeeze them hard. The wave of a sweet, intense orgasm hits me, and I collapse forward, crying out as the satisfactory pleasure runs over me. I want more. I want Max to keep fucking me. I want to feel another wave of orgasm, stronger than what I just felt. "Your turn," I say, peeling the tape off his wrists and mouth. "Ava, I'm so fucking horny. I can't be gentle with you right now. I'm going to fuck you hard, rough, and fast," he manages to warn me. "God, yes, that's how I want you." I give him the go-ahead. Max impatiently moves behind me and bends me over, angling my ass towards him as he shoves his cock deep inside my pussy. "Oh, fuck yes, yes!" I cry as his cock races over my G-spot as hard and fast as he promised. He takes full control, blasting to full depth on each hard thrust. Our slick flesh slaps, body heat radiating from us in waves. Max spanks my ass sexily as he thrusts in and out of me. "You are so fucking sexy, so wet and tight." His words send shivers across my body, and I want to come again. Like this, with an intense pounding from behind. I grip the sheets and ride to another orgasm, dripping on Max's still hard cock. He's so damn good at fucking me from this angle. He always gets it right. As my climax recedes, I decide it's Max's turn to find release. Grinding my hips against his cock, he lets out a long, satisfactory groan. I take him as deep as I can, grinding on his cock wildly. Another orgasm rides through me, and I want to come with Max. I want us to reach our climax simultaneously. His body slams into me, and the sound of our bodies meshing together fills the room. "I'm going to come inside you," Max cries out, his muscles tensing and his pace even faster. "Yes, come with me, Max." Our orgasms blast through our bodies at the same time, owning us and searing bliss into every one of our limbs. My heart rockets when heated moisture fills my pussy. I drop my head, my hair falling forward and my whole body weak from pleasure. "I'll never get enough of coming inside you," Max says before pulling me up, and we both collapse on the bed. Our bodies shake from post-orgasmic pleasure, and Max is breathing hard. I tilt my head up to look at him, a smile playing on my lips. "You never cease to amaze me," he comments, moving his fingers to tug my hair out of my face. "You just showed me what no woman has ever shown me before." "Did you like it?" I ask, still smiling. "I loved it, but I love you more." He leans forward and kisses my lips affectionately. "I love you more," I say in between the passionate kiss. I know I'll end up falling asleep in his arms, and the thought makes me happy and content. I've added another memory to the great moments I've had in my life, and I look forward to more with him. Max, Ava, and I spent a lovely night together. Although we didn't get to sleep until around 5:30, it was still one of the best nights of my life, one of the best moments I've had, and I want more of them with her. A smile forms on my face as I set the plate of buttermilk pancakes and 2 cups of coffee on a tray. I've imagined serving Ava breakfast on a Sunday morning like this for a long time, and I hope it lasts forever. I walk outside the kitchen, right when Ava walks to the dining table. A beautiful smile spreads across her lips as she walks to take a seat. Having her next to me makes me feel like the happiest man on earth. "Good morning, sunshine," I greet, placing the food tray on the table. "Good morning." She pulls a chair back to sit and picks a pancake from the plate. "Wow!" Surprise breaks on her face when she takes a bite. "How is it?" I ask. "Fantastic." She sticks a thumb up. "You're a great cook." "Thank you, love." I pick a pancake and bite into it. "You know, I'd always thought I'd become a chef or an illustrator when I was younger," I start. "I didn't want to walk the path my parents had set out for me." "Why?" Ava questions. "There's more money on this path." "Sometimes it's not about the money but the happiness," I sigh. "So, working at LM doesn't make you happy?" A small smile edges on the corner of my lips. "It does, only because I met you." I lean forward and peck her cheek. "My dream was to become an event planner too," she tells me. "I love event planning a lot." "Then, why didn't you go for it?" "I applied to a few event planning companies, but I didn't get a job at any," she answers. "Well, I thought of starting my own business, but I needed money to do that, so..." She shrugs. "I gave up on that dream. Also, there was no support from anyone, which makes it even harder. Oh, how about your parents? They don't want it for you?" I ask, concern visible in my tone. Ava opens her mouth to speak but shuts it back and takes another bite of the pancake she's holding. "They're not supportive," she answers, sighing as she takes another bite. "Did you tell them about it?" I take a sip of coffee. It seems like such a good dream and one any parent would be supportive of. "I didn't tell them about it." "Well, I think you should have," I comment before asking, "What business do they do?" "Max, can we stop talking about my parents? I want to ask why. I want to know why she hates talking about her family so much. Does she not trust me enough to open up to me? I'm curious, and I want to know everything about her." "Sure. I was just curious, and since I intend to talk to my parents about you, I know it might come up in our conversation." I chuckle lightly to reduce the tension in the air. "But it's fine. It doesn't matter." "Thank you," she says in a low tone. "I just think it's unfair." I feign sadness. "You know so much about me, but I know so little about you." I turn to observe her face. Things like where you're from, how you grew up, where you grew up. You know, those things. "I'll tell you everything. Later, I promise," she assures me. "McKay, I can wait." I smile, still wondering why she's so secretive about everything. We continue eating in silence, and it's an uncomfortable silence. I wish I hadn't mentioned anything about her family. It's just, I want to tell my parents about her, and they'd like to know more about her. "Ava, do you know my birthday is next month?" I decide to speak, breaking the uncomfortable silence. She looks up. "Really? When?" 18th, I tell her, smiling as I ask. When is yours? March, she responds sharply. 25th. Oh, how do you celebrate your birthdays? I don't do much. I'm not a big fan of birthdays. It's just like every other day to me. She shrugs. No, it's the anniversary of surfing another year on this planet. It's a celebration of being alive. Didn't you love birthday parties when you were a kid? I take another sip of coffee. I didn't, she responds in a low tone that carries a heavy weight of sadness. I don't want to probe further, even though I want to know why she hates birthdays. It seems like there's more to it than just hating the celebration of being alive, but I think it's safer not to ask her. I believe she'll tell me when the time is right. There's no rush. I'm sure I'll learn more about her with time. Hey, do you want us to paint together? I suggest, reaching forward to hold her hand, hoping it relieves the sadness on her face. I enjoy painting on Sundays. That sounds nice, she agrees with a forced smile. Have you ever tried painting? I ask, reaching forward to touch her face. No, it feels magical to me. She looks up to face me. I always wonder how people paint and draw. Do you want me to teach you? Will you? She asks, her face breaking into a big smile. I want to learn, but I'm not sure I have the talent. Don't worry. I'll take my time to teach you, sweetheart, I reply, kissing her face. After eating, Ava and I do the dishes, and when we finish, I pull her to me and suggest we take a shower together. Should we? Of course, I reply, tightening my arms around her as I hug her from behind. Okay. Ava grinds her hips against my groin, causing my cock to stand at attention. I doubt bathing is the only thing we'll do, she says, giggling softly. I doubt it too, I reply, before carrying her bridle-like. I am so into you. The feelings are mutual. She lifts her finger and pokes the tip of my nose. Why are you so handsome? No. Why are you so gorgeous? I walk inside my bedroom and drop her on the bed gently. How are you feeling now? Still a little bit sore. But it's nothing, she replies with a smile before sitting up. Let me do it. She stands up to meet me when I move my hands to my sweatpants waistband. Okay, I agree, and it's not supposed to be a come-on, but my dick, as it always happens when it's Ava, takes it as such. She pushes me to sit on a chair in the corner of the room. Kneeling, Ava reaches for the band of my pants, pulls it down, and my semi-hard cock tumbles out. She takes her hand in her mouth to wet it before curling it around my dick. Ava, My voice trails off when her tongue meets the tip of my cock. She takes her idle hand to her nighties straps and pulls them down slowly, revealing her full breasts. I bite my lower lip as I watch her take my hard cock in between her breasts. She's so hot, and I imagine my cum splattered across her boobs. Ava tightens her breasts around my cock and starts to grind them up and down against my erection. Her eyes are fixed on me as she frames my cock in between her breasts. It's so sexy watching her like this. I feel like I might come from the visual of my cock in between her breasts. Her tongue laps the tip of my cock, slowly and sensually, going side to side in an orgasm-triggering manner. Ava knows my weakness. She's mastered my cock, knows what to do to get me there. And this is it. My cock grows harder, and she takes it back in between her breasts, smushing them together to jerk off my cock as I come. You'll be the death of me, I groan before sinking into the chair. Now we can go shower, she says, smiling as she pulls off her nightie, and I watch cum drip down her cleavage. Just know it's going to be an orgasm-filled shower for you. I seek revenge, I tell her. I can't wait, she winks, swinging her ass from left to right as she walks to the bathroom. My heart is racing fast in my chest as I think up ways to make her have even more orgasms than last night. Ava is everything I want and more, and I'll make sure I give this all I know to make her mine forever. Ava. The days go by so fast, and it's hard to believe 3 weeks have passed. The weeks I've spent living with Max have been by far the best weeks of my life. It's nothing short of amazing, and I'm glad my apartment's renovation took longer than expected, giving me more than enough time to enjoy my stay with him. Today is Saturday, and I'm finally moving back to my apartment. The renovation was complete a few days ago, but I've been postponing leaving Max's. I was supposed to return on Wednesday before Max convinced me to stay a few more days. 3 days later, he's trying to convince me again. "Do you really have to go?" Max asks, pulling my hand back as I attempt to step out of his car. "Max, we've talked about this, and we've agreed," I say, while shifting to kiss his cheek. "I can't move in with you permanently yet." "I respect your decision, love, and I'll wait." He nods. "Thank you." I peck his lips. "I love you. I love you more." He seals my lips with his and turns the peck into a full-blown kiss. "If you don't want to move in with me, maybe I should live here instead," he suggests after breaking the kiss. "Oh, Max." I slap his arm playfully, laughing and wondering how he could say that. "No, we can't do that," I decline. "You're running late," I remind him, glancing at my wristwatch. "It's almost 10. "Right." He unlocks his seatbelt. "I'll just check out your apartment and come back downstairs." "No, Max." I stop him from pulling his side of the door open. "We both know if you follow me inside that apartment, you won't leave in 15 minutes. I smirk. "No, I will," he stubbornly counters me. "We already checked the apartment out twice." Ugh. Max finally drops his hand from the door handle. "Fine. I'll see you on Monday." "All right." I kiss him again. "Have a safe trip." "Thanks, love. I'll call you." I nod, pulling the door open. "Bye, babe." I wave goodbye, and he waves back before driving off. Sighing, I walk to the building, still finding it hard to believe how the old defective building has been improved and modernized. Max refused to tell me how much he spent on the renovation, but I can tell that it's no small amount. The elevator's door slides open, and Grandma Jane greets me with a smile as I step inside. "Good morning, Gran." I smile back. "We are grateful to your boyfriend for this." She turns to face me. "I made some chocolate cakes. I'll bring you some later. Please share with him." "Thank you." I smile. The elevator slides open, and my phone beeps in my pocket as I step out, so I pull it out to check as I walk. It's a message from Mr. Barry, an address. He promised to send it to me the last time I visited him after telling me he had confirmed who my parents were, and that my mom was throwing her usual end-of-the-year condo party. Here's the address. I sent a package to you. A dress and a card is inside. Wear it to the party. It's a good luck dress, and you'll need the card to enter. I sigh after reading the text, toss the phone back in my pocket, then bend forward to pick up the brown box at my entrance. I should be excited that I'm finally seeing my mom today, but somehow I'm not. I know I spent all my life waiting for this day, but it's finally here, and I feel more sad than happy. Mr. Barry finally confirmed who my parents are, and surprisingly, they are high-ranked people. My mom is a famous politician and one of the biggest entrepreneurs in America. You might know her, Cheryl Bove, the owner of Ryle Bove, one of the biggest retail companies in the world. Yes, that's my mum. And my dad is Chris Martins, another time-honored politician and the owner of the CM Golf Organization. Mr. Barry told me my parents were never together, but they had me. Everything just makes me even more curious and sad. It's more painful knowing my parents are healthy people capable of raising a kid. But they gave me up. I had always thought they couldn't raise a kid or were dead, but thinking they are happy, healthy, and rich makes me even angrier. I think it's best to see it through to the end since I have come so far, and Mr. Barry advised me to as well. Pushing my room door open, I step inside and rip the box open to bring out a long black rhinestone collar dress and the card. I turn the card from front to back to read what's written on it before dropping it on my bed. I'm so nervous and I can't tell why. Wait, did I say I can't? Hell, yes, I can. I'm meeting my mum. The woman I've never met in all the 20-some years I've spent on this planet. I'll get to ask her questions like when I was born and what exactly happened. How wouldn't I be nervous? My hands start to shake as I pick a silver purse and shoes to match the dress. I pause to take a deep breath, swinging my hands from front to back to calm the shakiness. No panic attack, please. No panic attack. I mentally plead with my neurons because today is not a day to break down. I don't want my mom to think I'm sick. I want her to see me and know I've been happy my whole life. She has to regret not raising me as her daughter. Slipping into my gown, I let down my long hair and sit to apply a little makeup on my face. I don't look bad, I know. My look is one thing I'm grateful for, although I just started seeing it when Max entered my life. He calls me gorgeous all the time, and sometimes I catch him staring at me with admiration. He made me believe I am truly beautiful. So, I am. I'm beautiful. A few minutes later, I finish applying my makeup and pick my purse to check and make sure the card Mr. Barry gave me is in there. It is. Breathe in, breathe out. I coach myself before stepping out of my apartment. I walk to pull the door open, but stop in my tracks and rush back to my vanity table. I drag open the third drawer to grab my anti-anxiety pills. Throwing them inside my purse, I hurry out of the room. I step out of the Uber, watching how guests swarm in and out of the gigantic building standing in front of me. It's my first time attending an event like this alone, and my anxiety is starting to creep in again. Pulling my purse open, I bring out my medicine container and pop 2 pills in my mouth. Not today. Anxiety, not today. Fixing my hair, I walk to the condo entrance, and a man in a black suit demands to see my invitation card. Here, I stretch it to him. You can go in, he says after checking the card. Gleeful, wealthy men and women welcome my eyes as I walk inside the building. It doesn't look like an average condo party, not even close. From the luxurious outfits and scents that battle with the air, one can tell the people here are high class. I pick a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray as I push my way through the full condo. Then suddenly, a familiar figure catches my eyes, and I stop in my tracks. Catherine? I wonder, taking a sip from my glass. Is that Catherine? What is she doing here? My eyes widen in surprise as I try to think up how to hide from her view. She's standing there with her mom, and they are both speaking with a woman that has her back to me. Oh, Jesus, she can't see me. Catherine and I have not been on good terms ever since she found out about Max and me. As I turn to walk away, the woman Catherine and her mom were speaking to turns around, and my jaw gapes open. Mom? That's my mom. I recognize her because Mr. Barry has sent me her pictures, and I can tell. That's her. Avia stand there stupidly, simultaneously blinking while watching my mom smile and chat with Catherine and her mom. I know I shouldn't just stand here. I can't let Catherine see me, but my legs fail to work. I don't move until Catherine's eyes fall on me, and as expected, she walks towards me, and now I'm in trouble. Wow, look who's here, she says dramatically, and the hatred in her voice strikes me hard. How did you get in here? She looks around. Is Max here? My eyes are still fixed on my mom, who's now speaking with Catherine's mom and some other gray-haired man. Will she recognize me when she sees me? I wonder, but, oh, how would she? She dumped me a long time ago. What are you staring at? Bitchy Catherine walks to obstruct my view. I'm talking to you. Can you just pretend you don't know me? I say, turning to face her. I would really appreciate it. Well, no, I can't, and I need to know how you got in here. She folds her hands against her chest. This event is not for people like you. What connections do you have? How did you get in here? Max told me about it. I lie, and the look on her face shows she's not buying it. That's a lie, she chuckles wickedly. Max doesn't even know about this event. I would have told him about it, but no. Since he decided to settle for a low-class slut like you, I'm done helping his ungrateful ass. You shouldn't talk about him like that, I tell her, frowning. And what if I do? Catherine questions, her brows flying to her forehead. What are you going to do about it? Who the hell are you and how did you get in here? Catherine, we don't have to do this here, I reply in a calm voice after noticing she's starting to raise her voice. Don't fucking talk to me like we're friends, she retorts harshly. Who told you about this event? It's none of your business. Yes, it is. I need to know how you are better than me for Max to pick you. Are your parents here? She looks around. Huh? Are they here? Where are they? Catherine, what's happening? Her mom's voice joins us, and standing beside her is my mom. Oh, you... Catherine's mom turns to face me. Mrs. Gray, I greet her with a smile. It's nice seeing you again. Mom, do you know her? Catherine questions her mom in surprise. Yes, we've met once before, she answers, nodding. She's Ava, Max's secretary, and I need to know why she's here. Catherine turns to face me. Who invited you? I don't think I've seen her before, and it's an event for family and friends, my mom speaks, her face radiating hostility. Who invited you? Well, I was invited. I halt my speech to think up something, but my brain fails me. I know I can't mention Mr. Barry. I must not. Let me see your card. My mom stretches her hand in my direction. Oh, my card. I dig my hand in my purse to bring out the invitation card. Here, I hand it to her. It's a fake card, she comments after taking a look at the card. How did you get it? Her frown deepens. Fake? How is that? I wonder, looking at the card in her hand as she holds it. Don't act like you don't know. Catherine interferes, raising her brows. Who sent you? Are you here to rob us? My mom sizes me up with her eyes. We had a case like this last year, too, she continues. I won't take it kindly this time. Her face moves to the door's direction as she calls. Security. People start to gather around us, and I stand there confused, begging my brain to process something. No, I'm not here to... The bouncer doesn't give me a chance to explain myself before grabbing me by my arms roughly. Honey, what's happening here? A man walks to join us, curling his arm around my mom's waist. Who is she? He asks, facing me. I don't know her. She got in here with a fake card, she replies, still glaring at me. Mom, what's... A young man walks to the scene, and his eyes stop on me. What's the ruckus about? Matt, take her away if she doesn't explain how she got here, she orders the huge man that holds my arms. I look from my mom to the man who stands next to her, and the young man who just walked to join us. They look happy together, and the urge to tell her I'm her daughter that she dumped many years ago leaves me. I just want to get out of here. She doesn't even recognize me, so what's the point? Leave her alone, Catherine's mom speaks as the security guard tightens his grip around my arm to lead me outside. She's family. Mom! Catherine glares at her mom before walking away angrily. What a bitch, I think as I watch her leave. She's acting on the grudge she has against me, and she had to bring it here, too. I hate her. Do you know her? My mom turns to face Mrs. Gray. I do, she nods. Mom tips a nod at the bouncer, and he releases me from his grip. But I don't think I want to be here anymore. After seeing how happy my mom is with her new family, I feel like I can never have a place in her life. Do I even want a place? I want an explanation, but I'm not sure I want it anymore. I should just leave. The festivity continues, and they all walk away from the spot, leaving me standing there, embarrassed and regretting my decision to come here. Mrs. Gray leans closer to my mom and whispers something in her ear. Soon after, my mom's demeanor changes. She turns her eyes in my direction and casts me another inspective look. But this time, it's different. What is going on? Well, whatever it is, I won't be here to witness it because I'm leaving. Adjusting my purse, I attempt to walk to the entrance, but my mom walks to stop me as I turn around. "I've decided to leave," I say, unable to look her in the eyes. "It's a great party, by the way, and Come with me," she cuts me off before leading the way. I glance around, trying to process what's going on, then my mom turns around again and says, "Follow me." So I do, and she leads us to a room, pulls the door open, and moves to lift my hair immediately after we step inside. After observing the scar on my neck, she takes my hand and checks my wrist. Her eyes widen as she drops my hand and moves to take a seat. I follow and sit on the chair opposite hers. Does she know who I am? What did Mrs. Gray tell her? All these questions run through my mind as I settle in the seat. "Why are you here?" "I thought you were dead," she says, her voice a mixture of fear and sadness. Oh, I guess she knows who I am. But how did she know? "Do you recognize me?" I ask slowly. "You know who I am?" She exhales loudly. Tears gather in her eyes, and her attempt to sniff them back fails. "You've grown into a beautiful lady." "Yes, I have." Tears gather in my eyes too and soon start to pour. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," my mom apologizes. "You deserved a better life, but I did what I had to do because he was going to kill you." "Who?" I ask. "Your father," she replies, still in tears. "That scar," she points at my neck. "It was him, on the day he found out I had you. He tried to kill you, and the one on your wrist, too." I turn my left wrist to look at the scar on it. "Why? Why did he want me dead?" "It's my fault," she bursts out in tears. "Blame me. I'm at fault." "Why? What happened?" She begins her story, starting it from where she met my dad to when they started having a secret affair. My dad had married his wife at the time, and my mom knew but still chose to have an affair with him. After a while, my mom realized she was pregnant, and she told my father. He told her to get rid of me, but she was too scared to do it. So she didn't, and months later, she gave birth to me. My father was infuriated when he found out, and he tried to kill me with his own hands. My mom struggled to stop him, and he told her that he wanted nothing to do with her or the child. He had his family, and since he was a person of a high reputation, he didn't want anything to tarnish his image. The last thing he wanted in the news was that he had a child outside his marriage. It would not only destroy his reputation, but his marriage would collapse too. My dad threatened my mom to do something about me or he'd end me himself. Then my mom sought advice from her best friend, Catherine's mom. Mrs. Gray took pity on my mom after listening to the story of how my dad tried to kill me, so she advised her to dump me in front of a cathedral and move on with her life. My mom followed the advice, and she and her best friend traveled to dump me in front of a church that was far away from them. She met her now husband a few years later and didn't tell him anything about me. "He would never have married me if he knew," she continues. Sadness and anger build inside me as I watch her. My hands have started to shake. Not just my hands. My entire body is shaking in rage. How could she? How could she do that to a child she birthed? "I know it's a shameful thing to say, but I'm willing to give you any amount you want." She sniffs. "Can you continue to live the quiet life you've been living? Please. I love my family, and everything will crumble if my husband finds out about you." More tears roll down from my eyes. I lift the back of my hands to wipe them. "Is this what you have to say to your child? I'm sorry." She stretches her hand forward in an attempt to touch me, but I move my hand out of her reach. "Please help me." I pick up my purse angrily and stand up. "I don't need your money," I tell her before attempting to walk out of the room. "Ava, please." My mom stands up to block me. "Please." She holds my hands, her face a complete mess from how much she's cried. "I don't want anything to happen to you or the people around you. Don't look for your father. Don't meet with him, please." I remove my hand from her grip angrily. "I hope you continue to be happy with your family. Please, listen to me. Don't look for him. He will kill you and everyone around you. He's wicked He must not know you are alive. She pauses to wipe the tears from her eyes. Leave New York City, please. Go and start a life somewhere else. I will give you as much money as you want. Please leave. I don't need your fucking money, I yell angrily, and tears start to fall from my eyes again. You. Someone knocks on the door as she tries to speak. Sweetheart, is everything okay in there? Her husband's voice breaks in as he knocks on the door again. My mom quickly wipes her tears and clears her throat sharply. Yes, love, everything is fine. I'll join you soon, she calls out. Okay, honey, he answers, and the sound of his footsteps as he leaves fill the air. I'm sorry for ruining your party, I tell her, trying so hard to control my shaky hands as I hurry out of the office. I don't answer her as she calls me. I just continue walking until I get to the entrance and make my way out of the condo. I collapse on the concrete floor as I step out of the building. My entire body feels heavy with pain. I let the tears flow freely while I sit on the cold cement, regretting why I spent so much money and time looking for the people who purposefully abandoned me and left me to die. Ava is it in front of the mirror, crying while observing the scar on my neck. Hearing my mum tell me the story behind it broke my heart into a million pieces. Was it why Mrs. Gray asked me about the scar when she saw me at the hospital? She recognized me as the child she advised her friend to dispose of many years ago. Why would you tell a mother to dump her child and move on with her life? And why would my mom even listen to her? Tears stroll down from my eyes, and I don't bother to wipe them off. I wish I hadn't spent so much searching for them. I lived a poor, sad life while saving most of my earnings to find them. I wanted to meet them and find out what happened. I'd always thought they missed me and thought about me as much as I thought about them. But my dad wants me dead, and my existence is a threat to my mom's happy marriage. I gaze at my reflection in the mirror. I've never hated life as much as I do right now. My phone rings on my vanity table, and I move to check who the caller is. It's Max. I watch the phone as it rings and pick it up to switch it off when it finally stops ringing. Pressing my hands over my mouth, I sob quietly into my palms. Oh God, I shouldn't have lied to him. I should have told him my parents were dead when he asked. I've promised him that he will meet them soon. What do I tell him now? Will he still love me if he finds out my parents abandoned me and I grew up in a foster home? He wouldn't. I'm sure he wouldn't. His parents would never let him marry a woman that has no family. I can't keep pretending. And how do I say my parents are dead when I already told him they are based in Dubai? Why is this happening to me? I kneel beside my bed and bury my head in my pillow. I'm sure Catherine's mum will tell her daughter, which means Max will soon find out. Catherine won't keep her mouth shut about it, and soon everyone in the company will find out. I can't return there. I can't look Catherine in the eyes, knowing she knows my secret. She never wanted Max and me together, and now she has a reason to back her hatred. How will Max feel when he finds out I lied? Wait, what if my mom calls my dad to tell him I'm still alive? She looked desperate, like she would do anything to protect her new marriage. I don't trust her. Why did I look for them? Why did I look for them? I cry into the pillow, pressing my face against it. I should have just continued to live a quiet life. I shouldn't have lied about what my parents did. But how would I have known? I didn't know I was dead to them. I assumed they loved and missed me. Most of the testimonies I heard from Mr. Barry's previous clients were happy ones. Although it took the children time to forgive them, they reunited with their parents. I thought that would be my case too. I just wanted someone to show Max as my parent. What would I tell him when he asks to meet my parents? I've met them, and they don't want to accept me as their child. Oh, God. It would change how he feels about me. I don't want to witness Max asserting that he no longer loves me. It would rescind all the good memories we've had together. I want to treasure all the good memories in my heart forever. Everything with a beginning always has an ending, and I guess this is it for our relationship. I've always known we had an expiration date, but I'm glad my heart knew love through him. Sniffing, I pull my face out of the pillow and wipe away my tears. Leaving is the only option, because I can't work in that company after everyone finds out. And I know it'll be soon. Catherine is probably on her bed rejoicing and waiting for Monday to arrive. I won't be there when she tells Max and the whole company what she knows. I don't want to be subjected to pity or empathy. It would make me think even less of myself than I already do. I'm sure Max will find someone else, someone he can take home to his parents. It's not me. He deserves better. He's a great man, and all I can do is wish him all the best. I stand up, walk to my table, and turn on my laptop to write my resignation letter. I don't need the job anymore, and I think it's time to leave this city too. It's how I've lived my life ever since I was younger. The time I spent in this city is the longest I've stayed in one place, and now I have to leave. I sniff the tears back as I compose the resignation letter. This job is the only good thing that life swept my way, and I'm still grateful for that. My mind can't stop picturing how Max will react when he sees my resignation letter in his email on Monday morning. He might be surprised at first, then Catherine will tell him everything she knows, and his conception of me will change. Will he hate me? He will think of me as a liar and understand why I left. Max might think I shouldn't have, but when he takes his time to think about it, he'll realize I did what's best for us. He deserves a woman that's up to his standards, and it's not me. We just aren't compatible, and his life, too, might be in danger if he continues to stay by my side. I finish writing the letter and reread it twice. I'll send it on Monday morning, I conclude before proceeding to pack my bags. I don't know where I'll move to yet, but I know I have to leave before Monday morning. Max. I don't understand any of what is going on. I came into work this morning, expecting to see Ava at her desk and ask her why her phone was switched off throughout the weekend, but she's not around. There were no flights yesterday, so I caught an early flight this morning, hoping I'd come to work and meet Ava, and she's not here. Good morning, Catherine greets me, an annoying smile across her face. Oh, the weather feels so great, she exclaims, before taking a sip from the cup of coffee she holds. I don't say anything to her. I just walk inside my office to review and sign a few work files before visiting Ava. Today's a very busy Monday, and I need all the help I can get to overcome the day's stress. But I've started the day in the wrong way. I can't help worrying about Ava. My mind is distracted, and it's not helping me. I start my computer and scroll to check my email before anything else. Messages fill my inbox, and I scroll aimlessly. Oh God, I'm so distracted. I let out a sharp breath to calm myself before continuing to scroll, and an email hits my eyes as I scroll. It's from Ava, and I hurriedly click it open. Letter of resignation? My eyes widen as I read the heading. Wait, what is this about? I scroll through the message. What is this about? I grab my phone to redial Ava's number, but it's still going straight to voicemail. Pushing my chair back, I stand up sharply and hurry outside the office. I see Mr. Brown in the elevator as I step inside, and as expected, he engages me in his one-sided conversation. I wonder why Ava isn't around yet, he starts, clearing his throat. I dropped by your office earlier, and I didn't see her at her desk. I don't give him the response he's looking for. There's nothing to say to him. I'm sure I'll figure this out, and everything will be fine. The elevator's door slides open, and I hurry out of it, heading straight for the parking lot. Why would Ava want to resign? I think as I walk to where my car is parked. I don't want to believe she typed that message. Something is wrong. It couldn't have come from her. I pull over in front of her apartment, step out of my car and hurry inside the building. A few seconds later, I'm standing in front of her door, my knuckles hitting the cold steel. Ava, are you in there? I call out, wondering where else she'd be on a Monday morning. I type her passcode in the door, and it creaks open. Ava, I call as I step inside. Are you in there? I look around the living room before proceeding to check her bedroom. Pulling the door open, I notice the room's emptiness. So I walk to her closet to confirm, and it's truly empty. I run my hands through my hair, shutting my eyes to control the emotions running through me. Why? Just why? Why did she have to go? And where did she go? I take a while to calm myself before looking around the apartment to see if I can find a note or anything. She should at least leave me a note to tell me what happened. We were happy, very happy, and we made plans to visit her parents this weekend. I wanted to meet them, to tell them I was in love with their daughter. She told me they were eager to meet me too. So, what went wrong? My legs start to shake, and I move to sit on the couch. I can't think straight. Where do I go from here? I should have visited her parents before now. How do I even search for her when I don't know any of her family? I've not met her friends either. Oh, wait. That lady at the company, Joanna? I stand up abruptly. I think they're close. She should know where Ava is. I rush out of the apartment and back to my car to return to the company. Stepping inside the company, I head straight for Joanna's department, the production and development unit. I know I've seen her there twice before. Good morning, sir. The workers greet me as I step inside. I look around, and my eyes finally find her. Hey, Joanna, please follow me, I say, pointing towards her. Okay. She drops the files in her hand and walks after me. We step inside my office together, and I wait for her to sit before starting. Do you know why Ava resigned? Ava resigned? She questions, seeming as surprised as I am. So you didn't know either? I run my hands through my hair. She moved out of her apartment too. What? Her eyes widen. Did you two fight? No, we didn't. I dropped her off at her apartment on Saturday morning before traveling and... Have you tried calling her? Joanna probes. I have. Goes straight to voicemail, I reply before letting out a heavy sigh. Do you know any of her family? Or do you have any idea where she could have gone? No, I don't. She never talks about her family. Joanna shakes her head. Oh, I think she once told me her parents live in Dubai. Do you think she traveled to meet them? It's possible. But why would she travel without telling anyone? I drag my palm across my face. This is driving me crazy. I'm trying to understand why she would leave without any explanation. Do you have her parents' contact information? We could call them to ask, Joanna suggests. I don't. Now that I think of it, I should have asked for her parents' contact information or any of her other relatives. I've just never thought a moment like this would come. I still find it hard to believe. Why would she leave without a word? What does she want me to do now? Calm down. I'm sure she'll call later, Joanna advises, after noticing I'm panicking. Ava doesn't act unreasonably. She would never do anything to hurt you. Thank you, I tell her. You can leave. Just let me know if she calls. I will, she replies with a nod before standing to walk out of my office. Catherine walks inside as Joanna walks out, a silly smile dancing on her lips. I hope she knows I'm not in the mood for her bullshit this morning. You look worried, she starts. Is there a problem? Catherine, not this morning, please. Oh, what do you mean? She asks, feigning confusion. I'm only concerned, that's all. I don't need your concern. Please leave. I see your secretary isn't here yet, she says, folding her arms over her chest as she rests her back in a chair. Let me ask you one thing. What? I frown. Have you met her parents? She implores, raising her brows. It's none of your fucking business. What lie did she tell you? She scoffs. I doubt you'd still be head over heels in love with her after finding out she's just a girl that her parents want dead. Catherine mumbles before pushing her chair back to stand. My face breaks into confusion while I wonder if I heard her correctly. Wait, what did you just say? Oh, so now you want to talk to me? She settles back in her seat. I really don't want to be the one to tell you. Tell me what? Ava is not someone you can be with. You two can never be together. The sooner you realize it, the better. Catherine, spill what you know. I yell. Her foolish mom abandoned her, and her dad thinks she's dead. He wants her dead. Ava grew up in foster homes and has never met her parents. Oh, she pauses for dramatic effect. I was there when she met her mom for the first time, witnessed her mom beg her to disappear and continue to live the quiet life she had been living. Why? It's probably because her new family must not find out she's had a child before, and the man she had her with must not know she's alive because he will kill her. I feel so sorry for her. Catherine, what nonsense are you talking about? I ask, frowning. Are you making this crap up? You expect me to believe your bullshit? Then why is she gone? How do you know all this? Her mom and my mom are best friends. I heard it from her. I don't believe you, Catherine. I swallow hard, trying to make sense of what Catherine is saying. Well, I found the man that helped her look for her parents. She pulls out a brown envelope from her pocket and tosses it on my desk. You should hear it directly from him if you don't believe me. Then, you can decide if Ava is the type of girl you want to take home to your parents, she says, before walking out of my office. I sit there, staring at the envelope Catherine dropped on my desk. A part of me doesn't want to believe it, but the other part thinks it might be true. I stretch my hand forward to pick up the brown envelope, rip it open carefully, and pull out the papers inside. Barry Cornwall Organization. We will help you find the people you miss. I read the first line on the print. Then my eyes stroll down to the price list. What? Ranging from 25,000 to 100,000, depending on who you want to find. That's expensive. I toss the envelope back on my table and lean back in my chair. Is this why Ava lived like that? Did she save up money to look for her parents? My mind flashes back to all the familial conversations we've had. Something was always off, like Ava never wanted to talk about them. Sighing, I bury my head in my palms, wondering how hard it must have been for her. I feel even more terrible hearing it from Catherine. I'll visit Barry Cornwall, not to hear Ava's story from him, but to use his service. Ava. It's been 2 weeks and 4 days since I moved to New Jersey. Yes, I've been counting, and every day that passes has been tough. I didn't think I would miss my life in NYC this much. But I do. I miss everything. My apartment, my job, Joanna, Max, everything. Sometimes I regret leaving without saying a proper goodbye, but what difference would it have made when I'd still end up leaving? It's how my life has always been. That's why I don't get attached to people. I always have to leave. It always happens eventually. So I prefer to leave without words and cherish all the good memories without the last goodbye. I intend to start here and meet new people, but it's been difficult. It's been hard finding a new job here. I applied to many companies, but they never got back to me. So I decided to try freelancing as an event planner. It's been great so far, except that it's depressing. I go all day, sometimes 2, without physically interacting with anyone. It's saddening, but what can I do? Tossing my laptop aside, I stand up to stretch my arms. I've been sitting for a few hours, and my muscles are starting to cramp. My stomach rumbles as I attempt to stand, so I decide to go to the kitchen and get something to snack on instead. A knock sounds on my door when I step inside the living room, and confusion spreads across my face. Who is that? I wonder, since no one ever visits me. Oh, it's probably that guy next door, Martin. Or is it Matthew? I don't know his name, but I borrowed his wrench yesterday when I needed to tighten my kitchen sink strainer connector. He's probably here to get it back. I should have returned it, but I don't want to see his hostile girlfriend again. I've not recovered from the glare she threw at me yesterday. She's been acting so mean to me ever since I moved here. Anyway, I don't want to be friends with her or her boyfriend, so it doesn't matter. I walk inside the kitchen to pick up the wrench I dropped on the table last night and step back out to get the door. Hi, I was going to... The words hang in my throat, and I simultaneously blink when I see the familiar blue-eyed figure in front of my door. Max? I shake my head to be sure what I'm seeing is not a trick of the light. Am I dreaming? How can Max be here? How did he find me? Ava, he calls, his face a mixture of emotions I can't decipher. Leave. You have to leave. You shouldn't be here. I attempt to shut the door, but he stops me and steps inside my apartment instead. Please leave. Stop telling me to leave, he yells, pulling me to him. Stop. Just stop. How did you find me? I ask, tears gathering in my eyes. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I throw my hands over my mouth. Can we sit to talk? His voice returns to the gentle one I'm used to. I nod, dropping the wrench on the coffee table, and we both walk to the couch to take a seat. I can't even look him in the eyes. We sit there for seconds, a minute, then 2. Neither of us saying anything. We just sit quietly, Max's eyes fixed on me, causing guilt to melt down my body. Do you love me? Do you love me at all? Do you care about my emotions? He questions, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Max? I turn to face him, but quickly lift my eyes away because I can't stand the sadness on his face. I'm sorry, I didn't. He sighs and sniffs, fighting back his tears. I show up at your door after you left without any word, and the first thing you say to me is leave. He scoffs and sniffs back his tears again. Max, I'm sorry, it's just... I pause to compose my words. You don't deserve someone like me. You deserve better. Ava, you... He drags his palms across his face and lets out another sigh. You don't know how much I love you. You can't. You don't know me, I tell him, intertwining my hands together guiltily. I'm sorry for not telling you, but I heard everything from Catherine, and it annoyed me that I had to hear it from her. Max swallows hard. So what? Is it your fault? Did you choose who you wanted for your parents? She told you everything? I turn to face him, struggling to look him in the eyes. God, I think I'm too embarrassed to even face you. Why? It's not your fault. It's your parents' loss. You are an amazing daughter, and you deserve the best. Max. Tears stream down my face. Thank you for saying that. You should have told me. You shouldn't have left the way you did. He pauses to compose himself. What about my feelings? What was I supposed to do when you disappeared without any explanation? He stops to swallow hard again. I couldn't sleep for days. I kept thinking about you. I couldn't stop worrying. Many things went wrong with the company because I wasn't myself. He's unable to hold back the tears as they pool in his eyes. I was worried. Max takes his hand to his face to wipe it. I'm sorry. I was just scared that you would hate me. I didn't want that to happen, and I thought I was not worthy of your love. You... Stop saying that, he yells. Stop! What do you mean by you're not worthy of my love? I fucking love you! I love you for who you are, not your parents or family. Who cares about them? He scoffs. You don't understand what you make my heart feel, Ava. You don't. I love you too, I confess. I missed you so much, and I thought about calling you, but I was scared. Don't you ever leave me again. He leans closer to wipe my tears with his thumb. I love you so much, and nothing can change what my heart feels for you. I won't, I promise. Come here. Max opens his arms, and I curl inside. Oh God, I missed you so much. It felt like I was dying. Thank you for coming to find me. I look up to face him. I wouldn't have been able to find you without Barry's help, he says, tugging my hair from my face. Oh, you know him? Yes, Catherine told me about him. He nods. My face falls and I sigh, but he tightens his arms around me. Ava, I want you to tell me everything about you, he says, ruffling my hair with his fingers. I want to know everything, your likes, dislikes, every single thing. Max, Nothing can change how I feel for you. You are not your story. And it's not your fault that any of these things happened to you, Max reminds me. What did I do to deserve an amazing man like you? I question, tears flowing down from my eyes. No. What did I do to deserve an angel like you? Max leans forward and places his lips on mine, kissing me softly while his hands rub my back. Passion flows through the kiss, and once again, I'm reminded of how much I love this man. It's unquenchable. No matter how hard I try, it's going to remain in my heart forever and ever. No man can take the space he has created in my heart. Ava, I returned to NYC with my man 3 weeks ago, but I didn't resume working in the LM enterprise. I've fallen in love with freelancing as an event planner, and I won a major project last week. Guess what it is? I was hired to plan Mr. Lawrence Miller's retirement party. I told Max he didn't have to pay me to plan it, but he insisted, saying it was part of the company's budget. It's the biggest project I've won since I started freelancing. So, I put in all my efforts, and Max also helped me plan. Although he wasn't much help, he kept distracting me, and we paused to make out every 10 minutes. He only slowed the planning, causing it to take a week when I initially planned to use 3 to 4 days. Well, I love it though. It was so much fun. Watching what I planned come to life as I stand in the hall makes me even happier. I feel successful, and I can't believe this moment. Max, his dad, Betty, Joanna, other company members, and some guests are gathered in the hall. Today will be another best moment of my life, because I achieved my dream. It feels like the beginning of greater things, and I'm looking forward to it. Smiling, I walk to join Betty, where she stands with Max's new secretary, James. "Hey, honey," Betty greets, pulling me in for a small hug. "I'm so happy to see you," I say, smiling. "Me too, I'm so happy to see everyone." She looks around the hall. "I heard you are the brain behind this amazing party?" "Yes, I am." My lips break into a grin. "You are talented, Ava. I just want you to know that." "Thank you so much," I hug her. "Event planning has always been my dream." "I'm glad you went for it." She pats my back. "Hey, Alicia." Betty walks to greet Alicia while I look around the hall, searching for Max. And there he is with one of the guests. He seems so engrossed in the conversation that he's not even looking in my direction. Ugh, I miss him. "Hey, girl." Joanna shows up behind me with a smile. "You won't believe what I just saw." "What?" I ask in a low tone. "I caught Martin and Catherine making out, and I had to act like I didn't see it because—" "What?" She throws her hand over her mouth dramatically. "No, Joe, you're kidding. What Martin?" My eyes widen in shock. "Martin Torres," Joanna whispers. "I knew he had a crush on Catherine, but I didn't know the feeling was mutual," she smirked. "God, girl, I miss you in that place. I can't even make a new work bestie," she groans. "I'm sorry," I pull her to me. "Well, we don't have to be work besties. We can just be besties without the work." I wink. "Right." She raises her palm for a high five. "Yes!" I bring the front of my hand together with hers. Another person I'm grateful to Lady Luck for sending my way is Joanna. I told her everything about me when I returned to NYC. Although she had heard part of it from Catherine, she handled the whole situation with love instead of judging me for lying to them. Joanna told me my story doesn't change how she feels about me. She confessed I'm one of the most amazing people she has met in her life, regardless of how or where I grew up. "I love you, bestie." She tightens her arms around my neck. "Love you too." We stay like that for a few minutes before breaking the hug. "Girl, I still need more of that gossip." "So, you really caught them making out?" I ask, making sure to keep my voice down as we walk. "I did," Joanna whispers a response. "They probably started dating after Catherine left the company," she continues. "Do you know Martin's grandparents are billionaires?" She adds in. "He's secretive about it, but I guess Catherine knows." "Really? Then why is he working here?" "Who knows?" She shrugs, and we see Dylan holding his camera when we look ahead. "Hey, babe." Joanna leaves my side to meet her boyfriend. I sigh before looking around the hall again. Where's Max? My eyes find him where he stood, and our eyes meet. He's smiling as he stares at me, but I quickly lift my eyes away because many people are staring at Max, and I don't want to make it so obvious that we are in a relationship. The past few weeks have been amazing, and Max didn't let me move back to my apartment because he's scared I might leave again. So I've been living at his condo, and I love it there. He treats me like a queen, his queen. Today, I intend to return to my apartment after the party to pack some of my remaining stuff. Max has agreed to the suggestion, but he promised to join me later. Oh God, I love him so much. Hi, James walks up to meet me. Mr. Miller asked you to meet him outside, he tells me. Okay, thank you, I reply with a smile. Adjusting my gown and hair, I walk outside the hall, and Max pulls me to him immediately when I step out. Oh my God, what are you doing? I ask, and he spins me around to face him. You look so gorgeous tonight. He leans forward and plants a kiss on my lips. I'm coming over to help you later tonight. Okay, I reply, rubbing my forehead against his. I think we should return inside, I suggest. Should we? Yeah? Max gently releases me from his grip, intertwining his hand in mine as we walk back inside the hall. I feel safe when I'm around him, and I'm glad I can finally be happy with him without worrying about anything else. Mr. Lawrence Miller walks to meet us as we walk inside the hall, and I try to release my hand from Max's, but he stops me. Ava? Mr. Miller calls me with a smile. You two did a great job with this party. His eyes move from me to Max. I know the firm is in good hands. He taps his son's shoulder. Thanks, Dad. Ava, thank you. Mr. Miller thanks me again, and I don't know why. Enjoy the rest of the night, he says, after noticing how his son's hand grips mine. We watch Mr. Miller as he walks away, and Mr. Brown walks to meet him. From what we saw, it seems Mr. Miller told Mr. Brown about us because he looks back and casts Max a glare. He's the only one that still hasn't accepted our relationship. But who cares? He has stopped calling me queen, and that's a good thing. I don't like him, Max smirks. Me either, I reply before laughing. I need to see a few more people before the party ends, Max tells me, releasing my hand from his. All right, love. I'll see you later, I reply, nodding as I watch him walk to meet some men that stand a few steps away from us. Home, sweet home, I sigh when I finally reach my apartment's door. Unlocking the door with the passcode, I step inside, but someone pushes me inside and slams the door shut. Oh my God! I scream, fighting the hand holding my shoulders tightly. Who are you? I lift my head to look at the figure. How dare you? How dare you live happily without me? Marcus lifts his hand and strikes me across my face. Who gave you the right to be happy with another man? He lifts his hand again and slams it on my face. We are soulmates! Don't you fucking get it? He yells at me. Marcus, Ace! Are the last words I say before my eyes shut and I lose awareness of what's happening around me. Max, the party finally ends, and I'm glad I secured 3 new clients to add to our portfolio. Ava did a great job organizing the party, and I'm certain her event planning career will bloom after this party. Many people will want the person that organized my dad's retirement party to plan their events. I'm happy to see Ava doing what she's good at and what she loves. As I drive across town to Ava's apartment, a smile lines my face. I can't wait to hold her in my arms and make love to her. I pull over in front of her apartment, step out of my car, and walk inside the building. I step inside the elevator, press the 3rd button, and soon it opens. Hurrying out of it, I head over to Ava's apartment, a broad smile sitting on my face. I spent the whole time thinking about her. As I raise my knuckle to knock on the door, Ava's yell pierces my ear. Ava? Ava? Are you all right? I ask fearfully before entering the passcode and rushing inside. You, again! The rough-looking man pushes Ava to the floor and turns to face me when I step inside the condo. She does not belong to you. She belongs to me. So leave before I pluck out your two fucking eyes. Ava. Ava. I rush to meet her, but the man stops me by landing his fist in my face. You fucking bastard! I angrily grab him by his shoulder and strike him in the groin with a balled fist. She belongs to me, and you'll fucking stay away from her. You son of a bitch! I twist his arms, pull him down to the floor, stomp on him with my foot until his face starts to bleed. Ava! I rush to my baby. I'm here, okay? Everything is fine. I sweep my thumb across her face, wiping off her tears. Max? She calls me with a faint voice before pulling me closer to her. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I hold her tightly in my arms before pulling my phone out of my pocket. We have to call the police. No, Max, don't call the police. Ava tries to stop me. We have to hand him to the police, or he will keep... I halt my speech when the sounds of police sirens fill the air. Are the police here? Ava questions. Did you call them? No, I didn't, I reply, confused too and wondering who called the police. Shit! Police! The rough man struggles to get up, but I'm near him and kick him in the face again. 2 police officers run through the open door. Stop! Police! One of them shouts. I back away from the man with my hands up, and Ava's neighbor walks in through the opened door raising her phone. She says, I called them. Thank you. You're welcome, she says with a nod. Is Ava okay? I'm fine, Ava nods. You'll have to come with us, one of the officers speaks, while the second one takes Marcus away in cuffs. She needs to go to the hospital first, I say, lifting Ava from the floor. No, Max, I'm fine, she refuses. Let's go. The police release Ava, then take Marcus away into custody. I've pleaded with Ava to press charges, and she finally agreed. We spent hours retelling the events down at the police station, giving statements and being questioned. They released us a few minutes after 9. I offered to take Ava to the hospital to be checked when they finally let us go, but she refused again and just insisted we go home. We had just arrived at my condo, and I helped her out of my car. It's fine. I can walk, Ava tells me when I offer to carry her. No, allow me, I say, carrying her bridle-like as I walk inside. Are you hungry? I ask, dropping her on the couch gently. No, I'm not. She gets down from the couch. I need a shower. Okay, love. A few minutes later, Ava walks down the stairs. She's wearing short, cute, flirty red pajamas, and her hair is still wet. Smiling, she walks to sit down beside me, placing her head on my left shoulder. Max, she calls me gently. Yes, sweetheart. Thank you for today. I've finally been able to get a burden off my chest, she continues. I'm glad, I tell her with a smile, running my finger through her wet hair. I love you so much, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you, she confesses. My heart shoots up at her words as I watch her. She doesn't know how happy she makes me. I love you more. Ava smiles in response as she comes closer to me and plops herself down in my lap. No, I love you more. Baby, we can do this tomorrow. Shouldn't you rest now? It's been a long night, I suggest. I am resting. She grinds her hips in my lap. This is me resting. Ava raises her hand and pulls off her pajama top. Her breasts tumble out, cascading against my face, and I let out a low groan. I can never get enough of you, I comment before kissing her breasts. Ava's lips find mine, and she cups my face in her hands as she kisses me. I kiss her back passionately, my hands strolling down her back. I tug at the band of her shorts, and she tilts her ass up gently to grant my hands access. I pull the shorts down slowly, while Ava assists me to pull them off completely. My cock throbs in my pants when my fingers find their way to her cleanly shaved pussy. I lift Ava gently and drop her on the couch. Spread those legs for me, I say, wanting to make her feel good. Today is not about me. It's about you, so relax and enjoy. Shut up and use that mouth somewhere else, she says, flashing me a sexy smirk. I kneel and bury my face between her thighs and start to work magic with my tongue. Ava writhes in ecstasy when I flick my tongue over her clit. It's taken me over a decade, but I finally got the girl of my dreams right here with me. Ava. So much has changed over the last 3 weeks. I've moved in with Max permanently and got a job in one of the best event planning companies. Many companies reached out to me after Mr. Miller's retirement party. They were impressed by my planning skills and wanted me to work in their companies. Max asked if I wanted to start my own event planning business, but I told him I would do that later. I want to gather more experiences by working for people before starting my own. My life has been nothing but amazing with Max in it. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. My love for him keeps growing stronger and stronger every day. I walk out of my room to join Max, and his jaw gapes open as he stares at me. I'm wearing one of his favorite red gowns, the one he picked the last time we went shopping together. I had promised to wear it on one of our dates, and I decided to wear it since he said today was a special day. "How do I look?" I ask while turning around to give him a better view. "You look charming, my love." He walks to meet me, pulling me closer to him. What did I do to deserve such a beautiful angel? How did I get so lucky? No. How did I get so lucky? I ask, stroking his face with my index finger. "I'm the lucky one." He bends forward to kiss me. Max." I break the kiss gently. "If we continue, we'll spend the rest of the evening in bed." "You're right." He pulls a small laugh. "Let's go." He reaches for my hand, and we walk out of the condo. Max pulls the car door open for me to enter, and I mouth a low, "Thanks, love," before stepping inside. He hops inside the car, fixes his seatbelt, and leans in to give me a peck before starting the car. I enjoy watching Max drive, and he knows it too because I've told him before. I don't know what it is, but there's something so sexy about watching him drive. The hostess greets us as we walk inside the Italian restaurant Max has reserved for our date. I feel so special with Max's hand in mine as we walk to take a seat. "Wow!" I exclaim, looking around the restaurant and appreciating its sleek, elegant design. "Here," Max leads me to a seat. "Do you like this place?" he asks with a smile. I love it. One of the waiters arrives to take our order, serving us wine first as we patiently wait for the food to arrive. There's no rush. We're taking our time, and I wish for this moment to never end. It's not our first date, but Max treats every date we go on like it's our first. He claims his love for me is new every day, and he thanks his lucky star for sending me his way each time he sees me. Our order arrives a few minutes later, and we eat, pretending today's our first date. Max has prepared various first date questions to ask me. I answer all the questions honestly, and today feels like a new beginning for our relationship. After paying the bill, Max walks me out of the restaurant and leads me back to where he parked the car. He starts the car, and again, I turn my head to watch him as he drives. It's become my hobby, watching him while driving, and he loves it too. He's told me before that he enjoys feeling my eyes on him when he drives. I smile when Max reaches his hand over to squeeze my thigh as he drives. Placing my hand on his, I gently rub it as he squeezes my thigh, even though my pussy has other ideas. God, I'm obsessed with this man. 15 minutes and some driving later, we arrive home, and I speak, breaking the comfortable silence. "Thank you for today, love," I tell him after I unhook the seatbelt. "I feel so full," I comment, rubbing my stomach. "Should we go for a walk before heading inside?" Max questions, smiling as he unhooks his seatbelt. "Yeah, sounds like a great idea," I say with a nod, stepping out of the car and walking to intertwine my hand in his. We walk down the street while talking about random things, and Max cracks me up like he always does. "Max, let's go there," I point at the park that's a few steps away from us. Come with me. I hold his hand and head to the park. Stopping beside the swings, I take a seat on one with a smile on my face. You should try this too. I point at the second swing. Ava, he calls me. Huh? I turn to face him, still smiling. Max digs his hand inside his pocket and brings out a ring box before getting down on one knee. My jaw drops as I watch him. Ava Roberts, words are not enough to express how much I love you. You are the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I want to spend the rest of my life loving you. I don't want to wait a moment longer to ask you this. Will you be my wife? Yes. Oh my God, yes, Max, yes, I say, simultaneously laughing and crying as I drop on my knees to join him on the grass. I throw my hands around his neck. Yes, I will, I repeat with a nod. I love you, he says, pushing the ring onto my shaky finger before pulling me into a passionate kiss. He helps me up, and we get back in the swings, swinging to and fro happily. God, I can't believe this is happening. Am I dreaming? Is this a dream? I turn to face Max, who's looking at me with a smile on his face. It's not a dream. It's my life. Max just proposed to me, girl. It is not a dream. I'm so excited. Maybe I should tell him what I was planning to tell him once we return home. Max, I call to him and ask, what do you think about kids? Turning my eyes away from him. I need to hear his response. Would it be positive or negative? Max pulls a soft laugh. If you only knew how much I can't wait to have a mini-you running around the condo, he responds. I get down from the swing and turn to face him, the joyful tears still glistening in my eyes. Today is the best day of my life. Max, wait, are you? Max's jaw gapes open. Are you pregnant? He asks, and I nod in response. Oh God, Ava. He hops down from the swing and carries me, spinning me around in a circle. The excitement on his face is indescribable. I love you so much. I can't believe I'll be a father soon. God, Ava, I love you so much. I love you, I say in between tears and peals of laughter. I love you so much. Epilogue. Ava, 1 year later, is stand in front of the mirror, staring at my reflection in this white wedding dress and fighting the tears from pouring. I can't believe today is finally here after so many preparations. I'm getting married to the man of my dreams. Hi, bride. Joanna walks inside the room, smiling. You look stunning. Thank you, Joe, I reply, pulling her into a hug. I'm so nervous. It's normal to feel this way. She raises her hand to fix my hair. I felt the same way on my wedding day, too. Really? You did? Yes, I did. I was anxious and happy, but I knew everything would be fine. Right, I say, nodding. Thanks, Joanna. You're welcome, she replies with a smile. The door creaks open, and Mr. Miller walks inside wearing a big smile. You look gorgeous, he speaks. I'm so happy for my son. He found an amazing woman. Thank you, I reply, swallowing hard to stop the tears. Are you ready? Yes, I reply with a nod. Mr. Lawrence takes my arm in his and walks me out of the room. The entrance door opens, and Pachelbel's canon in D echoes through the church as I walk down the aisle with my soon-to-be father-in-law's arm intertwined in mine. We walk slowly, a smile spread across my face as I look ahead, seeing Max, my soon-to-be husband, standing at the front of the church with so much joy on his face. He looks even more handsome in his black tuxedo, and I've never been happier than today that I'll become his wife. When we finally reach where he stands, he hugs his father and takes my hand to kiss the back. His eyes glisten with tears as he leans forward to plant a kiss on my forehead. I can tell he's as nervous as I am. Today is a day we've spent so long preparing for and will be one of the best days of our lives. I look over Max's shoulder and see his mom cradling our daughter, Layla. Her eyes meet mine, and she gives me a reassuring smile. I try to fight back the tears, but I fail. I feel so emotional. I can't believe this is my life. The life I used to hate so much has now become amazing. Max is like an angel, my angel, sent to make my life beautiful. When I was pregnant with Layla, I used to be nervous about being a mother since I never had a great example of one. Max would always tell me not to worry. He told me I was the best person he had met in his entire life. He said our daughter would be proud to have me as her mom because I would be the best mother for her I could be. He was there for me all throughout the pregnancy, and now that our daughter is here, his family has been so supportive. Max's mom loves Layla so much, and she's so grateful for her granddaughter. Max says our daughter is so beautiful, and he's glad she has my eyes. Well, the truth is, I think she looks more like her dad. We love her so much, and I look forward to raising her with Max. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride, the pastor announces when we complete our vows and pledge our love for each other. Max holds my face in his hands. His eyes fill with sincere emotions as he leans forward and seals my lips with his. Joy forms in my heart, while tears of happiness stream down my eyes as I think about the happiness that lies ahead while I embark on this forever journey with the love of my life.